There are so many teams here, their only tactic is to be up the road. We spoke yesterday with Pete Kenya, the Director Sportif for Trinity Racing, and he's made it clear to his team the only thing he wants from them is to be up the road, attacking, riding an aggressive race. So you can already see a couple of the Trinity Racing riders up there, but they're not the only team that's going to have that objective, that directive.
Yeah, absolutely. The continental teams, which is effectively the third tier of the global peloton, they will all have pretty much the same objectives. And you can see three representatives of three different teams there towards the front. That kind of almost camouflage coloured kit with a white helmet there, that belongs to Global 6 Cycling. They raced the Tour of Britain last year. They really are underdogs in this kind of peloton, and their only chance of visibility, success, and really to get stuck into the racing will be to be in the breakaway. And the same could be said of the German team, just riding in the middle there as the flag drops and the racing gets underway. You can see that they are joined by Rembre Pro Cycling Team Sauerland, the German continental team, trying to get up the road. And the very old and prestigious French continental team also making their debut at the Tour of Britain, Van Rysel-Roubaix in those very distinctive pink jerseys. And all those three teams straight away on the offensive.
Yeah, and it's Roubaix Van Rysel there in the pink that are, and Trinity Racing, as we said, immediately trying to force the race there. Decathlon following, but it is going to be a very aggressive first part to this race because there are so many teams interested in being in that breakaway that I can't see it settling down for a little while.
Yeah, get used to the jerseys. Trinity Racing, they've changed their look a little bit, that wonderful light green jersey. They're an under-23 development team. Down the years, Trinity Racing have produced some absolutely stellar talent that has gone on to race at World Tour level, and that continues, that vein of success. Of course, the one and only Tom Pidcock is a graduate of the Trinity Racing team, but so too is Ben Healy, Tom Gloag in recent years. So they really are one of the best under-23 teams in the world. Don't be fooled though, we can see the colours there of Lidl Trek and of Decathlon AG2R. Both those teams which we associate with the World Tour, with the biggest races in the world, they have brought their development teams to the Tour of Britain. So they're relatively unknown riders, some of these, who are just making their way in their careers. That's Cameron Rogers, a young Australian rider in the colours of Lidl Trek.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, because it can... It's quite interesting because you have these World Tour colours, but it is on their development. Lidl Trek actually refers to this as their future racing team. So although they have exactly the same livery, it is a very separate setup to the actual World Tour team. And the same here with the Decathlon AG2R La Mondiale development. This is their development team. So it's you can't, when you see that, you expect, oh, it's a World Tour rider, they're going to make the difference. It's not. They are pretty much on the same pinning as Trinity Racing and those riders.
So one of the young riders from the Great Britain team has made it across to the pairing at the front. So they've been joined as well by one of the riders from the Portuguese continental team, Sabgal Anicala, which is one of the biggest continental teams in Portugal, actually. They've been around for a long time and they're a talented squad. But GB with one rider just off the front now, and Decathlon AG2R La Mondiale trying to get across. You can see Ineos Grenadiers there just policing the moves towards the front and just keeping an eye on the breakaway as it forms. Well, the breakaway hasn't formed yet, as you can see. A lot of looking around still. One of the young riders from the Great Britain team, packed with young riding talent, just off the front at the moment, just trying to get a handle on which of the riders that is. And it's, well, Ben Wiggins. A familiar name, that is the son of Sir Bradley Wiggins. Ben Wiggins, who's really making a name for himself, riding for the Great Britain team and just off the front. This happened just a few minutes ago. This was kilometre zero, a 3.5 kilometre neutralised rollout, and this is what happened when the flag dropped. And you can see straight away a clutch of continental teams trying to force the hand and get in the move and get the race going. So Ben Wiggins has been joined now by one of the riders from Van Rysel-Roubaix in those pink jerseys. You can see the Uno X development squad, a centre rider in the company of Lidl Trek to try and get across. And yeah, we've got a group of some 7 or 8 riders now off the front.
Yeah, a good selection of teams there. Trinity Racing trying to close the gap, making sure they don't miss that move. But at the moment, I think it's going to take...
Led to Mike, led to Mike, led to Mike, led to anyone in the truck. Can you hear me? Can't talk to anyone in the truck at the moment.
It's making a little bit of a difference.
Mechanical assistance required there for a rider from the decathlon team. That is Kilian Verschuren, French rider. Needs a bit of a, maybe he's got a soft tyre.
Can anyone hear us in the truck?
And the attack's continuing at the front. Quite wide roads here, straight and quite wide roads, so quite difficult for those World Tour teams who are trying to control things to block the road here. And they'll be keen for this breakaway to establish itself so that they can stabilise the race a little bit and just calm things down. But I think this is going to go on for some time yet, David, certainly until they get to this the start of the uncategorised climbing.
Yeah, and I think also the very nature of this type of road, they'll all know that it exists. They've been looking at the maps, they understand the route. I think that does deter moves from going. They'll want to wait till they hit the smaller roads, so it's more difficult for people to move from the peloton, for teams to get organised. So at the moment, there's a little bit of a timeout, if you like. There are some opportunistic moves, but I think the majority of people are waiting for it to turn off here, go into the narrow roads, and try and make the damage, make the difference there.
So it's one of the squad from the Rembe Pro Cycling Team, Sauerland, off the front now. I think that's their Kiwi rider, by the looks of it. Paul Wright, stand to be corrected if that's not the case, but that might well be Paul Wright from New Zealand, who's just off the front.
Roubaix, Van Rijssel being very active. As you said before, at the beginning, Roubaix is one of the oldest, most reputed teams previously in the amateur scene in French racing. VCU Roubaix was what it was formerly known as back in the day, a legendary team, and has now moved on to continental status. And with Van Rijssel, which is part of the decathlon empire, if you like, their bike section of decathlon has now sponsored that team. So Roubaix, Van Rijssel is probably one of the best French teams, and in many ways the equivalent of the UK's Trinity Racing.
On the offensive, those two riders, that was indeed Paul Wright, and he was joined there briefly by Kevin Avoine from Van Rijssel Roubaix, but they have been caught back. And at the back of the race, Martin Pedersen, a Danish rider from the Lidl Trek development team, needs support from his team car. A replacement bike being hoisted off the roof, and
his status in the team being made clear by where his bike is on that rack.
Yeah, the leaders just explain that, David.
So the leaders will have their bikes at the easiest, quickest access for the mechanic when he comes out, so directly above them on the outside. But if you're not one of those riders, you're put further deeper into the roof rack. And so that was a clear indication of his ranking within that team.
Another attack going off the front for Rembe Pro Cycling Sauerland, the German team. Groupama FDJ, that's another development squad in the blue, very familiar dark blue jerseys. Just caught a glimpse of Matty Holmes as well towards the front in the Great Britain colours. He's dropped back a little bit now. And there's the oldest rider in the race, Simon Clark, riding for the Israel team. I think that's Simon Clark. Anyway, and Gianni Moscon, just pleasing things. Actually, the Israel team have got a lot of really big-name riders here. They've got Stevie Williams, Ethan Vernon, Jake Stewart, Nick Schultz, who's a tremendous climbing talent, Simon Clark, and they've got in Joe Blackmore, a very interesting rider, I think, David, to look out for, who's just the other week won the Tour de l'Avenir.
Yeah, the first British rider in history to win the Tour de l'Avenir, the Tour de l'Avenir meaning from French, the Tour of the future, the Tour to come, and it's organised by the Tour de France. So to have Joe Blackmore win that on top of all his previous results this year, he is one of the biggest talents in world cycling. So it's clear he's on absolutely scintillating form at the moment. So they will be coming here with that great team in support of that young rider Joe Blackmore, in the hope that he can be one of the riders that can battle with the likes of Remco Evenepoel and Alaphilippe.
Absolutely, and significantly perhaps he's been given the #1 as well within that team, and that does often mean that's a leadership role.
Yeah, that is very significant, and I think it's really good that Israel Premier League brought that old guard, experienced guard of riders, because it will give them a fast-track learning curve here, coming into one of your first races with that type of team around you, with that status. It's going to mean he's on a very fast learning curve, and they're already conditioning him immediately to leader status.
Jake Scott on the attack. How many times have we said that in the past, that the at the Tour of Britain. He looks a little bit frustrated with the fact that this move that did look briefly promising there has been brought back. But Jake Scott, who's moved from team to team to team, he's had so much bad luck with his career by joining teams that have gone put and collapsed and gone bankrupt a year or two after he's joined them. It's happened to him again. He was at this race last year with Black Spoke, and a big sponsor, and out of the blue, a couple of weeks after the Tour of Britain, they just withdrew, and that team went bust. But he's got another ride here with the German team, Renby Pro Cycling Team Sauerland.
It is interesting to see all these development teams, let's refer to them to the World Tour development teams, being so aggressive here. Soudal Quickstep, for the meantime, are sitting a bit further back. I think they're just they're realising that there are so many teams interested in going up the road that the peloton is almost policing itself. They don't need to do much currently.
Stevie Williams there just looking around a bit. Yeah. Ethan Hayter, the British national champion as well, that is quite characteristic for him. He's towards the back at the moment, not getting involved in the skirmishes at the front. I'm not sure who this rider is from Decathlon AG2 Mondial. I'll hold my hand up, as yet identified, but we've seen him attack 2 or 3 times already.
Yeah, it's clear what his role is today. Look, he's getting frustrated. These are riders that all know each other very well. We may not know them so well, but they race against each other all year in this type of racing. And this will be one of their biggest races of the year. Very rarely do these development riders get to race against the likes of Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe. So they'll be wanting to impress.
So chaotic, fast and furious stuff at the front of the race. The attacks continuing. And a new rider designated to go on the offensive from Van Rysel-Roubaix. Here's a little replay of this. Well, this is the second or third time we've seen a degree of frustration now. I don't know what his point is there quite.
I think maybe there's something we haven't noticed before where Groupama FDJ is just trying to shut down moves rather than being aggressive. They're on a defensive, just preventing attacks go, which clearly the Decathlon are more motivated. Ben Wiggins going again, launching off the front.
Very different physique from his famous father, isn't he, Ben Wiggins?
Very different.
You wouldn't spot the obvious genetic similarities there, but he's going well, is Ben Wiggins, and step by step, still a very young rider. He's making a real name for himself. He's more of a classics rider, isn't he? He's kind of tough, get stuck in, kind of punchy rider, unlike his time trialing father with that very fluid pedal stroke. Ben Wiggins is a stockier figure and kind of more dynamic in that sense.
Yeah, he definitely has the physique of a one-day racer and the attitude of racing. Also very good on the track. Yeah, he's clearly here wanting to show himself in the race. Matt Holmes there.
Yeah, what an interesting career Matt Holmes has had. For so many years, he was a stalwart of the domestic scene back in the UK. Got his chance to race at World Tour level and took it quite spectacularly so. A couple of years ago with Lotto Soudal. I think it was his first World Tour race, the Tour Down Under. He took the famous Willunga Hill stage in his first World Tour race. And that was that, really, for what he managed to achieve with Lotto Soudal. So he is now trying to make a name for himself in the world of gravel racing, David.
Yeah, everything. I mean, he tried his hand at the team pursuits as well. I mean, he had a break from racing after losing out that contract with Lotto Soudal and not getting a World Tour ride. He actually stopped completely for a while, but now has been rediscovering his love and trying all sorts of things. I mean, he ripped everyone to pieces in a gravel race in Scotland earlier in the summer and won the Lincoln Grand Prix as well. So he has been showing himself, building back up. So this is a great opportunity for him to get himself back in there with the pros, with the ambition, no doubt, to find himself eventually back in the World Tour.
Well, I've got a feeling this is Julius Johannesson from Sabgal Anikala with one of the Trinity Racing riders. Might well be Bob Donaldson, who's had a terrific year with Trinity Racing. Those two riders now have clipped off the front, and this is the first time that any kind of break, David, has got itself a little bit of a lead. They've got themselves a few seconds on the road now.
Yeah, I do think that the peloton is realising on these big roads it's very hard to make a difference. As you can see, it just allows us enough room on the road for always riders to be moving up and launching themselves off. So I think it's a little bit of a lull before they hit some of the smaller roads, the more, let's say, undulating terrain. Although at the moment it's just non-stop rolling, but there's nothing that's rubbing off the momentum from the peloton. So they do need conditions, terrain where it slows it down, where there's narrow roads where a break can really go. So I think at the moment, all those riders who are trying have realised they've got to bide their time a little bit longer.
Glorious sunshine. It was pretty miserable, the weather here yesterday, to be perfectly honest. But the sun has come out to play in the Scottish borders, and down south in England, south of the border, the weather is significantly worse than it is up here in Scotland today. And for that reason, the helicopter that was scheduled to be giving us lovely aerial shots of this race, for now at least, is stuck in the storms that are afflicting the south of England, stuck at Heathrow Airport. Hopefully it'll get airborne later and we'll be able to see this Tour of Britain peloton from the air as well.
Ethan Hayter quite happy, just sitting there in last position.
Into Mike, can you hear me?
I think he's a rider that will be suited to any stage here, to be honest with you, Ethan Hayter. Reduced sponge sprints would be right up the type of thing that he wants to do, but the team itself, Ineos Grenadiers, I think Ethan Hayter has to be their man next to Tom Pidcock. Tom Pidcock, who just coming out of the Mountain Bike World Championships this weekend, won't be, I think, at his best the first couple of days, but I'm sure as we see the race unfold, he will be up there. I think having the likes of Remco Evenepoel and Alaphilippe will motivate Pidcock to really get up there if they start racing.
So Callum Thornley is the Trinity rider in question, not Bob Donaldson. My apologies for that, but I was right about the Sabgal Anikala rider, Julius Johannesson.
Can anyone hear us in the truck?
Well, they have got a bit of an advantage now. David Miller's just popped out for a second or two, and we continue with this phase of the race that is just a little holding pattern at the moment. I don't think this is the definitive break of the day. Callum Thornley and Julius Johannesson, the Danish rider from Sabgal Anikala. They've got themselves maybe just sort of optically trying to gauge it, maybe about 10 seconds, 12 seconds on the road at the moment, but they are on these slightly narrower roads now. So this is where we could enter another phase of the race. And you can see that riders are still trying to get off the front, still very active at the front. Not that that is of any concern to the two riders right at the back of the peloton at the moment. In their own different ways, they're very different kinds of riders. Riders who are tipped to make an impact in this race. The British national champion, Ethan Hayter, who can climb. He can do pretty much anything. He won't be intimidated by this terrain, and he has got a fast finish. So if it does come to the finish line here in Kelso today in a reduced group, then Ethan Hayter would back himself heavily to be part of that selection. And if he does get to the line, he's got a very, very good finish on him. And Stevie Williams would have to look to make an impact on this race in a different way, and perhaps attack from further out to try and banish all those riders. Although he's got a fast finish in his own right, it's not quite the match of riders like Ethan Hayter. So Stevie Williams, if he were to make an impact, would look to use the succession of climbs towards the back end of this race, the Scots View climb, the climb of Dunyan Hill, the last climb of them all at Dingleton, to try and get a group of the more climbing-orientated talent clear, and then win from a 5 or 6 rider group, rather than what Ethan Hayter might have in mind, a 30 or 40 rider group. So lots of different permutations. It's a very interesting opening stage of this race. It could have a big bearing on the overall general classification, or it could have no real bearing on what the GC might look like in Felixstowe by the time we get to the end of the race after 6 days. So again, it calms down a little bit at the front. I would imagine at the moment, I think we haven't managed to get a motorbike at the front. You can see there, the camera bike is quite a long way in front of the peloton. And so we're just having a little look from distance there. You can see, though, that they are blocking the road a little bit. And every time they do that, then these two riders who are collaborating really well together, Callum Thornley and Johannesson, they will grow that advantage. Up and down all the while today. Very little flat road at all. Beautiful, though. Fantastic roads to ride and fantastic dynamic roads in which to hold a race as well. I'm surprised that we haven't got a rider from St Piran off the front. Normally, you can see that black kit with that very distinctive purple and green helmets. Normally you'd expect St Piran to be all over the attacks. They've been very muted by their usual standards. A little glimpse we got there at the front of the bunch there indicates that hasn't calmed down, and another clutch of riders have tried to get across that gap because it's definitely bridgeable. And that's not a big enough breakaway. There are so many teams there who'll want to be part of the move of the day. Not least because there are 3 intermediate sprints today, all of which carry time bonuses of 3 seconds for the winner, 2 and 1. But they also carry points in the points competition. And in fact, and this is quite unusual for stage racing, if a rider from the breakaway were to win all 3 of the sprints at Melrose, at the finish line here in Kelso with 50 kilometres to go, and then the second time they go through Melrose, and then not pick up any points at the finish line, his tally of points would be enough to win the points competition on the day, which is quite an unusual reward for the breakaway on stage 1. So Trinity Racing with a rider off the front, and a good one at that, Callum Thornley. Local lad, one of the Scottish contingent of riders from Trinity Racing. Well, one thing we do know, that gap is not 30 seconds yet between the breakaway and the peloton, and for that reason the race regulators will not allow a motorbike to get in between the peloton and the breakaway until that gap grows to 30 seconds. So it keeps calming down periodically and they're getting a little bit more active. But Johannesson and Thornley developing a lead here, and they can only do what they can do here. They've slotted into a nice rhythm together. They are sharing the work. They're not really looking back. And that gap now is over 30 seconds by the looks of it, because Tobias Foss is riding on the front, the Norwegian, former world time trial champion for Ineos Grenadiers. Interesting that they're riding, actually, David. I don't know whether that's their... doesn't look like a blocking move. It actually looks like they're trying to keep the pace quite high. Yeah, that seems very controlling. That's just holding that time gap. I think that it indicates that perhaps they want an aggressive race. They want to keep the pressure on, because it would be relatively easy now to block the road, to shut it down, to let that gap to get over a minute. But the way Tobias Foss, and Tobias Foss is a very strong rider, if he's sitting on there in a tempo, then they're holding it around that 30-second gap, as you say, and it does mean that that will instigate counter-attacks, because when the gap's that small, that definitely means that the majority of the peloton will not be considering that breakaway done and dusted. Which begs the question, why are they allowing that to happen? Exactly. I mean, as I said, I'm pretty sure it just means they want to keep the racing on. They want to keep it aggressive, make the race. I mean, this isn't the hardest type of terrain, but it can be made extremely hard if you race it all day. And that would imply that's the type of style of racing that Ineos Grenadiers want. And to be perfectly frank, it's the type of racing they need if they want to make a difference and to separate out this race. Can you hear me now, Mike? So, just as you predicted, David Miller, that gap of around about 30 seconds is bridgeable. Maybe not for a solo rider. He could do with a rider coming across, but once again, Decathlon AG2R La Mondiale have launched a rider off the front of the bunch. Soudal Quickstep being very active at the front of the bunch as well.
They've got a number of riders up there just covering moves, riding a more blocking tactic. Ineos Grenadiers as well. They're not going with those counter-attacks. They're not racing aggressively. They are simply trying to get themselves, making sure they don't miss anything, keeping the racing hard.
Yep, Ineos Grenadiers with Ben Swift and Tobias Foss. Under instructions to keep this hard. Now that is an interesting move. That's Connor Swift, one of the two Swift cousins on the front. Well, it hasn't calmed down yet. We've got two riders off the front with an advantage that is not done and dusted just yet.
Okay. Yeah. Attack white.
Right then, so Trinity Racing and Sabgal Anikala still looking around, but that gap is no longer 30 seconds or anything like 30 seconds. It's come right back to, well, single digits really. So we're going to reboot again, and the battle for the break of the day continues, and it might last some time yet because we haven't got a distance to go graphic at the moment, so no information about where we are on the course, but we haven't really reached the start of the proper climbing yet, but I think it's imminent now. We must be about 20 kilometres, maybe 25. Got 160 thereabouts kilometres to go, so we're around about, as I guesstimated there, around about 20 kilometres into today's race, which means in the next couple of K, David, it's going to start going uphill.
Yeah, it's not classified, this first uphill, but it certainly goes up, and then it's stays on a plateau, just going up and down, continuing this sort of undulating type of roads. But it does enter this phase where I think a lot of riders are perhaps waiting for that. They've understood that with these fast roads and the overarching desire of the peloton to try and get in the break, there's actually no point in trying at the moment. They need to have that slightly heavier gradient to get into, to make the difference, to separate off. Meanwhile, these two riders persevere. So that if a move comes, rock and a hard place, these riders at the moment, because they have managed to break the elastic slightly, but at the same time they're having to do such a prolonged effort here that if there is a strong counter-attack from behind, there's a chance that they won't be able to make it on. So they do just have to conserve a little bit here, be aware that the race is going to reignite behind them. This is not a done deal yet.
Once more then, Ineos Grenadiers very visibly sort of almost asserting themselves now as the team that is dictating the way this race is being played out at the moment, which is in itself interesting. I mean, they are obviously one of the biggest World Tour teams in the world, and it is their home national stage race, so there is that kind of associated status with that. But the sheer presence of Julien Alaphilippe and Remco Evenepoel, well, I hope you enjoyed that flashing shot of image of a tiger there. Not quite sure what that was all about.
It was a leopard.
Was it a leopard?
Subliminal plant of a leopard.
Well, it was so fleeting that it really tested my feline identification skills. Yeah, but it's interesting, isn't it, that the presence of Evenepoel and Alaphilippe kind of suggested that it might well have been Quick-Step, Soudal Quick-Step, who would really take this on. But it is very much the Ineos Grenadiers who are setting the terms of this race at the moment.
So that was, now you can see as they turn onto the roads, it's this is the type of roads that they will have been aware of, that they'll have been told about in their briefings, that they turn onto these narrow roads. This is where there's a much higher chance of a breakaway going. You can see the edge of the road with the mud there as well. Makes it a little bit more sketchy, and actually helps the riders who want to get away, because it means that riders can't just move up on the side of the road easily. So this is the type of road where you would expect a breakaway to try and make the difference.
So 9 seconds the gap, and we're within 160 kilometres, so 4 hours, a little bit less than 4 hours of racing to go. They've been out there for a little while now, have Callum Thornley and Julius Johannesson. And even though it's only been a 10-kilometre effort, 15-kilometre effort so far on this kind of terrain, they've been pretty much riding flat stick, and it's beginning to show already for Johansson. The grimacing has started, and they've got another 4 hours of grimacing still to go. Well, the same two riders are still off the front, and they've still got a lead of around about 10 seconds. Very active at the front of the bunch, as you can see. Maybe that's even less than 10 seconds. Danish rider from the Portuguese Continental team, and Callum Thornley from Trinity Racing. Van Rijssel-Roubaix, one of the teams in the pink who are trying to get across to join in. Decathlon AG2 à la Mondiale, also very interested in getting in a move, even if this rider at the back is not playing a part at the moment. That's Baptiste Feestroffer, young French rider from Decathlon AG2 à la Mondiale, and just tucked in behind him, the last man in the peloton at the moment is Zacharias Koller-Løland, one of the Norwegian riders from Uno X Mobility's development team. And now we've got a counter-attack coming from Global 6.
Yeah, you can see as well the peloton, it does look like they're just trying to shut it down behind, taking advantage of this narrow road. This is where all those teams that want to get in the break, they had to make sure they were at the front coming into this section, because if they've allowed the World Tour teams who are happy with its situation to control the front as they've gone into here, then this is what happens. They will just close the race down, keep gradually slow it right down. You can see how much his speed's been rubbed off in the back, and that's because the teams at the front of the peloton now, they are now dictating the pace and blocking the road, and with the edges of the road as they are, riders cannot move up.
So Global 6, got an Irishman, a South African, a Dutch rider, an Italian and a French rider. So living up to their their ethos really of mixing it up around the globe, representing the 6 different continents of racing amongst their staff, and they bring a 5-rider team to the Tour of Britain for the 2nd year in a row, and once again each rider is drawn from a different country. Not quite sure who that rider is. I think it might be Giacomo Balabio, but I'll have to wait and see. The Italian rider, wait for confirmation of which of them has got across to the front of the race. It was a good effort though, wasn't it? Because that was a 10-second gap and he got across pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was, and I think it also goes to show that those 2 riders were, I think, not just a little bit fatigued after that huge effort, they're also very realistic about their situation. It's not them who are going to make the decision of whether they make it up the road, it's the peloton, and the peloton is slowing down, allowing that to go. So that Global 6 rider sees the opportunity, managed to squeeze through that gap, and is now off the front with those 3, and it looks like that those 3 riders have a very strong chance of being the break of the day now.
So we got confirmation actually that is the South African rider from Global 6, Callum Ormiston, who I think raced this race last year as well, if memory serves me correct, so he'll be more familiar than most with this kind of very typical British terrain. Quite a culture shock, though, for a lot of the continental pros who are maybe racing in Great Britain for the first time, David, because it's just different here, isn't it?
Well, look at this. This is more like a deep Flandrian. It changes a lot around here. You go from those big, beautiful wide roads into these narrow roads, and if you know the conditions, you've done your research, you can control the race because of the terrain, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen here. This was, we saw those development teams attacking, using those big roads at the advantage, when actually this is when they should have been waiting for. They should have been waiting for the turn-off, go into these narrow roads, knowing that if they got off the front, the World Tour teams would be able to shut it down. So you can see the difference between the experience and the tactic and strategy between those 2 types of teams. The experience, the World Tour teams, knowing exactly how to control this race, and the development teams perhaps not quite understanding what would happen. Trinity Racing have done a great job. These 3 riders have understood, but there's a lot that have missed out.
You can visibly see how they've just knocked it off a little bit here at the front. They've been joined by Ormiston, 3 riders. That makes it significantly more manageable for the duo who've been off the front for a while. And but the key point here is the time gap now is being dictated by the peloton, and it's growing to 30 seconds, and it'll get beyond that now because well, really for the first time in the best part of 30 kilometres, we've got a stable race situation. So everybody now, at least for this phase of racing, can start to ease off just a little bit. If you know your geography of the borders, then it'll interest you perhaps to know that we've been through Coldstream and Lytham, and we are approaching the series of undulating climbs that head to the foot of the first climb of the day, Scott's View, and they'll start to climb that within 120 kilometres to go. Callum Ormiston, by the way, has just communicated with our camera bike on the road and said, I've lost all my bidons. So he's got nothing to drink at the moment. Well, there we go, he's got one bidon. Or has he just been passed that by...
yes, it's Trinity Racing.
Yeah, it's Trinity Racing.
Yeah.
So he's got no bidons of his own, so he's been handed a drink by Callum Thornley there.
Well, fortunately for him, it's only 6 Ks till when bottles can be handed up, although because of that circumstance, I'm sure the commissaire would allow. But the problem is he's going to have no team staff on the road before 150 kilometres to go, and no cars are coming up until they've got a minute gap. So Trinity, as we often see when riders in this situation, they have to look after each other because it's in their interest at this point in the race to work together as one team, and that's a prime example of that.
So a left-hand turn off that very narrow road now onto something a little bit wider. And if that gap is growing towards the minute, then this slightly wider road would make it a little bit easier for the team cars to be pulled forward, because remember, they've got to get literally from behind that bunch. They've got to ease their way through on these very narrow roads and get into the gap between the breakaway and the peloton. And the logistics of doing that on some of these roads are not straightforward.
No, they're not, and for now it's a little bit academic because they haven't reached that 1 minute mark, as far as we know, which is the minimum gap that team cars are allowed up there. Let's not forget there's a lot at stake today. There's a lot of points available in the mountains classification and the sprint points classification, and that does make me wonder whether there's going to be counter-attacks from behind, because
yeah,
can't just let it be.
So what's going on here at the front of the peloton then? Is that an attack?
Is it a sneaky move?
It's
or
just Ethan Hayter. Ethan Hayter is just stopping for a pee. It's as simple as that. Sometimes that happens in bike racing as well. So Ethan Hayter just buying himself a few metres on the road to pull over. And that tells you the story of what's going on at the peloton. Everything is calm, and that gap now, well, suddenly leaps right up, and that is quite possibly accurate as well.
Yeah, the way the peloton's going, it's slowed completely down. So these three riders will be over the moon when they find out that. So that is good times for them.
So that would mean that the Global 6 car can come up in support of the South African, slim South African, riding on the front there, Callum Ormiston, 24 years of age, from South Africa, but originally a British rider from Reading, born and bred in Berkshire, but his family moved out to South Africa. Winner last year of a stage of the Tour of Rwanda, Callum Ormiston. And it was the Tour of Rwanda this year that really started to flag up the potential of Joe Blackmore, the rider we were talking about, the team leader of the Israel team here. Joe Blackmore took the Tour of Rwanda, the general classification, and then has gone on subsequently to win a lot more than that, including most recently the Tour de l'Avenir. He's joined by this man from the, well, the Dayglow Portuguese continental team, Julius Johansson. Formerly a World Tour rider, in fact last year was racing at World Tour level, the 24-year-old Dane. He was with Intermarché Circus Wanty, but was released and has now got a ride. He actually joined them later on in the year, joining in March. He was signed by the Portuguese continental team Sabgal Anikala. So it was a pretty frenetic opening 30 kilometres or so, but it has calmed down now, and riders at the front of the race and in the bunch taking the opportunity to fuel up and keep on top of their fueling strategy, their hydration, eating and drinking. It's not a hot day today, it's just pleasantly mild, isn't it? Late, what are we going to call it? Late, I'm really reluctant to call it autumn. Let's call it late summer.
Indian summer.
Yeah.
Ish.
Ish. It's about 18 degrees in the borders today.
I mean, these are perfect racing conditions. It's just allows you to go so deep. You don't overheat. You're not having to worry about getting cold. It's definitely the sort of day where you can get the most out of yourself. And these three riders have got a lot to do. But they've got a lot to gain. And at the moment, it does look like there are not going to be any counter-attacks, because 3 minutes, that gap, the peloton, the riders, the teams in that peloton who wanted to shut the race down, well, they've succeeded. They used that very narrow road to their advantage. And you can see here the peloton, it is just tapping along, barely. So that gap is going to continue to go out, and it's going to be interesting to see what teams decide to try and control this.
Yeah, talk about pulling on the handbrake. Look at that. They really have just completely changed the race now. Gianni Moscon included from Soudal Quickstep. You can see Israel as well joining in, Lidl Trek's development team. Trinity Racing, they've got a rider up the road. They've sent a rider forward to the front just to assist with the blocking that's going on as the gap goes right out to 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Tom Pidcock, first time the cameras have managed to pick him out. He's dropped to the back of the bunch. He's had a busy programme of late since the Olympics, coming back from the Mountain Bike World Championships, where he picked up a bronze medal, much to his dissatisfaction. I think he obviously had set his sights on gold, so wasn't the race that he had hoped for, Tom Pidcock. That doesn't mean he's not in very good form. He clearly was in Paris, and there's no reason to suggest that Tom Pidcock won't make a bid.
Martin, can you hear me on the comms? Can you hear me? Martin on the lazy, can you hear me? No. Pushing on the lazy, can you hear me? 1, 2.
So over 3.5 minutes now, 150 kilometres to go. Trinity Racing, their first ambition of the day was to get a rider in the breakaway, and they've established that. So job well done for Callum Thornley. Edinburgh born and bred, Callum Thornley, just 21 years of age. Went to the race that used to be known as the Baby Giro, which is the Giro d'Italia's equivalent of the Tour de l'Avenir, and picked up a very good second place at the Giro d'Italia Next Generation, as it is now known. Callum Thornley on a climb, a summit finish as well.
Well, there you go, that answers the question. Soudal Quickstep put a rider on the front, and looks like they are going to control this race, which is good to see. It does mean that they are here with the ambition to win the race overall, and they have multiple options to win stages as well.
They won't have to start riding hard for a while yet, as the race is just in a holding pattern. Soudal Quick-Step then en masse at the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 riders. It's a 6-rider team, and there is the mighty Remco Evenepoel. He's a flash rider, isn't he, David? But I didn't expect him to rock up quite as flash as that.
No, it's full bling. There's no doubt about that, and rightfully so. Double Olympic champion.
There he is. Gold bike, gold helmets, World Championship bands as well, just as a little reminder of his status as a former World Road Race champion as well. He'll have his ambitions at the World Road Race Championships to come. He'll be up against some almighty opposition, but it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out and how he uses this block of racing to get himself ready for the World Championships as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll have had a little break after the Olympics, coming off the Tour de France, where he got that stage win and 3rd overall. I think he ticked all the boxes. That was his goal there, but then to come off the back of that and be double Olympic champion, I mean, that was just next level. And after that, there's no doubt he'll have had a break, but he'll be coming in here determined to test himself, to prove himself, to use it as a block in preparation to defend his World Championship title.
So that's the situation then. Soudal Quick-Step riding on the front, 3:44 the gap. And, 3 riders up the road. Well, we're inside 150 kilometres to go. The race fully stabilised now. We've got Ormiston, 2 Callums, Thornley and Ormiston, a Scotsman and a South African, up the road. They've been joined by the Dane, Johansson. And Remco Evenepoel has put his team on the front. Whether or not ultimately it is his team or Julien Alaphilippe's team or today Paul Magne's team, I think remains to be seen. But Soudal Quick-Step, David, have definitely got intentions in this race. We know that now because for the first time they've moved to the front and they are dictating the way that this race is shaped at the moment. But what we don't know is which of their riders they're going to actually ride for today. There's local support there from, I think that might well be Callum Thornley's family there by the Trinity car that's just been parked up as they collect a bottle on the road. Callum Thornley being fed by one of the soigneurs from Trinity Racing. Yeah, they've got 3 entirely different ways of winning this race. If it is a bunch sprint, Paul Magne would be one of the big favourites, the young Frenchman, and a former Trinity Racing graduate, by the way. Julien Alaphilippe and Remco Evenepoel could win, but win in very different ways.
Yeah, and I think they do have those options. Paul Magnon, who came in all guns blazing to this season. Been a bit quieter since, but I think here on home roads, and often we'll see that with riders who've had such a scintillating start to the year, then have that lull in the middle, then come back again at the end of the season. So Magnier for sure, I think, will be one of their riders that they'll be aiming for today, and they do have backup, obviously, for the overall in Remco Evenepoel and Julien Alaphilippe. So Soudal Quick-Step, there's no doubting that they are the strongest team here, and it's good to see them taking responsibility at the front of the race.
Revealing of his Edinburgh heritage there a little bit. The deer's head, the antlers, Callum Thornley. He's 21 years of age and only just 21 at that. Turned 21, did Callum a month ago on the 5th of August. So the youngest rider in the breakaway. But a solid prospect. So a number of these teams are going to have to think again about how they make an impact, if they're going to be able to, as the race comes through Greenlaw. Van Rysel-Roubaix, you would have thought, would have definitely wanted to get in the breakaway today, and so too would the Renbe-Sauerland team, so too would St Piran, most definitely, hope to have got in the breakaway, the Great Britain team. A lot of these teams will have to think, well, we haven't managed that. This break is the break of the day, at least the early break, so what else can we do?
Yeah, it was interesting as well to see they were conspicuous in their absence, St Piran, at the beginning with those first moves. And we saw them do that last year. They picked their stages where they went for it, understanding perhaps that everybody would want to be going for the break today with all the points and grabs in the mountain classification and the points classification. they're perhaps hedging their bets slightly and just holding back and putting all their eggs in one basket. Yet to see what that is.
John Mould in the Trinity car, in the gap between the breakaway and the peloton. So Scotland have representation in the shape of Callum Thornley at the front of the race. Out onto this very exposed section of road now. And we've still got the best part of 25 kilometres to go until the start of the first categorised climb. As you say, David, there are a lot of King of the Mountains points available today. 26 King of the Mountains points in total. 5 categorised climbs. And it's the longest stage of all. So in terms of stage racing, it's actually quite unusual, isn't it, to have... I know it's only a 6-day race. It's not 3 weeks long like the Tour de France or the Giro or the Vuelta. But it's quite unusual to have one of the most decisive days as your very first stage. Yeah,
it is, and I think it's interesting. It does mean often the first day can define. In the past, we often saw Tour of Britain have one stage which settled the whole race because of a long breakaway that actually made it to the line. Soudal Quickstep are taking no risks in that one. They are making sure they have complete control. The fact that there's still 144 Ks to go and they're stabilising already at 3.5 minutes goes to show the intention they have. And that will be a little bit disappointing for these 3 riders because they will have hoped that it would have gone out further than that. Was so far from the finish line. But Soudal Quickstep paying respect to the breakaway, not just taking anything for granted here, keeping it on a tight leash.
And they've got to be smart here, haven't they? Because there is potentially a significant reward for all of these riders here. And Callum Thornley will be thinking, I would imagine, about potentially the points jersey at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think these 3 riders now need to be pragmatic, understand that they're not going to make it to the finish line, so they'll want to hold that gap, stabilise it, but just at an amount that allows them to score as many points as they can. So they'll be economising in order to, although they're working together, they need to then have the energy to beat each other in the numerous sprints that they have ahead of them. And there are a lot of finish lines ahead of them.
Yeah, 3 sprints, 5 climbs. And a long old wind up until we get to the first of the points on offer, which will be the first categorised climb. It's a Category 3 climb of Scots View. And after that, they just come thick and fast. They drop down into Melrose, where there's the first intermediate sprint with its promise of bonus seconds and points in the points competition. Straight up, pretty much, the climb of Dingleton. Over the top of that, a little run in then to Dunyan Hill. Drop down into Jedburgh and then into Kelso, where there's the next sprint. And now we've got about 50 kilometres to go. Then there's the Scots View climb, the Cat 3 climb, to get over. Drop down into Melrose again for the final sprint. And if one rider, just to reiterate, if one rider wins all 3 sprints, they will take the points jersey at the end of the day, regardless, really, of if the race comes back together again, regardless of who wins it. Because there are more points on offer, unusually on the road, on stage 1, than there are at the finish line, which is, again, that's slightly unusual, isn't it?
It's very unusual. I mean, normally the priority is always put on the finish line, but it does make, I think, perhaps more interesting racing, because it does mean that the breakaway stands a chance of actually winning that points jersey, which often you can battle throughout the race, be up the road all the time, but you're eventually beaten by the rider who is most consistent at the finish line. So they've changed it around a bit, and I think that does motivate more aggressive racing.
We saw a few stages at the Tour de France this year where no breakaway formed, there were no attacks, and we were treated to the rather soporific spectacle of the bunch just riding along without anybody to chase, David. And I wonder, we did kind of discuss it during the Tour de France, how the race organisers might remedy that situation, because it's not a great look for the sport, really, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, it's there's 2 sides to that coin in many ways. I think you've got to understand that the peloton can't race flat out every day, and I think as the sport, dare I say, becomes more and more professional, the level is lifting throughout. You don't have such a huge disparity between the best teams and with the biggest budgets versus the smaller teams with the lower budgets. It's one of the reasons that we see the peloton respecting every breakaway, because all the riders are strong these days. But it does also mean that the riders aren't so interested in doing these, let's say, TV breakaways, where they're just going up the road for media attention to satisfy their sponsors' needs, their team management's demands. So it does mean that if there are sprint stages and it's effectively futile to go in the breakaway because you know the peloton's going to control it, then why do it when there's more chance of winning a stage on one of the breakaway days? The flip side of that is it does mean that when you get the breakaway days, the racing is incredibly aggressive, because they almost serve as pseudo rest days, those sprint days. So although people might complain about the fact the racing is, as you say, so soporific on those days, it does mean we get much more animated racing on the roads where there's more complicated terrain. And so I think perhaps we have to take it on the chin, and if the Tour de France organisation or any race organisation wants to change the layout of the race to have aggressive racing, inspire aggressive racing every day, it does mean that we're going to see days where it's hard for the breakaway to go, the racing isn't so interesting because there is this accumulated fatigue that means the peloton does get tired, and we do get actually this levelling throughout the race and a steady decline throughout the whole peloton, whereas this year's Tour de France, it was just flat out on those days when it wasn't the sprint days. So I actually quite like it. I think it's quite good. It's obviously a bit difficult for us as commentators and perhaps equally so for spectators, but it does mean we do get other days where it is just incredibly bonkers racing.
Tom Pidcock on the wheel of Connor Swift, Tobias Foss in front of him, and those three Ineos Grenadiers riders just tucked in on the wheels of the entire Soudal Quick-Step train. Just great to see Remco Evenepoel here. Really is. Just he's added star quality to this start list, and very important for this this new era that's being ushered in of the Tour of Britain under new organisation. Very important that a stellar, well, an absolute A-list plus name like Remco Evenepoel is present on the start list. That really matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, and I think he is with Tadej Pogačar, Mathieu van der Poel, Wout van Aert, Jonas Vingegaard, the biggest name in the sport. It's there's only a handful of them, and to have one of them here, and arguably one of the most exciting, I'd say the most exciting racer next to Pogačar, is Remco Evenepoel. So for the Tour of Britain to have him here, it's a bit of a coup, because any race organisation in the world would love to have Remco Evenepoel on the start line.
And I think credit must go actually to the new race director, Rod Ellingworth, for Remco Evenepoel's presence. Actually, from what I understand, it was not insignificant because of the respect that Rod Ellingworth has in the peloton, in the World Tour peloton, and the connections and the contacts and the relationships that he's had over many years. I think his influence was brought to bear there, and so the presence of Alaphilippe and Evenepoel is at least in part due to the reputation and the status of the man who runs this race, Rod Ellingworth.
Yeah, I think that helps massively, because having a race director who can actually speak to head direct sportives, team management of World Tour teams, I think helps massively, because behind the scenes there is a lot of negotiation and effort to get teams and riders to your race, and if you've got a team manager that will answer the phone to the race director because they've already worked with them, they understand how they operate, I think it helps massively.
Yeah, and I mean, David, Rod would have made the case really to Remco Evenepoel, saying this isn't just a question of show up, you'll enjoy it, we'll put you up in a nice hotel and, you know, just be present, do us a favour. He'll have made the case, won't he, saying you've got ambitions for Zurich and the World Championships. This is better than a training camp, potentially, if you want to use it in that way.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that in these past years. Many of the favourites for World Championships use Tour of Britain as one of their final preparation races, and it's one of the advantages of the position in the calendar of the Tour of Britain. It does attract those riders because there are no other options, and if you want to be at your best at the World Championships, having a stage race under the belt and the weeks building up to it helps massively, because you cannot replicate these type of efforts in a training, no matter who you are. So even though it is a slightly smaller race, the level of the peloton isn't as high, that doesn't mean you can't get the efforts you want from it.
There's Gianni Moscon on the front, the bearded man, formerly of Team Sky a long time ago. Where did he move to? Astana? Was there a team in between Team Sky and Astana? Probably was, I forgot. But moving from Astana now to Soudal Quick-Step. Remco Evenepoel has dropped to the back for a conversation, just to pick up a bottle by the looks of it from the team car. And he's going to make this look just so simple, isn't he? Moving from the back to the front, Remco Evenepoel doesn't need any assistance. Don't think anyone's dropped back in terms of his teammates. He'll just make his way back up to the front and probably just nestle in on the wheels of Julian Alaphilippe again. Yeah, Moscon. Once, in an event that I attended and an interview I did on stage, tipped by no less a rider than Ivan Basso as the next winner of a Grand Tour for Italy, Gianni Moscon. And I remember raising an eyebrow at that, thinking, really? Is that going to happen? He's had a career, I think, Gianni Moscon, that possibly, arguably, should have yielded a little bit more than it has.
Yeah, I mean, I think that came off the back of his fantastic ride at the Volta a España that year when he was on Team Sky. He was climbing like never before, and it was at that point in his career where it was possible that he was going to switch, especially in that environment, that you could turn a rider like him into a Grand Tour racer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, it didn't happen. He may have put his eggs in that basket and worked on trying to improve his climbing and lost what made him special. Yeah. Which was the fact he is a very aggressive one-day type of racer. He can cross all types of terrain. Came very close to winning Paris-Roubaix a few years ago with an exceptional ride. And
yeah, super talent. A troubled reputation, it must be said. Accusations that stand up, I think, of, this is historical, going back a number of years, of racism within the peloton. That goes definitely against his reputation as a black mark. But an interesting character, a great talent, Gianni Moscon, and a full-on domestique these days. And I remember talking to Mark Cavendish last year when Cavendish produced that victory, that last gasp victory at the Giro d'Italia, riding for Astana on the final stage into Rome. And he said that he and Gianni Moscon had formed a very special relationship over the 3 weeks of the Giro because effectively Cavendish had been surviving in the mountains, in the Alps and the Dolomites in the company of Moscon, and they had spent hours together in the gruppetto and formed a very special relationship, I think.
Yeah, he's the type of rider that for any leader, you want him as your wingman. The way he handles himself in a peloton, it's those type of one-day racers, which I think Moscon is more than anything else. They have an innate ability to surf the peloton, to hold their position, to know when and where to be, and that's the type of rider a leader wants as their wingman, to look after them. And Moscon, the fact he can cross most terrain and also just hold himself with ease at the front of the peloton. A rider like Mark Cavendish, that's the dream type of lieutenant.
Well, slowly but surely, we are edging towards the first categorised climb of the day. We've got another 15 or so kilometres until we get there. But the prize on offer for the riders in the breakaway, well, they're going to come thick and fast when they start, and they are going to be starting fairly imminently. Soudal Quick-Step, though, quite happy with the race situation. So a nice mixture of different riders, the slight figure of Callum Ormiston. They won't know, I don't think, too much about one another. They will have raced from time to time against one another, perhaps Johansson and Thornley a little bit more so than Callum Ormiston. Global 6 have a very different racing calendar to the other two teams who will have crossed paths from time to time. But they're going to find out, aren't they, when they hit this categorised climb. And they're going to also, I wonder if we'll see conversations even before that climb about what are you after.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think at the moment they're going to be after everything. And I think it's the results of these first sprints, mountains and sprints, is going to define which rider goes for what. Because at the moment, I guess that probably each of those riders is going to try and go for everything. Of course, one of the riders might decide, you know what, I'm not going to fight out the mountains, I want the points, but they're not going to admit that yet. They want to see the strength in the first sprints to see whether they can take everything. And then as the race unfolds, they'll start to prioritise.
It's a delicate project, though, isn't it? Because there's only 3 of them. They absolutely need to stay together, and they need to stay together for another 100 kilometres. So they're going to have to, there are so many different, as you say, 5 climbs, 3 sprints, that's 8 different battles that they're going to have to do. And they're going to have to keep the harmony somehow, despite the fact that they are going to be racing one another repeatedly. So yeah, they're going to have to be, it's going to be interesting to watch the psychology of these 3, and they are physically very different types as well.
I'm sure they'll they'll be having to do a bit of research. As you said, they might know each other a little bit, but I think it's going to be up to the direct sportifs in the car to be doing their research on the riders, to then be sharing with their rider on the road what they think they're good at, where they think what they're going to be targeting. But at the moment, there is a certain leveling as well to your skill set once you're in this condition where you've been doing an effort like this for a prolonged period of time. It does take the edge off your speciality. But so it's going to be as much tactical as anything else, because these aren't big climbs. It is effectively 8 sprints. Just some of them are slightly uphill and some of them are flat.
Yeah. Well, the first climb of the day is of all the climbs that they do today, it's probably the most gentle. It's only just over 2 kilometres, and the average gradient is 2.9%, which is barely a climb at all. However, right at the beginning of those 2 kilometres, there's a steep ramp at the beginning that goes on for a few hundred metres. But it's a long way from the finish line of the climb, and so I would imagine that they'll just ride up that steep ramp as one. So we have just gone past the stately home of Mellerstein, apparently, dating back to the late 18th century. All of which is visitable, open to the public, the house and the gardens indeed. As Remco Evenepoel and Gianni Moscon share a word at the front of the bunch there for Soudal Quickstep. Very good-natured, Remco Evenepoel coming right up for a laugh with the Italian.
Now, one thing I do wonder is why there are no rainbow stripes. Not wearing the rainbow jersey. I've noticed this on Remco Evenepoel since he won the Olympics. He's prioritising the Olympics. I didn't think that was permitted, because he's no longer wearing a rainbow jersey.
He's just got a lot of choices, hasn't he? A lot of clothing options.
I didn't even know if that was a thing or not, because if you are the world champion, then you have to wear the rainbow jersey. But he is not wearing a rainbow jersey, and even in training, I've noticed on his social media that he's in his normal jersey. So it's an interesting one, that.
All right, the gap is being controlled at 3 minutes and 21 seconds. We're getting ever closer to the climb of Scott's View now. Just checking the profile of today's race. Before they get there, they're going to drop down predominantly, so it's going to be a rapid approach to the first categorised climb of the day, the Cat 3 climb. 4 points on offer for the winner, a total of 26 King of the Mountains points on offer today.
Julius Johansson, big, powerful rider. And safe to say that Callum Thornley is no small physique himself. So these two riders do seem physically very equally matched.
There's the tall, slender figure of Wout Poels. You can see in that white kit belonging to Bahrain Victorious. I think it's the first time we've caught a glimpse of him. He is on this start list by far the most successful rider in the Tour of Britain in terms of stage victories. I was surprised just doing my research before this race. I remember a couple of these wins, but he's actually picked up 4 stage wins over an 8-year period, so he loves this race.
Yeah, that was a big surprise to me as well, because Wout Poels, especially of late, we've seen him firmly in a domestique role, and when he does get his results, it tends to be on the more mountainous days. Previous one over Liège-Bastogne-Liège, yet here at the Tour of Britain, he has certainly had probably the most success consistently out of any race in the calendar throughout his career. So it's he is a rider who loves these roads and this type of terrain.
Yeah, the Wout Poels string of successes began in 2010 when he won a stage through Devon, actually, from, well, starting in Somerset and finishing in Devon, from Minehead to Teignmouth. He won it solo by 5 seconds, holding off a chase group. And then he went into, then it was a 5-year absence, and then he won the Hartside Fell stage on an uphill finish, 2 seconds ahead of Edwald Bosenhagen in 2015. A year later, he won that kind of iconic Devon climb to Haytor, 7 seconds ahead of Rowan Dennis. And his most recent victory came, albeit 6 years ago. My God, he's had a long career, hasn't he? Wout Poels at Whinlatter Pass, when he finished 2 seconds ahead of the eventual GC winner, Julian Alaphilippe, who's back for more. And what a string of great winners the Tour of Britain has produced over the last 6, 7, 8 years, including Julian Alaphilippe, Mathieu van der Poel, Wout van Aert twice, very nearly Tom Pidcock. Ethan Hayter's finished in 2nd place as well. Wout Poels, incidentally, finished in 2nd place in the general classification that year in 2018, behind Julian Alaphilippe.
Yeah, it is a roll call that any race would be envious of having.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Remco Evenepoel were to add himself to that list. You might even find Tadej Pogacar turning up next year.
You never know.
You never know.
No, but it's true. It's really important that a race has a palmarès like that, because it does add to the prestige to put your name on that list. It goes to show the level of the race, the respect it's held under, and again, as we were talking about before, I think it's representative of the fact that where this race sits in the calendar, it's these biggest names who are preparing for the World Championship come here, and those are that roll call of names. Those are riders that are aiming to win the World Championships, and that goes to show how important the Tour of Britain is.
Just passing through the village of Smailholm, and if I've mispronounced that, I do apologise. But it's a little village that has inspired, like many places, the famous Scottish poet Sir Walter Scott. We might even in the distance catch a glimpse of the Smailholm Tower, which sits on a crag built as a stronghold for the Pringle family dating back to the 1400s. Incidentally, when we get to the climb, if the helicopter allows, which we're not sure whether it will be airborne in time, we understand it's still grounded, so if you missed that earlier, the weather down in England, I'm so sure if you are watching this race from south of the border in England, you don't need me telling you that the weather outside is filthy. And unfortunately, that has meant that it has grounded the helicopter and we can't get airborne at the moment. So let's pray for a miracle turnaround in the weather. We've still got a good few hours of this race to go, and hopefully we can get the helicopter up to give us those airborne shots of the bunch. But instead, we're being treated to these very dynamic moto shots, telling us the story of the race, that a very, very controllably sized breakaway of 3 Continental team riders have got themselves finally, after around about 30 kilometres, off the front by 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Not much has changed in that time gap, so they are holding them there. They're not eating away at that time gap. That is absolutely locked in at 3.5 minutes at the moment. Just over 10 kilometres to go to the start of the first categorised climb of the day, and those 4 points on offer at Scott's View. Moscon's going to bed in for a long day here. I was talking earlier, David, about the possibility that he might be a lead-out man for Paul Magnier in a bunch sprint, if that's what we're going to see at the end of today. But on the evidence of what we're seeing, I don't think that Moscon would be expected to do that after the job that he's done on the front.
No, not unless they pull him off soon and replace him and give him a good chunk of time to recover and refuel. But at the moment, it does look like he's been given the hard labour for the day. And perhaps they're confident that they might even engage Remco Evenepoel and Alaphilippe in a lead-out, which is something they would be very capable of doing, which would be quite the privilege for Magnier if that happened. For the moment, Moscon has this firmly under control. It did go down a bit, he's then eased off, but it's stabilised completely. They seem to be happy at just keeping it hovering between 3 minutes, 3 minutes 30. And for these 3 riders, it's probably in their interest just to not try and extend it any further. And so even slow down a little bit, play cat and mouse, and try and economise themselves as much as possible, because they've still got a lot to do.
Yeah, it's the longest stage of the Tour of Britain men, 181.9 kilometres in total. Tobias Voss snatching some lunch from the side of the road. Always a responsibility on Ineos Grenadiers, and of course when they used to be Team Sky at the Tour of Britain, and they haven't always enjoyed this race or got the best out of it. They've knocked on the door recently, twice, in the shape of Tom Pidcock on that curtailed edition of the Tour of Britain a couple of years ago that was shortened, and indeed the last 3 stages cancelled because of the death of the Queen. But he was poised on the coattails of the eventual winner from Movistar. I think the expectation was that Pidcock was the hot favourite to go on to win that. And Ethan Hayter was a very impressive second place in a great edition of the race when Wout van Aert, Julian Alaphilippe and Ethan Hayter did battle day after day after day, not only for the stage win, but the bonus seconds and the GC as well. Ethan Hayter, in that edition of the race 3 years ago, also picking up a stage win as well, into Warrington, if memory serves me correct. But other than that, they've not had great success at the Tour of Britain. It's been a bit of a head-scratcher.
Yeah, it is a head-scratcher because it is a race that obviously is extremely important, as it is for any team when they're racing in their home country. And for Ineos Grenadiers, they have very few opportunities, contrary to many of the continental teams who are racing in their home country very often. For Ineos Grenadiers, it's once a year they get to do this. So it is why they do bring a strong team, and this year in particular, I think with Pidcock and Ethan Hayter, they have 2 very good cars to play, but as ever, there is another team with equally strong riders, so it does make it tricky. They had a great ride last year with Carlos Rodriguez, who did a fantastic final stage, but unfortunately, it was too late in the race to make the difference.
Yep. Remember in the earlier years, so going back well over a decade, the continual, almost perennial frustration of the race organisers of the Tour of Britain back then, and the performances, the slightly under par performances of Team Sky as was. They used to design courses that were almost perfectly sculpted to the attributes and the characteristics of Bradley Wiggins, wanting the biggest name in the British peloton, the world peloton at the time, to actually win the Tour of Britain. And year after year, he'd find a way of not winning it until eventually everything fell into place, and he did actually add his name to the roll call of winners. So that must be, I would imagine, the tower, Smailholm Tower, sitting on that crag. A rugged outlook it is indeed. As I say, dating back to the 1400s, 20 metres high it stands on that rock. There it is.
Yeah, that couldn't be a more Scottish vista.
It's fantastic, isn't it, around here? It really is. Just driving up through Northumbria, crossing the borders as well. Yesterday I was reminded by how empty it is up here and how completely distinctive border country with these rolling hills. Not a metre of flat, but these gentle undulations, and occasionally the sharp climbs on these roads as well. A real mixture of different types of gradients around here, but nothing's flat.
Yeah, and it has to be said that Scottish Borders have put in a lot of energy into encouraging cycling in the region. They have a pretty impressive cycle network here, and are doing their best to encourage the locals, not just bringing tourists here, but getting the locals into cycling. But I think as a destination, it's becoming a pretty special place to come and ride your bike, and I think anybody that comes here does have their breath taken by just quite how beautiful it is.
Meanwhile, at the back of the peloton, a clutch of riders from Roubaix, Van Rijssel-Roubaix. What is, David, what is all this excitement about the Van Rijssel bike?
Well, it's interesting because it's anyone that knows decathlon, and I think most people do, the sports, let's call it a supermarket, they create their own brands, and they've taken their time in actually creating their own bike. They've done it in the past. I mean, I actually raced on a decathlon back in the day when Cofidis was sponsored by them, but it wasn't actually made by Decathlon. It was made by a small French company called CFAC. but they've invested a lot into making these bikes, and from what I hear, they're exceptional. So they wanted to create a bike that could be raced at the World Tour level, which is what they've done by sponsoring Decathlon. That's the reason they've done it, because they want to promote these bikes. And Decathlon, a brand that's perhaps known as being accessible, it's not a super premium brand, have managed to create a bike that is at the very highest level. And clearly, this is something that they've spent a lot of time, invested a lot in, and they've equally gone and invested in teams. Not only Decathlon, as you desire, that Van Rijssel, Roubaix being next to the home of Decathlon HQ, which is in Marcambay, next to Lille, next to Roubaix. So I guess it was a natural alliance for them to support their local club, and that's why we see Roubaix on it. But yeah, it's really interesting to see that Decathlon have invested so much in creating something that is really top draw.
And it really has made a difference, hasn't it? I mean, self-evidently to the way they perform. I mean, a lot of the riders at World Tour level riding for Decathlon AG2R, they've testified to how much of a difference it's made.
Yeah, I mean, I think
they're leading the Vuelta at the moment, albeit probably temporarily, but it's, you know, Ben O'Connor's career, it's made a big difference.
Yeah, they've had a fabulous start to the year as well. They perhaps their Tour de France was slightly underwhelming, but the rest of the year has been exceptional for them. And I think these days in the sport, it's understood that so much is about the equipment, and every team is not just looking for a sponsor that can support them financially, but a sponsor that can bring the best equipment, because it does make a significant difference these days. Everyone is operating at the very, very highest level when it comes to the details. The marginal gains that Dave Brailsford and Team Sky brought into the sport has been widely accepted and applied, and those marginal gains do mean that you need every single bit of equipment to be the best in the world.
So under 5 kilometres to go until the climbing starts for the riders at the front of the race, the 3 riders. And that will be the first feeling out of each other's form. Very interesting to watch which of them, and I don't think they'll know until they hit this climb which of them is capable of doing what. But it is an unusual climb. It's in some ways barely a climb at all, but it does have this steep opening section before it flattens out, and then it's just almost a full flat climb for 2.2 kilometres. Scott's View. We did a little bit of local market research last night at an event, David, in front of a live audience from Kelso of knowledgeable people who know these roads extremely well. And we got them to grade the 3 different climbs, didn't we? And Scott's View did come out as the least threatening of the 3.
Yes, it did. And we're going to take that as very important reconnaissance research, because they know the roads so well here, and definitely Scott's View wasn't one of the most arduous climbs of the day.
No. Well, only one of the riders at the front of the race has World Tour experience, and that is the Dane, Julius Johansson. Doesn't really account for much, but he does have the pedigree. He's the most experienced in that sense, been a pro for around about 6 years. And he's sitting on the back at the moment. Callum Thornley doing the work on the front as they approach now downhill, predominantly, to the foot of the climb. Callum Ormiston moving through to the front. There he is, Johansson. Flowing locks tucked into that helmet. It's quite a ride, I imagine, to ride for Sabgal Anicala. They are Portuguese continental team, and the Portuguese continental team scene is absolutely packed. I went to witness it for myself at the Tour of Alentejo a couple of years ago. They are well funded, those Portuguese teams, relatively for third-tier teams. You can really make a career for yourself just riding in Portugal at stage races and one-day races. But they're making their debut here at the Tour of Britain. And we're about to find out how this man fares on this climb. A couple of kilometres to go before the climbing begins now.
So this will be the first test for the riders, for these three to decide what objective they'll be taking. I would expect that Callum Ormiston is going to try his best to take the mountains, because against these two other riders on the flat sprints seems a big ask for him to challenge them. So he's going to be all in on the climb. And so that's really where he's got to be playing. And then it's up to the other two to decide how much they want to invest in beating him. Because if they do invest too much, then they aren't going to be able to challenge consistently when it comes to the flatter sprints. So as you say, it's on this first climb, it's going to be a little bit of a testing, evaluating and deciding what they do throughout the rest of the stage. Moscon continues. Doesn't seem to be getting much support, if any. So he really has been given the job of controlling this. And let's not forget the slightly smaller teams here, and also a team like Soudal Quickstep, who's here with 3 leaders. That does mean that they're limited regards domestiques riders who can do the hard labour earlier in the stage, and they also need riders obviously for the lead out. So Moscon, he's got to do more than normally he would in this situation, and he's obviously up to the task and has taken it on board.
Time gap's gone out a little bit, 3:45. That's as big a time gap as they've had pretty much all day. As they just get over the crest of this little rise, and they will drop down to the foot of the climb now. It begins officially with 118.8 kilometres to go. So if that's roughly accurate, we've got a kilometre to go until the climb starts. Typical Borders house there with that lovely sandstone. Sun is out, the race is on, the villages are packed with supporters as we pass through them, but predominantly this is empty Borders countryside around here, very beautiful, and is going to produce some wonderful racing. And it begins the next phase of the race now with the start of the categorised climbs. 5 in total, and this is the first one coming up fast now.
A fast day. You can see it there, apart from that lull that they had when the peloton allowed that gap to extend out to where it is now.
Yeah, it didn't last long, did it?
Didn't last long.
Didn't last long. 43.2 kilometres an hour average speed so far. Here we go then, the first of 5 categorised climbs in stage 1, this intriguing stage 1 of the 2024 Tour of Britain. It's the longest stage of them all, and it's got the highest reward in terms of the King of the Mountains of any stage. 26 King of the Mountains points. Actually, I'll tell a lie. Tomorrow's stage has 30, but these 2 stages, the opening stages of this year's Tour of Britain, this is where you get the King of the Mountains won, effectively. And so it's really front-loaded, this edition of the race. And these 3 riders have found themselves in the move of the day, and they have a tremendous opportunity, at least one of them does, of taking this jersey and possibly taking it all the way to the finish line in Felixstowe, depending on what happens over the coming days. But their first chance now comes on Scott's View. It's a 2.2 kilometre climb, have an average gradient of just under 3%, but the steepest part, David, is already behind them.
Yeah, and I have a feeling this is going to be Battle of the Callums. I think Johannesson is going to be realistic about this and probably aim for the points that are available for the points classification, and it's going to be up to Callum Thornley and Ormiston to really battle this out. Ormiston, he's got to do this, because I think this is where his race is today.
Yeah.
Thornley can probably play both cards, go for everything, but Ormiston, you can see by the different physique he has when it comes to a flat-out kind of brute power sprint, he's going to be at a disadvantage to the other 2 riders.
It looks like that, doesn't it, David? Although it's unpredictable sometimes, isn't it?
It is, especially when they've been in a breakaway, working together. The edge is taken off, so it'll be interesting. But I think if Ormiston is fully invested in the mountains, then obviously he really has to commit to that and not waste any energy anywhere else.
It's barely a climb here. I mean, that's just a flat road, this section. And it's very interesting, as you've observed there, to see Johansson's just gone to the front and he's sitting on the front. He hasn't flicked an elbow, he's not asked anyone to come through. It's almost like, at this point, it looks like he's signalling to the other two, this climb isn't for me, this is your battle.
Well, I think you said before, have they discussed already? And even if they haven't, as you said, he's almost letting them know his intention is, look, I don't want us to play games here. I want this to go as far as possible. I'll support you. I'll just continue. I'm not I'm not going to get involved in this. But as you say, this climb is effectively a sprint.
Kicks up a little bit here, but not by much. As I said, the steepest section was at the foot of Scott's View, I should say. And Ormiston on the wheel of Thornley is, if he's got the legs for it, in pole position here to some extent, because it looks as if Johansson's just sacrificing himself here, riding on the front, effectively leading out these other two to do battle for the first KOM.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's the other two aren't even offering to support, and he's not asking them to either. So he is leading them out.
It's a gamble, isn't it? I mean, he'll be hoping he gets his reward later on when they get to the first sprint. That'll be interesting to see if they play ball with his tactics, because they're under no obligation to do that.
No, completely. And I think, especially, there is no point in making an agreement like that at this point. I think it's simply a case of Johannesson being pragmatic. But there he goes, early go.
Thornley opening up. That is the KOM 500 metres to go sign, so it's a long way, but it's downhill at least at this point. Kicks up a bit, Thornley looks around the wrong way. Ormiston on his left-hand side, blindsiding him, and the Scot is going to be beaten by the South African here. So on that steeper section, the lighter climber, Thornley's going after him again.
500 metres to go, that was still a long way to go. I wonder if Thornley thought that was the sign, because there's no reason for him to go there otherwise.
Well, I hesitated in the commentary, didn't I? Is that the 500 metres to go? So Thornley's got to go again. And Ormiston finds himself broken now, so Thornley, fair play to him, if that was what happened, he had the strength to sprint twice, and he takes the first KOM.
Well, that was a little bit all over the place. I'm surprised that Ormiston went over the top of Thornley when there was still so far to go. Just had to sit in his wheel there, but confusion reigns, and I think sometimes that happens. It's 500 metres to go. Obviously, I think we'll probably learn after the race, but it did look like that he mistook that Thornley for being the top of the climb.
I mean, you have to do your prep in a stage race, don't you? And he could be forgiven for not having done this, but if you look at the road book, it clearly says these are the signs we're using on the race. And if he looked at that, he would have known that KOMs are marked by 500 metres to go and then the finish line. But I mean, that's a big ask to get across all that kind of detail, but quite significant.
Well, here he manages to get round Ormiston again, because Ormiston just countered immediately once he came round Thornley, which was, with hindsight, probably a big mistake. But what was most interesting, and I think one of the reasons I think that Thornley did get that slightly wrong, was the fact that Johannesson was going to drag them all the way up to the top. So there was no need to go. He was leading them out.
Yeah.
But Thornley got away with it, and he now knows that he's got the better of Ormiston when it comes to the climbs. But at the same time, that wasn't really a climb, was it? It's, by the top of it, it was more like just a heavy sprint.
It was just a road, a road in the borders. That's what it was. I think the other two climbs are different, and it'll be a different proposition altogether when we get to Dingleton and Dunyan Hill, the next two climbs. And the next one's not too far away. They start to climb Dingleton at 106.3 kilometres to go. So just under 10k to go for the three riders at the front who've got themselves back together again. But well called, David. You saw that coming a mile off. Johansson excluding himself from the King of the Mountains competition, and the battle of the Callums, well, definitely first blood to Callum Thornley, who did look the stronger of the two.
Well, interestingly, even after that climb, these riders are still, they're eating into that time gap. So goes to show the pace at Moscon setting is high.
Yep, they are taking a breather probably at the front of the race, having done that battle on the first climb. Gap's gone down then to 3 minutes and 16 seconds. It'll be a sprint next at Melrose. So Scott's View, David, the climb they've just been over, named after Sir Walter Scott, who apparently used to love the view from the top of that climb. looking out over the triple peaks of the Eldon Hills. And according to a popular story, Sir Walter Scott stopped at this point so often on his way to his house at Abbotsford that his horses would halt at that spot without needing a command to do so. They were just so used to it, as he would stop off and admire his view. And after his death in 1832, his funeral cortege passed that way en route to his burial, and guess what? The horses stopped at his favourite view to allow their master to have one last look at the Borders landscape. Have you read any Walter Scott?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, I think before we leave Scotland, you and I, we're going to need to pick up a book.
Yeah. And
I think over the next 6 days, I think as a proud Scot, David, you're going to have to immerse yourself in the poetry of Sir Walter Scott. Or not, just dip in anyway.
Dip in.
Dip in.
That might be a bit heavy.
There we are, that's the spot. That's the spot that Sir Walter Scott used to gaze out at the Triple Peaks from. What a lovely story that is, his horses stopping there without needing the command to do so. So they've got themselves back riding in working order now, and they're just building up a few more seconds on their advantage. Going back out to 3:22. Now then, the sprint at Melrose is at 106.6 kilometres to go, and it is Julius Johansson's calculation that the work he did on the first part of Scott's View climb will be rewarded by the non-contesting of the points. But I'm not 100% convinced that's going to happen.
I'm not 100% convinced, but at the same time there's some words being shared there.
There
you go.
Communication going on there.
I think Callum Thornley and Trinity Racing will be more invested in the Mountains jersey, and I think the fact that Thornley has now got the head start on it, he's won the first, it makes sense for him to keep that harmony, and with the understanding that Ormiston is likely in that battle with him, is just to simplify things and tell Johannesson, look, you go for the points, you do what you did in the climbs before, lead them out. So it just creates this balance in the breakaway. It means they're not going to waste energy, physical and mental energy, by playing games repeatedly throughout the stage. They've already found that equilibrium that they needed.
One rider out of those three will lose out though, and at the moment it's Callum Ormiston who's really on the back foot of these three. He's the least experienced of the riders there, even though he has, as we said earlier, he's won a stage at the Tour of Rwanda, which is no mean feat. But he's on the back foot here, and he's going to have to do something different to get the better of Callum Thornley, and I wonder what role he might play in the sprint as well. Because if it's the case that Callum Thornley and Julius Johansson have just done a deal between the two of them, then Ormiston will be the one who's going to lose out. So he might be the disruptor here. We'll just have to keep an eye on what the South African does to get something out of the day as they go along this lovely ribbon of road here, following the direction of the River Tweed. In fact, Kelso itself sits at the point where the River Tweed meets with, and now I'm going to have to go back to the River Teviot, the Tweed and the Teviot.
I should know that because I ran along the Teviot this morning.
Did you?
Yes.
Salmon fishing, David, big salmon
fisherman
around here. If you're into that, which I know you're not, but if you were, this would be the place to go.
Great.
Well, the calm before the storm. We've had a cup of coffee and a cup of tea delivered to our commentary position here. Take a little breather, and we'll be back fairly soon to look at the sprint in Melrose. It's only a few kilometres away now on the road. Around about 5.5 kilometres to go before the trio of riders, the two Callums and Julius Johansson, get to the first sprint of the day at Melrose. Famous Borders town, Melrose, of course. Intimately associated with the sport of rugby union, like many of these places are. Kelso, of course, where today's race starts and finishes, also has a real history with racing as well, horse racing. as a very much loved and well-used racetrack here in Kelso. But borders country, really, by and large, when we're not admiring road racing here, is very associated with rugby union, and few of the borders towns sit as neatly in that Venn diagram as Melrose itself, and that's where we are heading to for the intermediate sprint of the day. 106.6k to go. Bonus seconds as well as points on offer. There are, just get this right, 10 points on offer for the winner of the intermediate sprint, and 3 bonus seconds. And interestingly as well, there are points available for the first 5 riders in the intermediate sprint, in the points competition, and I wonder if we might see 1 or 2 riders just going to the front of the peloton when they come through, just to ensure themselves of 3 points and 1 point. That might be interesting. It's unlikely, but it's not inconceivable that you could see a rider just move to the front, try and just take those 3 points.
Well, especially Manier's up there with his team anyway. It would be an opportune moment to do that, because he is a rider you'd expect to consistently be within the high places at the finish sprint. So it makes total sense for him to slide up front.
That is a very good point. That's a very good point, David, because we've been talking up the possibility of the winner of 3 intermediate sprints taking the jersey at the end of the day. If Manier were to nibble away and finish 4th, he would pick up 9 points, which would mean then that if he finished in 1st or 2nd place at the finish line, he would also take the points jersey.
So it makes total sense.
So he's actually almost obligated to do that, I think.
You'd think he would be obligated to.
Yeah.
And that's where, I mean, there's so much going on in a team car for a director sportif, and but at the same time, it's perhaps a little bit easier for us to say when we're looking at the race from this point of view. But you would think the director sportif would say, make sure Manier gets that 4th place on the line, which seems so trivial at this point in the race when there's so much ahead of them still.
Yeah.
But it's those little moments which can make a big difference deeper into the race.
Yeah, maybe not even just Manier. I mean, there are other sprinters there who will be eyeing up the points competition. Just watch to see if one of them might make a little move. Ethan Hayter has moved up. Uncharacteristically for him, he's moved up a little bit closer to the front now.
I think what's interesting about it, though, for Manier, it's almost respectful for him to do it to his team. If Ethan Hayter was to go up there and take them when Soudal Quickstep are doing all the heavy lifting,
that would
creates
be
a lot of friction. They'll be like, all right, you're going to do that, you come and put a rider up here with Moscon. Yeah. So it's really interesting, the dynamic, because, yeah, it makes total sense, and I'm sure Hayter's thinking, I should go and get that 4th place, I should go and get that 4th place, but if he does, there's repercussions. Yeah. Whereas for Manier, it's like, if he rolls ahead, everyone's like, okay, you can do that, your team's at the front.
And also, David, it's not a one-off, is it? There's a likelihood that if Hayter's going to do that, he's going to have to do it 3 times. Yeah,
exactly.
Like once is painful, 3 times is an embarrassing move.
So it's almost as his team will say, just leave it, don't do it. Because
but it's fun to watch, isn't it? Because he has moved up and he's not always visible towards the front, Ethan Hayter. Quite likes to sit at the back of the peloton, so that's one to keep our eye on. Before that, though, we've got this battle. We're about to cross the River Tweed and head towards Melrose. There it is. Get your big Wellingtons on and get stuck in with a fishing rod there. See what you can fish out of the River Tweed. Some of the best salmon fishing in the country. And then put the fish back, because I believe that's what you do, isn't it? Never really understood fishing. Seems a strange thing to want to do.
Yeah.
Take a fish out of water and then plonk it back in. It seems unnecessarily cruel to me.
It does seem a little bit.
Right, no, this is interesting, isn't it? Callum Thornley, I was going to say, he was sitting on the front for a long time there, but he has just drifted off and allowed Ormiston to come through. But it'd be very interesting to see what happens at this sprint, whether or not at the front of the race those 3 riders have reached an accord, and that Julius Johansson, who set up the other 2 to do battle at the first climb of the day, will return the favour, effectively, and allow Johansson to take this victory uncontested.
It would make sense.
That should be what happens.
Yeah. I mean, it makes total sense for them to do that. And I think it's, above all, for Callum Thornley. I think we saw him being proactive in talking in the break He's now, if you like, made it clear what he's chasing on today's stage. And if that wasn't clear enough, I think he spelt it out.
1 kilometre to go to the first of 3 intermediate sprints. Packed with points, this 181.9 kilometre first stage today. 3 intermediate sprints, 5 King of the Mountains. We've had 1 of them. This is the first of the sprints. 3 bonus seconds on offer. 10 points in the points competition, and that is of real interest and significance today, because if one of these riders wins all 3 sprints, they have a very strong chance, if not very strong probability, if not nailed-on certainty, of taking the jersey on stage 2. Or wearing the jersey, I should say, on stage 2, and then who knows what might happen. It is actually over the totality of this race, if you look at the way it's structured with the various intermediate sprints, it is possible that a rider from the breakaway can win the jersey, depending on whether one sprinter starts to dominate and win multiple stages or not. Well, you've got 500 metres to go, though, until the first sprint, and Johansson is sitting on the front. Now, is anyone going to dare to come off his wheel and contest this sprint, or will he be allowed to roll through and pick up that reward? Should be what happens. Thornley is not on the drops, he's on the hoods, which indicates he's not about to start the sprint. Watch out for Ormiston, though. There we go. So order restored, and the deal has been done with these 3 riders. And Johansson, acknowledging that, picks up those 10 points and 3 bonus seconds. Thornley in second place, and Ormiston. Callum Ormiston is the rider from Global 6 here, who's at the moment in a bit of difficulty in this breakaway, because by the looks of it, he's not the strongest, and he's the one who's had no reward so far.
Yeah, he is the rider that's losing out here. It's all going to be dependent on how he does on the next climb.
Starting now, straight onto it, the climb of Dingleton. It's a 2.6 kilometre climb, and it's much steeper. Look at that, 6.1% average over the best part of, or just over 2.5 kilometres. This is a proper little test.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if Johansson just stays on the front for the entirety of it. Seems a little bit unnecessary. They can still rotate at this point in the climb. Now it's a lot simpler for Thornley, because he knows it's only Ormiston that he has to worry about. So I say they can work together here, but it does look like at the moment Johansson is just going to do his job as the kind of agreement that's been made in this breakaway, that he is going to take the points, and the other 2 are going to battle it out for the mountains points.
Well, no sooner has the sprint at Melrose been dealt with than they're on to the second categorised climb of the day. It's the first of 2 ascents of Dingleton. That's not insignificant in itself, because they're going to go over this climb again right at the back end of the race, when who knows what shape the race might have. And this is a decent little climb, this. Average gradient of over 6%. It's almost 3 kilometres in length. Flattens out a little bit here, but this is of real use for those riders who are thinking about the stage victory later on when they get here, David, to do their reconnaissance, because this will be the last big opportunity to disrupt the race. Yeah,
it's a huge advantage of having a day with a circuit finish, a point to basically start and finish in the same point, because they do get to see what they're going to tackle. And it is actually incredibly important, because normally they're flying semi-blind into stages. Although they do all their reconnaissance, they can check on Google Maps, look at roads, have team cars go up ahead to relay back information. It's not the same as riding it yourself. And so for the likes of Remco Evenepoel, Alaphilippe, Pidcock to actually ride it with their team, understand the difficulty, understand how they need to ride it if they're going to make a difference, is huge. And I do think they will be paying close attention to this first ascent. And what is interesting is that time gap is coming down quite significantly at the moment. So the pace is relentless with the peloton.
We've just passed through the sprint at Melrose. We'll pass that point again on the back end of the circuit. They will be the final sprint. Will be at 25.8 kilometres to go through Melrose. And then the bunch now too are going to go up to start their climb of Dingleton for the first time. Yeah, you're quite right. This isn't obviously a grand tour, is it, the Tour of Britain? It's not like the riders got here 2 or 3 days before and would have taken the opportunity to go out and done a reconnaissance ride. Yes, a lot of the British and local riders will know this climb fairly well, but this will be the first time, I'm absolutely sure of that, that Remco Evenepoel will have sighted the Dingleton climb, or indeed Julian Alaphilippe. At the front of the race, though, they're all still together. Summit comes at 104.1 kilometres to go, so there's still 1.3 kilometres of this climb remaining.
And Johannesson doing the entirety of it.
Yeah.
So that is the deal they've made. He is going to be keeping the rhythm up, preventing games, cat and mouse between the other two, taking them as close to the summit as possible.
And also riding at a pace that's comfortable for him on the climb.
That's very true.
And that might well be another reason why this time gap is coming down, because he clearly doesn't fancy himself particularly on the climb. So he's riding, if you like, a Johannesson pace.
Yeah, it actually plays out well for him, because it means he is not going to get dropped in distance on these climbs. Whereas before, perhaps that was a risk. If he wants to get maximum points throughout the stage, then he needs to stay with those riders. And so by riding the climbs at his pace, that is 100% beneficial to him.
And still it's Moscon on the front. It'll be very interesting to see how deep Moscon goes into this race. He has done all the work since Soudal Quickstep asserted themselves and took control of the time gap. 1 kilometre remaining of this climb. And still Johannesson on the front. Now, Ormiston was beaten fair and square by Callum Thornley. It didn't look like much of a contest, but this is a steeper climb. He's a much lighter rider than Callum Thornley, and I wonder whether this one might suit him a little bit better, but he's got to time his move a little bit more efficiently than last time.
Well, I think the problem that he has is the fact that for Ormiston, he needs the climb to be more difficult. If they're riding at Johannesson's pace up here and he's taking them to the line, it is effectively much like a pure sprint, because it will launch, I presume this time, that there's not going to be the 500-metre mistake. Thornley's going to try and wait as late as possible to launch a sprint, because that's in his interest. And that does mean that Ormiston, he has a really big challenge ahead of him, unless he tries to go early. But I don't think it's difficult enough to distance Thornley.
Steady gradient all the way pretty much to the top of the Dingleton climb. There are all sorts, in the Scots View climb, there are all sorts of little descents and undulations. It's an odd and unusual climb, Scots View, but Dingleton is a pretty constant gradient. Grinding up at this 5-6% or thereabouts, all the way to the top. There's the 500 metres sign. Now, that was when Callum Thornley attacked last time on the last climb, and we're assuming that that was a mistake. It didn't ultimately cost him the KOM. He managed to beat Ormiston anyway, but he's waiting a little bit deeper this time. Now Ormiston goes 400 metres from the top.
This is the only chance that Ormiston have, is to try and take it long, but again, it's not quite. Look, it's flattening out almost immediately, so it's just playing out perfectly for Thornley here.
Got this absolutely locked in, hasn't he, Callum Thornley? Can't see him losing this one unless Ormiston can produce another really dynamic attack, but he sits down. I don't think he's got too much more to give. Thornley just cruising out of the saddle, waiting to pick off the South African, comes past him, and Ormiston can't even react. So that is quite clear now who is the stronger on the climbs, and Callum Thornley is in a very good place here to take the King of the Mountains jersey. He's going to be on 10 points shortly. This is a Category 2 climb. His reward for getting to the top, which he will do in 100 metres or so, will be 6 points, and he will move into firm control, even this far out, even with 3 categorised climbs remaining of the King of the Mountains competition. So hats off to the man from Edinburgh. Callum Thornley, here on the Scottish stage, is making his mark.
I think what's interesting for Thornley now is that he's really going to have to work hard with Johannesson. Those two riders really have a vested interest now in keeping that breakaway ahead of his peloton, because 2 minutes 10 now.
Yeah, now there are still 3 2-and-1 points available in the King of the Mountains competition. I wonder if anybody is going to try and take them, or whether they will just be swept up by the riders at the front.
Well, this is playing out perfectly for Trinity Racing. They set out today, if this was their objective, was to get the Mountains jersey. They are ticking that box.
Well, it's all looking perfectly set up for Callum Thornley today, David. I can't see him being denied the Mountains jersey, frankly, unless something changes in terms of how Soudal Quickstep are approaching the race, or indeed any of the other teams. But assuming they stay out now for the next 2 climbs at least, he's got the jersey sewn up, and if he gets up the road again tomorrow, he could pretty much win it. So a lot at stake here for Callum Thornley over the next half of this race and into tomorrow.
And also for Johannesson, I think they're the two riders now that really have to pile the pressure on. They need to keep the momentum up. Ormiston, it's really not in his interest. I mean, there's an inevitability that breakaway will be caught. Why would he want to contribute his absolute maximum to their success?
Keep your eye on that rider from Global 6 there with the white helmet and the camouflage kit. He normally would have no, in inverted commas, right to be there, would he? Continental team rider. He has moved up alongside Ineos Grenadiers and Soudal Quickstep, and I got a funny feeling he's interested. There we go. There he is. He is the one rider who has identified this opportunistic little chance to pick up 3 points in the King of the Mountains competition and open his account. Not quite sure who it is, but Global 6 have identified that opportunity. Good little move there. Won't have won him too many admirers in the World Tour ranks, but that's entirely his right to do that. One attack, and he will cruise over and pick up 3 points for fourth place.
Yeah, and that was worth doing. Just going back to the sprint forward, we were discussing whether Manu would take it. It looked like Moscon had taken it across the line there, so Soudal Quickstep not completely committed to chasing that points jersey. But Global 6 doing everything they can.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation of which rider that was from Global 6, because I have to confess, he's an unfamiliar rider to me, but a familiar team. They have raced the Tour of Britain last year, and indeed years previous to that. I think it's their third or fourth participation. And he just allows himself to be caught again, drifts back into the peloton, and we've still got 3 riders off the front now with a time gap of 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so it's come down quite significantly. And in this trio of riders, we've got 2 winners in the shape of Julius Johansson and Callum Thornley, and Callum Ormiston has got a problem here. How is he going to reverse his fortunes in this breakaway of 3? So 101 kilometres to go. Little lull in the allocation of points at the moment. We've got a little while now, about 19 kilometres to go until the next categorised climb starts. That's the climb of Dunyan Hill. Pretty sure that's James Mitry behind the wheel of the Global 6 cycling team car. He is the team manager of Global 6, the young man, the ex-rider himself, who the Londoner, who actually founded the team. I think his family have partly helped him with the financing of the team, but a very interesting young man indeed. And he's founded this team, and there he is, James Mitry. Fashioned it in his image. Very diverse team. The 6 in the name Global 6 refers to the 6 continents of the world, and he has scoured the world to recruit riders, and has an African rider in the breakaway, Callum Ormiston.
So that 2:10, most of that time gap was eaten up on the climb, and that's where Johannesson was setting the pace, and that goes to show the difference in his tempo compared to Moscon's. And they're going to have to be careful about that, the breakaway, because at the moment it's a little bit too close to the peloton. Ormiston is still contributing as much as he can. I think just scoring consistently, as we saw the reaction from his teammate behind, and there we have the results from that first climb. Edouard Bonnefoy from Global 6 getting that 4th place, jumping through the peloton. Moscon leading the peloton across. But Callum Thornley at the moment does seem so far, John Mould, Direct Sportif of Trinity, So far, they are one of the teams, of many of the teams who started today with the ambition of getting the breakaway, chasing these points, which is easily said in a team meeting, but to accomplish it, get the right rider in the break is no mean feat, and they have done it, Trinity, with Thornley. And at the moment, it is a perfect combination of riders in that breakaway for Thornley to be able to get that jersey, because it's clear that that is the objective for Trinity Racing today, is to win the Mountains jersey, not only to get it at the end of the day, but take it all the way through the race. And that is now Thornley's objective.
Yep, tomorrow there are 3 Category 1 climbs to deal with, so the severity and the difficulty of the climbs goes up a notch tomorrow. It's probably the hardest stage, much shorter, 152 kilometers and 30 King of the Mountains points. And if you were to win all the points today and all the points tomorrow, he'd be on 56 points, and it would be 1. So that would be the clear objective of Trinity Racing. Quite unusual as well in a stage race to get the King of the Mountains competition 1 after 2 stages. He could relax and look for further opportunities to make an impact on the race.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great for Trinity Racing if they can do that, because you've then got a guaranteed result at the end of the race. You can, as you say, then change tactics, and the motivation that gives the team to have know they've already accomplished one of their objectives so early in the race is a huge success.
Right, well, confirmation of the Dingleton climb that we've just seen now. Edouard Bonnefoy it was, from Global 6, who snuck off the front of the bunch and took 4th place, picking up 3 points in the King of the Mountains competition. Callum Ormiston picked up 2nd place. Julius Johansson was sacrificing himself and not interested in the King of the Mountains points. He was in 3rd, but 6 points go to Callum Thornley, who is now on 10 in the King of the Mountains competition and looking very, very likely to win the King of the Mountains jersey after stage 1. Gianni Moscon continuing on the front, 2:09 the time gap. Has come down, continuing to drop. It was, let's not forget, up at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. That was about the biggest it got to, so well, it's just good for the race, and it's great to see Soudal Quickstep with this alpha squad that they bring, being spearheaded by Julien Alaphilippe and Remco Evenepoel, and ably supported by the young French sprinting talent as well, Paul Magnier, who got off to a great start in his career with Soudal Quickstep this year. And it's just really good to see how seriously they've taken stage 1, and who knows how they might approach the final, because they've got 3 different ways of winning this stage and taking the leader's jersey. Not that they're going to. There's a lot of other talent here, British talent to look out for. Of course, Tom Pidcock riding for the Ineos Grenadiers, Joe Blackmore to look out for. Disruptive teams with perhaps less chance of winning a sprint who will want to try and influence it. But Soudal Quickstep are the dominant team in the peloton. It's being raced according to their will at the moment, and it's great to see. And we are entering pretty shortly the second half of this race, approaching the halfway point, 96.7 kilometers to go.
Yeah, the way Soudal Quickstep are riding, you would anticipate them being aggressive in the final. It makes sense. It's their style of racing is to be on the front foot, and you would be perhaps expecting some of the riders to try and get on their front foot ahead of them, because it's a type of race where the GC can be fairly locked down on the first stage, and if it's not today, it'll be tomorrow. And I think so. I'm thinking especially of a rider like Blackmore, who could, in a race like this, really be aggressive and try and make a difference. It's the final is suited to a very aggressive type of racing.
Time gap coming down to under 2 minutes now, so they really are just not letting up with Gianni Moscon doing the work on the front for Soudal Quickstep, because they're not hanging around at the front either. wanting to stay out for as long as they possibly can. They've got the next categorised climb to come at Dunyan Hill. That's at 82.6 kilometres to go, so there's still 13 kilometres from that climb. And then the penultimate climb, which would be Callum Thornley's sincere ambition, is at Scott's View again. But that's at 38 kilometres to go. So this time gap is coming down worryingly fast at the moment for the breakaway.
Worryingly fast, and it's a huge ride from Moscon, because those three riders at the front are rotating well, and they're looking consistent in how they're racing. But Moscon, just one rider on the front, and you can see here just the peloton is always on the pedals. It's strung out, and Moscon has brought back nearly 2 minutes in the last 25 Ks. So I do think that perhaps Soudal Quickstep, if they don't let off soon and let that gap go back out, then it's clear their intention is just to keep stress in the peloton all day, to allow the race to be aggressive in the final, and there to be fatigue that allows them to make the difference.
In other words, David, this isn't about the way they're racing, is not about the breakaway. It's got nothing to do with these two riders at the front. They're more concerned with what's happening behind them and keeping that uncomfortable pressure up.
Exactly, and I think we'll know 100% if that's the case. If they don't let up soon and kind of let the time gap go back up, then the intention is solely about increasing the fatigue on the peloton to allow the chance, the opportunity to cause damage in those final 30 Ks.
Big figure of Callum Thornley. I've just been messaged by a former British national road race champion, Brian Smith. David, who knows a thing or two about Callum Thornley. And I knew this actually, but I'd forgotten temporarily that he's from Peebles, which is actually where the race headquarters was yesterday originally, and as a graduate of Peebles CC Cycling Club. And this I didn't know, but I'm now looking at Callum Thornley. I'm not particularly surprised, because we were talking about it when they went through Melrose, how this is rugby union territory, that until he was about 17, Callum Thornley was a very keen rugby player. And he's a big lad, isn't he?
Don't often hear that when it comes to cyclists. Yeah. Rugby to cycling.
Well, they normally have to have an entire career of playing rugby before they have to get on the bike, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Lawrence Delalio and Will Carling and people like that.
Yeah, Martin Johnson.
Martin Johnson, of course, yeah.
Will Carling.
Yeah.
They're all into it.
They're all into it because they can't walk any longer. So thanks for that, Brian. Bit of insider borders knowledge there from Brian Smith about Callum Thornley, who's having a really good presence in this breakaway, looking very strong indeed on those climbs, and frankly disheartened, destroyed and broke Callum Ormiston on the last climb. It really isn't a contest between those two as things stand. Now the contest is whether or not the breakaway actually will be allowed to go as deep into this race as they want. Will they still be out there, for example, at 38 kilometres to go in the penultimate climb? It's not a given, as this time gap comes down to under 2 minutes. Well, there we go. Tobias Foss at the back. We have caught a glimpse of Julien Alaphilippe towards the back as well. It's calmed down a little bit. Moscon has eased up just for now. 93.4 kilometres remaining on stage one. Julien Alaphilippe coming back. He's just dropped back to the team car for some reason or other. Looking a little bit distracted and twitchy, but that's nothing unusual with Julien Alaphilippe making his way back up to the front. It would be so good to see Alaphilippe really on the front foot in this race. He was great in the Olympic road race, wasn't he? And we've had glimpses of Alaphilippe this year, after a few years post-injury and post-crashing, where he has looked a little bit lost. But his stage win at the Giro d'Italia this year in May, which he kind of almost single-handedly orchestrated with the Italian pro Mirko Maestri, those two somehow staying away, was one of the best days of racing I've seen. I don't know if you were able to catch that one, David.
I wasn't, unfortunately, but I was following it, the live feed. And yeah, I mean, it is amazing. He's such a stalwart of the peloton, I think respected not only by fans, but by other riders, which says so much about him. When he races, it is just brilliant to watch. And I think a lot of it has to do with that style he has, as you said, that sort of agitated, sort of nervous style he has, it kind of amplifies the way he races. And I do think that he is going to be, I'm still in two minds whether he's the out-and-out leader for Soudal Quickstep, because to me it would make sense that Remco Evenepoel, if he's here for preparation, he's coming back from the Tour de France and the Olympics, it would be beneficial for him to not have any pressure here, stress, to be able to just race for fun. And off the back of that, let Alaphilippe be more tactical, strategic, and let Remco have all eyes on him. Try and do what he normally does, which are fairly huge moves, force the action of the race and allow Alaphilippe to try and profit from that. Of course, the risk is if Remco Evenepoel is at his best, then if he lights it up, then
no one can follow him.
No one goes with him, and that ruins that tactic. But the bottom line is, I think Remco Evenepoel, it allows him to just do it with not fearing kind of losing, because he's got backup in Alaphilippe, so he can go and test himself, he can push himself, he can get the work in that he wants ahead of the World Championships without it being for nothing.
Yeah, imagine if Remco Evenepoel said to you, right, the tactic is today, just get on my wheel, I'll attack, just stick with me.
Yeah, I'll go with like 70 kilometers to go.
Just you come with me. What?
But often for World Tour teams and riders of their status, coming to races like this, it can be a lot of fun, because you're not going with huge pressure. In many ways, there's nothing to lose. You can come here and race with a different attitude. It's you go out there much like your roots in racing, when you were just racing all guns blazing, no holds barred, and doesn't matter what comes of it. And so if we're seeing that from Soudal Quickstep and from Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe, then that's great for us. It's going to make for an amazing race. And I think the way that Soudal Quickstep are racing at the moment, they really are here to do something. And you don't race like this if there isn't an intention to race for the win.
Yeah, you're right. My mind goes back to last year's Tour of Britain and that succession of bunch sprints on a very flat course. But there was one exception to the script, wasn't there? There was that one day where Jumbo-Visma, as they were, who'd already racked up 3 victories, I think, were honing in on an inevitable 4th win, and they just playfully completely changed the script and allowed Wout van Aert to attack and solo into victory in, I think it was Southend or something like that. Anyway, it doesn't matter where it was. Felixstowe, possibly, whether at this year's race end. And that was exactly that, wasn't it? They were having fun.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head with the playful. And I think riders like Julian Alaphilippe, they are innately playful, and this is an opportunity to do that. And often when you have that attitude, you race at your best. So it's going to be interesting to see, and it's also a great privilege for everyone in the peloton, for a lot of these riders who never get to race with riders of their stature, to be in a race where they are, when they're coming in with that attitude.
Moscon is still motoring on the front. Soudal Quickstep definitely mean business here. Well, Gianni Moscon and Soudal Quickstep had allowed that gap to go back out again to close to 2 minutes, but look at it again now, back to 1:25 and continuing to come down, and it's all the Italian, all his pace on the front at the moment. It's a heck of a ride from Gianni Moscon, it really is.
It's a huge ride, and I think what's interesting about them, it certainly is they're playing the attrition game in the peloton, because on roads like this, where it's constantly up and down, you can see the snaking nature of it, the narrow roads, that does put a lot of stress in the peloton. And I think a rider, when they're on the front, having to do that workload, they're all the more motivated when they know people aren't just sitting on, they're having to work hard, and it does allow you to go even deeper. And the fact he's got these 3 riders who are rotating through, working so well together, strong riders, and yet he's just eating into that time gap just constantly. It's and there's no let up. They're not letting that lead go back up again. So it's clear the intention for Soudal Quickstep is to put maximum stress under the peloton throughout the day today.
Yeah, they are a strong trio, or at least 2/3 of them are very strong as well. Johansson and Callum Thornley, very much the powerhouses in this 3-rider breakaway. Callum Ormiston hanging on a little bit and very much on the back foot, really trying to work out how he's going to get anything out of his day out in the breakaway. But the problem is the time gap. Keep your eye on it now. 1:21, 89.4 kilometres to go. They should be able to get over Dunyan Hill, the next climb, still with an advantage over the peloton. I would imagine that's pretty much certain because they've only got 7 kilometres to the start of the Dunyan Hill climb. And when they get there, it's the longest of the climbs, but it's not the steepest. 3.8% at an average of 5%. Sorry, 3.8 kilometres at an average of 5%.
Yeah, and I don't think Thornley can just let Johannesson set his pace up there this time, because he's going to have to keep the pressure on himself, because if not, they are just going to hemorrhage more time, because at the moment, Moscon is just flying.
We talked right at the beginning of the race, David, about how this particular peloton, the Tour of Britain peloton, it's an unusual peloton with its World Tour contingencies, its development teams, its continental teams, its
national team,
and the national team as well. There will be some riders already, I would imagine, David, in this bunch who are hurting.
Yeah,
big time, and actually on the brink of being on these little climbs, even the uncategorised climbs, on the brink of being forced off the back.
And that's where this attrition game that Soudal Quickstep are playing is so effective, because the peloton looks like it's still together, everyone's under control, because we're so accustomed to that with the World Tour peloton. It takes a lot more than this to fatigue them. But all of a sudden, especially as we get deeper into the race, all of a sudden the lights start to go out in a lot of those riders, and you'll see what looks like a very cohesive, in-control peloton very quickly fall to pieces. And that is the intention of Soudal Quickstep today. There's a lot to do, though, for Thornley, because what looked like they had the master plan just playing out exactly how they wanted is now in jeopardy.
Motoring still, Soudal Quickstep. Talking of motoring, we're not far from, a couple of kilometres from Denham, the village of Denham, where every year there is a vintage car and motorbike ride. I don't think it's a race. It's called the Jimmy Guthrie Memorial Run, David, for motorbikes and vintage cars that date back to the 1920s and 30s. You'd love a bit of that, wouldn't you? You like your motors.
You can see these narrow roads, and even we just caught a glimpse there where they were coming down that corner, and the stress that puts the peloton under as well. So for Moscon, it's a case of taking these corners relatively quick, keeping the pace high. He's got all his team on his wheels, so they're all fine, but further back, that whiplash effect is just adding to that fatigue. So this is a very good tactic from Soudal Quickstep.
It's a strong Ineos Grenadiers team here, it really is. But what are they going to be able to do to counter Soudal Quickstep's threat? And it's that threat that Soudal Quickstep have in multiple different ways. You look at the two riders who could win stages, and probably there's only two of them, unless something really unusual happens. Ethan Hayter and Tom Pidcock in their different ways. But they've got a strong team, haven't they? Tobias Foss, the Norwegian former world time trial champion. Ben Swift, at 36 years of age, still going astonishingly well. In fact, very competitive in a bunch sprint in the World Tour of Poland relatively recently, with the top 10 there. Connor Swift, who's just been rewarded with a new contract by Ineos Grenadiers, and Ben Turner, who we know over the last couple of years is an exceptionally strong rider as well. So that's a very strong six-rider team. But the difference is, in theory, it just feels a little blunter than Soudal Quickstep.
Yeah, and that's the risk they have, I think, because obviously you would think that with a team that strong and fairly, beyond Pidcock, fairly well matched, you'd want to be very proactive. I think the fear for Ineos Grenadiers are, if they're proactive and they do launch the race, they could be countered very strongly by Remco Evenepoel and Alaphilippe, and beyond Pidcock, they don't really have the riders there to match it. So that is going to make them slightly hesitant, although you would think that they should be, in these first two stages, proactive. They should try and challenge Soudal Quickstep, be aggressive, take the gamble, because if they just sit and wait for Soudal Quickstep to make the race and try and follow them, then they're not going to be able to follow them beyond Pidcock. So they want to create chaos, I think, would be the best plan. And yeah, there's a handful of riders that can do it, but there's a lot of riders here who want chaos because they don't want to be racing head-to-head with Alaphilippe and Remco Evenepoel. You want to try and rip the race to pieces, force their hand, make them have to react from behind rather than let them control and set up everything for themselves.
Yeah, it's a conundrum, isn't it? It's so easy to talk about, incredibly difficult, I would imagine, to put into practice on the road. But it does play into this narrative that we've observed across the racing calendar in 2024, that Ineos Grenadiers are at this current moment in their progression at a low point, aren't they? At a relative low point. They're scratching around for a sense of purpose and dynamism and almost identity at the moment across the piece. And that's being played out again here to some extent. There's their main hope for a stage win, maybe not today, but in the days to come. Ethan Hayter, who has returned to where we quite often see him towards the back of the bunch.
Yeah, and again, that's not the position you want to be in a day like today either, where you have these narrow roads, the consistent high pace at the front. But again, you can see also just in front of him almost the entire Israel Premier Tech team. And they have a team as well, which it would be in their interest to link up with Ineos Grenadiers to try and create that chaos.
They've got a very good team here,
yeah,
Israel Premier Tech, really do. Not a World Tour team, they got relegated from the World Tour a couple of years ago, but it could be a World Tour team. Joe Blackmore, their young British climbing superstar from their development team, has been given the leadership role. He's been given the #1, but he's supported by Simon Clark, Nick Schultz, who's a very good Australian climber. Clark is one of the most versatile and experienced pros in the peloton, bar none. Jake Stewart, Stevie Williams and Ethan Vernon. And what's this conversation all about?
Looks like they've just slowed Moscon down a little. So perhaps just Remco Evenepoel checking in with him, saying, look, how far can you do this for? Because if you can keep doing it, then go. There's taking him out. So I think they've decided, well,
ease up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Remco Evenepoel has decided that he wants to save if Moscon's feeling that good.
That is interesting.
Pull him back.
He almost looked reluctant, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, often when a rider's in the front on a good day, they enjoy it so much, just being up the front. But you can see that time gap's gone back up by about 20, 25 seconds.
Well, I think it was young Martin Svirček, the Slovakian rider from Soudal Quickstep, who's been put on the front, stuck on the front with Moscon on his wheel. And that time gap will go out again now, as you were saying, David. Right, straight back up to 150. 83.1 kilometres to go. That's really good news for these three riders. It was looking a bit dicey. But they'll definitely get up Dunyan Hill with their advantage intact, or at least most of it. And Dunyan Hill, the next climb starts now. Here we go. It's a 3.8 kilometre effort. The average gradient is 5%. Quite steep at the beginning, steadies out a little bit after a kilometre or so. There's about 500 metres where it flattens out entirely and then kicks up again and holds a sort of 5% gradient all the way to the top. And once again, Johansson, they flip-flop their duties and the Dane gets on the front and sits on the front.
Yeah, and as we said, this is beneficial to him. He is possibly the weakest climber of these three riders, so to be able to just ride at his pace, that means he's in control, he's within his effort, and that works out perfectly for Thornley, who is now just going to mark Ormiston and try and repeat what he did on the previous climb.
Yeah, I think that's Martin Svirček on the front, the Slovakian. First time we've really caught a glimpse of him. We've got two under-23 riders, under-25 riders, young riders. Gil Gelders being the other one, the Belgian, in their team. Just under instruction. It's almost as if Moscon's just having a word with him about his pace that he's swinging. It's not hanging around. I mean, he's not really eased up particularly, has he? That time gap is... They've added another 20 seconds or so, but they're holding it now at around about 150.
Yeah, they clearly, I think Remco Evenepoel decided that they didn't need to bring it any closer. So the only way they could do that was by actually pulling Moscon off the front. because he was incapable of slowing down. So,
he's really on a mission today, the Italian.
But 150, and as you say, they are not hanging around. You can see the peloton as well strung out behind. And especially when we see the rear of the peloton, that gives you a true indication of the speed.
Well, the average speed is still over 43 kilometres an hour. And as you know, if you watch bike racing, it gets faster towards the end. Peloton now, entirely on the climb. The last rider in that line is Stevie Williams, one of the very strong Israel Premier Tech contingent. Oh, that's a change of the script. Callum Thornley now sitting on the front.
Well, I think they understand they need to keep the pace high. Johannesson can't do this all on his own, especially this deep into the race. If he does, they'll slow down too much, and I think they got a little bit of a scare when it came down to 1 minute 20. That's thinking that it was all over. So now they've got to flip it around the tactics a bit. They've got to keep the pace high everywhere.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, for sure they'll get over Dunyan Hill with an advantage, but how much will it be? And they've got 44 kilometres over the top of Dunyan Hill until they get to Scott's View, the next categorised climb. That said, of course, if Callum Thornley picks up the win here, which he is almost certain to do, he will have an unassailable lead on today in the King of the Mountains competition. So he will be wearing the jersey, assuming he finishes it, and assuming he takes Dunyan Hill.
So that time gap coming down again, now they're on the climb. Taking 10, 12 seconds off, even that first kilometre of the climb.
Just looking for Julien Alaphilippe. There's Remco Evenepoel. Gil Helder's in front of him. I think Paul Magnes towards the front. Alaphilippe, I might have just... We saw him at the back a while ago. Oh, no, there he is, just tucked in there. So the whole team's still on the front.
Yeah, very disciplined riding from Soudal Quick-Step.
First glimpse of the DSM contingent as well. Oscar Onley, of course, one of their riders. And we are sitting here at the finish line, or close to the finish line in Kelso, right in the Kelso square. And there's lots of lovely little independent shops in Kelso. Real kind of old world feel, isn't it? Butchers, bakers and candlestick makers, and every single window, bar none, has got a tribute not only to the Tour of Britain, but most of them have some sort of very direct and personal connection with the Onley family and with Oscar in particular. So it's lovely to see the way that Kelso have celebrated the return of their superstar, or star in the making, son. Of course, making his debut at the Tour de France this year.
And he is a rider. It would be great to see him being aggressive in the final.
Well, if anyone knows these climbs, he really does.
Yeah, it's in the nature of their team to race like that. So I would be very surprised if we don't see Oscar Onley trying to do something rather than just waiting for Soudal Quick-Step to have complete control and dominance of this peloton.
Yeah, they've got an interesting team here, actually. They've got 4 British riders, a couple of very young Brits from their development team, both from Yorkshire. Ollie Peace, and I know this name doesn't sound like he's from Yorkshire, but he's from Leeds. Björn Gerd, who I think has Scandinavian heritage, but they're both Yorkshire lads making their way through the, as so many young Brits are now, through the DSM development team, as Oscar Onley himself did. They've also got Sean Flynn, who's from Edinburgh, and he's another converted mountain biker as well. And he, interestingly, Sean Flynn, has been given the #1 in that team. So he's another one to watch out for. But yeah, you're right, from a sentimental kind of point of view, this stage surely has Oscar Onley written all over it in terms of trying something to disrupt. But, and it is a significant but, if it comes down to a bunch sprint today, they've arguably got the favourite in the shape of Casper van Ouden, who was here last year, knows the Tour of Britain, and ran Olaf Koy very close. He's a very good sprinter. He's had a good year, so they've got an interesting nut to crack, really, in terms of how they play this DSM today.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and I think for Oscar Onley, I don't think they should hold him back just because they've got the best sprinter. I think it's in their interest for him to ride aggressively, to think about the GC, to think about the stage win these next 2 days, and if Van Orden can make it across, then that's up to him. But I don't think DSM should be holding back just because they've got that fast sprinter, because it's perhaps if those big teams, if like Soudal Quickstep do light it up anyway, then he will be out of the battle for the sprint. Another thing that's interesting, just watching the way Soudal Quickstep ride, and it's something that we've mentioned before. Ethan Hayter, who's going to be going to Soudal Quickstep next year, is going to have to change his style of racing, because that's not a team where you can just go and sit on the back when your whole team's on the front.
Well, there he is, right on cue, the rider we were just talking about, Björn Kurt, from the DSM team. He actually, he's very interesting. He finished 5th in a hilly stage of the Tour of the Alsace recently, and he rides for, well, he's been signed now by the DSM development team since August the 1st, but he was picked up from a French amateur club team, a really prestigious one, the CC Etube, which is, Etube is in a little village in between the Jura and the Vosges mountains, near Mulhouse and Belfort, that kind of area. And some former riders from CC Etube include Thibaut Pinot, Guillaume Martin, Kenny Elissonde, etc. Well, there we go. Callum Thornley has attacked. Straight away, Callum Ormiston is put out of contention. Thornley looks round, sees that Johansson is right on his wheel, won't come round, I don't think, to try and deny him the points. No, Thornley just checks that that's the case. But looks like these two riders, I don't know, have they committed to leaving Ormiston behind now?
I think they need to, especially when they learn that it's 1 minute 29, that the peloton once again has taken, what, 20 seconds, 25 seconds out of them on the climb. They can't be just hanging around now. Ormiston is not serving a purpose to them now in that breakaway. The two of them at this point in the race, they're better just going off and doing a two-up. I think they're so well matched. It appears that they don't need Ormiston at this point.
A little glitch in the matrix there. Righted as Johansson and Thornley now going it alone. A rutted road surface there, very nearly threatening to unseat Julius Johansson, who dodged a little hole in the road. But they're physically quite similar, these two, and quite clearly from quite early on in the breakaway today have emerged as the strongest pair. And this is perfect really in the sense that they have no threat to one another whatsoever. So the harmony, they can really cooperate without any complication whatsoever in what remains of their presence in the breakaway. But it is a bit of a wait, as we have alluded to, until they get the next reward. And it is a sprint next. It's into Kelso and over the finish line for the first passage of the finish line. And they'll get there with 53.5 kilometres remaining. That was interesting. Nobody tried to take 4th place this time over the King of the Mountains finish line. So Gianni Moscon and his teammate there picked up 3 and 2 points respectively in the King of the Mountains competition.
Yeah, and it's clear that Soudal Quickstep piled the pressure on again once they hit that climb. So they're wanting to just put the peloton under stress when they can. And that does mean when they do it on the climb, riders aren't getting the same protection as they do on the flat, so everyone's under trouble. So it's, they definitely do just want to keep this race on as hard as possible all the time. So it'll be interesting to see now if these two riders, now that they don't have Ormiston, whether they'll actually go faster, because if Ormiston was that tired, perhaps his rotations were slowing the breakaway down. And it's for that reason that these two riders didn't even hesitate in regards of waiting for Ormiston. They're better off without him at this point. They were getting perhaps a little bit extra rest, but they were then having to lift the speed every time that they came back on the front, which actually ends up being more inefficient than just being the two of them.
Wow, this is a lightning fast descent into Jedburgh, isn't it? Very steep descent into town. Crowds at the side of the road are just seeing a little blur of yellow and green flash past them as Johansson and Thornley rip through Jedburgh and out onto the open road beyond. Pushing on now, 1:33 their advantage. It'll be very interesting, as you say, to see now they hit the flatter roads here, how the time gap is affected by the fact that there's only 2 of them. Yeah,
and so it's 22 kilometres. That's Johannsson's next objective. I think it's that was a big ask for them to make it to the final sprint with 25 Ks to go, so these two riders are all in now. There's no playing games. They've got to try and keep the peloton at bay for as long as possible. Because once the race lights up behind, which I think there is a certain inevitability it will, judging by how Soudal Quick-Step are riding, then that time gap will disappear very quickly.
Well, Thornley is secure in his King of the Mountains jersey already. Mathematically, today he can't be caught. And so Callum Thornley, job done already with 75 kilometres to go. But he'll want to continue to pile on the mountains points with tomorrow in mind as well. This is a jersey that is literally winnable in the first 2 days of 6 days of racing. So very much incentivised to crack on and try and get to the final climb of the day at Dingleton. I think that is going to be a big ask, but it's not impossible that they can get to the top of Scott's View still with an advantage.
And it's all dependent on the peloton, on what they do, because those two riders really are just giving everything now. So it's dependent on what they can do. And I think if Soudal Quick-Step start to wind it up, we enter in the final phase of the race now. And if they do want to light it up on the final climb, then they're going to want to keep the pressure on all the way to it now.
So they're starting to take a bit of time on the peloton. It's gone from 1:33 out to 1:41. So they've got to carry on committing to it. Their finish line, of course, much closer to the end than all these riders in the peloton who are thinking about the stage win and potentially the leader's jersey. Oh, well, obviously the leader's jersey.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about their finish line for the breakaway, it is at 22.9 kilometres to go.
Yeah,
it's that's where Dingleton is crossed, and so that's 50 Ks all in for Thornley and Johannesson. For Johannesson, if he was going to just be selfish, his finish line is at 25 Ks to go, and then just leave Thornley to it. But that's the way they'll be racing now.
Ollie Peace, the lad from Yorkshire, riding for DSM Firmenich. He's the last rider in the bunch. The time gap going back out again, slightly back out to 1:42.
And welcome to live coverage of the 2024 Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Men. We are currently in Kelso in the Scottish Borders for today's first and longest stage of this year's race. Ahead of the riders, a world-class field in fact. 6 days of racing taking them through some of the most beautiful parts of Great Britain. It's sure to be difficult, sure to be full of action.
Your wheel, brother. Fight for it.
Olaf Koy, the winner! Koy, 3 out of 3. Olaf Koy hangs on and makes it 4. Wout van Aert, only he can do that. How tight was that from Vernon? Oh, big crash, descender. Tiller holds on. Van Aert is going to win the Tour of Britain.
Stage 1 starts and finishes in Kelso, and at 181.9 kilometres, it is the longest of this year's tour. The first King of the Mountains climb is the Cat 3 Scots View, which is quickly followed by the intermediate sprint at Melrose, and then the Cat 2 climb at Dingleton. There's another Cat 2 climb at Dunyan Hill, after which the riders revisit Kelso en route to a second loop through Melrose and over the climbs of Scots View and Dingleton before heading to the finish line.
The riders already out on the course. Something like 70 kilometres or so to go on this first stage. Julian Johansson and Callum Thornley are leading that breakaway roughly a minute and a half ahead of the chasing peloton. There you are, confirming the riders, the Dane Johansson and the young Briton Thornley there as well. And as I say, 70 kilometres before they finish back in Kelso in the Scottish Borders where they started. I'm going to leave you in the hands of our commentary team, David Miller and Ned Bolting.
3, 2, 1, 0
Well, this is where the race really begins now, isn't it? We've had plenty of good action so far, a very dynamic start to the racing as they left Kelso today, the formation of a breakaway, the semi-partial destruction of the breakaway as not too far back down the road over the last climb of Dunyan Hill, these two riders finally cracked Callum Ormiston, who was up the road with them. We have seen these riders work out between them a very harmonious situation in which the rider in the yellow, the Dane, Julius Johansson, is chasing the points at the intermediate sprints, and Callum Thornley is chasing King of the Mountains points. We've seen all of that. We've seen a time gap that's gone out to close to 4 minutes at one point. Came right back down to around about 1 minute and 20 seconds before Remco Evenepoel just went up to talk to his teammate Gianni Moscon and just suggest that they eased up a little bit. Time gap went out to around about 1:50 and has come back down again to 1 minute and 36 seconds. Lovely sunshine today. This is Callum Ormiston. Now, his presence in the breakaway ended by Soudal Quickstep coming past him, and the South African unable really to match the power, the superior power of Callum Thornley, the lad from Peebles, who knows these roads extremely well, and his Danish companion from the Portuguese team, Sabgal Anikala. So Trinity Racing and that Portuguese team have got riders in the break, and they have got a very good chance here of taking all the sprints and the climbs on the road. The next of which is the intermediate sprint into Kelso, and their first glimpse of the finishing line, well, their second glimpse of the finishing line actually today, because they started, if this makes sense, at the finishing line. Today's stage is Kelso to Kelso, and they are heading towards the second of 3 intermediate sprints at the finish line in Kelso, and it's 15 kilometres up the road. And with that 1 minute 36 seconds still in the bank, they're in a very good place, frankly, to get there with something of that lead intact, if not all of it. After that, then, there's a few kilometres, around about 10k to go, a little bit more, 13, 14 kilometres to go until they hit the second ascent of Scots View, which will in itself be the penultimate categorised climb of the day. Martin Svercek, Slovakian rider, is on the front from Soudal Quickstep with Gianni Moscon on his wheel. Moscon having been relieved of actually sitting on the front, perhaps temporarily, by Remco Evenepoel, who suggested this change of the order of Soudal Quickstep, has been in great form today. He has been very strong indeed, did a huge amount on the front. Up until relatively recently, it was all him setting the pace in the peloton. And good to see Soudal Quickstep taking the initiative on stage one with their stellar team of Julien Alaphilippe, Paul Magnier, the talented, very young French sprinter, and the double Olympic gold medalist from Paris on the road, the exceptional Remco Evenepoel in that golden helmet of his, the last rider in line in the blue ranks of Soudal Quickstep. After that come the master ranks of the Ineos Grenadiers, minus their British national champion Ethan Hayter, who's finished second overall, let's not forget, in the Tour of Britain a few years ago. The last time we glimpsed him, he was towards the back of the peloton. But don't rule him out, Hayter. Positioning on this series of climbs still to come can be something of a question mark with Ethan Hayter. He will, especially when they get to the final climb of the day, the Dingleton climb with 25 kilometres to go, he will have to get himself right up towards the front of the race if he wants to try and survive to get to the finish line. But frankly, if riders like Evenepoel and Julien Alaphilippe light things up, there aren't too many riders who would have much aspiration of being able to go with them. So there's multiple different ways in which today's stage could play out. There are probably half a dozen very plausible winners from this peloton, most of whom would win the race in different fashion from one another. And even aside from half a dozen sort of out-and-out favourites, you could fashion a case for a bunch of others as well. But they would have to disrupt the race and do something unexpected. But there are the teams, potentially, who might take that on, who've been sitting in the wheels so far. Teams like Bahrain Victorious, for example. They haven't really got an acknowledged sprinter, but they've got Wout Poels and Pello Bilbao. Wout Poels, a four-time stage winner, going back over 14 years at this race at the Tour of Britain. Nobody in this peloton has won as often at the Tour of Britain as Wout Poels. In fact, he's the only multiple stage winner historically at the Tour of Britain. And that's before we get to talk about the Ineos Grenadiers and Tom Pidcock and what kind of form he might be in. Another gold medalist from Paris, of course not on the road in the mountain bike discipline, but what a medal it was. Exceptional ride from Pidcock. Time gap has come down a little bit again, 1:31. It's low, it's not much, and it certainly doesn't give you any credence to suggest that this breakaway has any chance, even a sniff of a chance of getting to the line. That's not what it's about. Their finish line effectively is, well, for Johansson, it's the sprint in Melrose with 25.8 kilometres to go. 2 sprints remaining for this man. But for Callum Thornley, it's the climb of Dingleton, which starts straight after the sprint of Melrose. There's Callum Thornley. So if they're still out front when they get to the Melrose sprint, there's every chance that Johansson will just pull the pin once he's gone through that sprint. Can't match Callum Thornley on the climb, and nor would he really want to try. So his finish line is probably the sprint at Melrose with 25.8 to go. And it's 22.9 kilometres to go for this man, Callum Thornley, to secure all the available 26 King of the Mountains points on the day if he can. So that's the situation. That's a little sum up of where we're at, a little lull in the action, but not too far now until we get to Kelso. In fact, just over 10 kilometres to go. Time gap fairly constant, though, for Johansson and Callum Thornley, who are doing a really good ride here on the longest stage of the Tour of Britain men. So inside 65 kilometres to go. Got 10k to go until the Kelso sprint. And this is the story of the day so far. 181.9 kilometres from Kelso to Kelso. And this was 10:15 in the morning. sorry, 10:30 in the morning when they eventually got going. Remco Evenepoel, the first time we've seen him post-Olympic glory, resplendent in that very glittery outfit that he's got, the golden helmet and the golden bike. The flag dropped, the attacks began. Ben Wiggins, one of the Great Britain riders on the move, the son of Bradley Wiggins, didn't manage to get in the break of the day, and nor did any of the riders from Rembe Sauerland, either the German continental team or the team in pink either, Riesel, Van Rysel, Roubaix. This was the pairing that are still out front, eventually identifying one another, building up a lead, getting away, getting clear, and they were joined eventually by a counter-attacker from the Global 6 team. There he is, the South African. Callum Ormiston had to battle his way across a 10-second gap to get there, which he did, getting on the wheel of the other two, at which point the breakaway was formed. Soudal Quick-Step then sitting up briefly for a few minutes, allowing them to build up a lead of over 3.5 minutes, and then Evenepoel put his team on the front. First climb of the day was Scott's View. Callum Thornley, we think, might have misread the 500 metres to go sign for the end of the sprint, and that nearly played into the hands of Callum Ormiston, who countered him, but Thornley had the strength to get past him again, and that was the real finish line of the Scott's View climb, taking 4 points there ahead of Ormiston. Then came the first sprint, the only sprint so far of the day, at Melrose, and Johansson, who'd done a lot of the work setting the other two riders up on the climb, was allowed unopposed to take the 10 points there. Then we hit the climb of Dingleton, the Category 2 climb, probably the hardest climb on the day. Still to come as well, Dingleton, for the last time. And Callum Thornley, yeah, no contest really against Callum Ormiston there. Destroyed him on that in that battle. On to the next climb of Dunyan Hill, and Thornley attacked from the front this time. Looked round and Ormiston couldn't react, and the head dropped, and that was the last that we saw of Callum Ormiston at the front of the race. Was Johansson, and Thornley went over the top of Dunyan Hill in a 1-2, leaving behind Callum Ormiston, and that is brings you bang up to date as to where we're at in the race. Not much change in the time gap. Under 7 kilometres to go until the sprint at Kelso. Now, Callum Ormiston has been caught. That means there's only 2 riders up front for this sprint. And that's of some significance because there is a bonus second available for 3rd place. Just saying.
I mean, we've seen before how close, actually, most stage races are, unless Tadej Pogacar is there or Jonas Vingegaard.
Ethan Hayter lost out to Wout van Aert a couple of years ago by 6 seconds.
Yeah, and so I think it's so important to not to treat that as a triviality. I think if you're chasing the GC here at Tour of Britain, that 1 second is very important.
Well, if Soudal Quick-Step have identified that bonus second, it'll be very interesting to see which of their riders goes for it. Who knows?
That's very true, because I think it will tell us a little bit more about who has been given out-and-out leadership here.
Yeah. If there is a plan at all, or whether they've just decided the road, we'll find it out. But I mean, by this point in the race, you'd have thought the plan would have started to emerge. We will see, as they say. There's no point trying to predict the future, because it's a mug's game. What we do know, though, is that the race is relatively stable on these flatter roads. They're running in on some of the flattest roads in this undulating long stage today. Not far, though, now from Kelso. Around about 7 kilometres to go until the second of 3 intermediate sprints. They're heading into Kelso, to the finish line, where big crowds already gathering. Big crowds down here quite early this morning at 10:30 to see the race off, and before that actually to see the riders not just at the podium but getting off the team bus. And it was notable how, David, you and I were both in the paddock, how the biggest star of them all was Remco Evenepoel. The biggest crowds were outside the Soudal Quick-Step bus.
Yep, they did. They won that competition. So even before the race started, a little win for them. But it goes to show the star power of Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe.
For me, though, it also speaks about what cycling is, road racing as a sport as well. And yes, there is obviously domestic support, and British cycling fans like to celebrate British success, but there's a far bigger picture being painted as well. And I think if you follow, not just the Tour de France, if you follow road racing throughout its wonderful, varied calendar, this sport works not because people support teams or particularly nationalities. The cycling spectators support great riders, don't they? And they love to see characters and riders enacted on their roads.
Yeah, and I think it's all the more so when it's such a rare opportunity. I mean, riders like Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe, you only get to see them on TV, or if you travel to the continent and are that much of a dedicated fan. So to actually have them here on home roads, it is a huge opportunity to go and see them in the flesh and be reminded of how small they are.
And if you are watching at home, and you've got a less than busy week, and you're thinking about maybe I could go to the side of the road and watch as the race heads into England and heads south tomorrow, do go, pick your spot. Obviously at the top of a little climb is the best place if you can get there, but do go and take your opportunity to see Julian Alaphilippe, Tom Pidcock, Remco Evenepoel, etc., or even the stars of the future, Joe Blackmore making his mark perhaps, who knows. Do go and see them in action, because it's a completely unique experience.
Yeah, it really is, and I think I've done it a couple of times this year, once with you, the Tour of Flanders.
We went to the Tour of... we got so overexcited.
When I went to the Volta Catalunya, took my boys out of school for the day to go and watch.
Educational reasons, David. That's perfectly legitimate.
Tadej Pogačar race up a mountain. And
you got so close to him as well, you sent me
close.
pictures.
I know, so close. And it was amazing, because I think a lot of the people are often critical of bike racing about the fact that they just flash by, but actually most of the excitement is in the build-up, is in the tension, and then it's makes it all the more gratifying when you do catch a glimpse, a fleeting glimpse, because it is so strange and almost surreal, but brilliant.
A little bit surreal, very unpredictable, very dynamic, and in the case of this Scottish Borders stage to get proceedings underway in the 2024 Tour of Britain men, it's very beautiful as well. The sun's out, late summer temperatures up here in the Borders, just below 20 degrees, perfect racing conditions really. No threat of rain. And here is where they're heading to in a few kilometres time, the finish line in Kelso. This is the lead car that comes through, bringing people up to speed with what's happening in the race. There is also down here in Kelso, and I can only assume on every finish line, there is just behind where this camera position is, there's a big screen, and it is a jumbotron, isn't it? A massive screen. So all the live pictures that you are watching at home is also being relayed to the finish line. So these spectators who've made their way here to see the intermediate sprint, and there'll be much more than that when they get to the finish line, they can follow the race as well on the big screen. Another reason to get out and actually see this free event with your own eyes.
It's interesting as well, that finish straight has got an added complication. Those cobblestones. Yeah.
It's cobbled.
Yeah,
I couldn't quite believe it.
That is going to be a bouncy sprint.
I mean, there's going to be some kind of sprint, isn't there? Unless Remco Evenepoel just destroys everyone and rides solos on. If he does, he'll probably just stop at the finish line, won't he, and do his Paris pose again in Kelso.
Not sure if he can do that everywhere.
Yeah, I did see that. They're quite lumpy cobbles as well. It's not straightforward.
No, they're Flandrian-esque.
Yeah. Of course, Kelso has hosted finishes on the same finish in the past historically. Bunch sprints invariably, actually. Elia Viviani is one here in Kelso. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the others, but I think 3 times in recent history the Tour of Britain has finished in Kelso.
So stabilised again. Pseudo Quickstep. Just it's back down to where Moscon left it. So there was that little lull. Look at the back. Shouldn't soon back on. Wow. There's the whiplash effect in full visibility.
Yeah. It's Kilian Faschuren, young Frenchman from the development squad of Decathlon AG2R. That was a full-on sprint, wasn't it, to get onto the wheel of his teammate there. Diminutive figure. Yeah, just to complete the 3 winners of stages into Kelso. 2015, Elia Viviani. 2017, Caleb Ewan. And 2019, Matteo Trentin. as we pass another archetypal castle in the borders. We'll figure out which one that is on the approach to Kelso. Roxburgh Castle. Straddling, or just in between the two rivers that meet at Kelso, the Tweed and the Teviot. Fought over, squabbled over, Roxburgh Castle by both the Scots and the English. And dating right back, David, it won't surprise you at all to read to the 12th century.
That does not surprise me at all.
Where castle building was
On vogue.
on vogue. So it's one of the domestiques from Sudan Quickstep. That is Paul Magnier, actually, not a domestique at all, but their dedicated sprinter. Off the back, needing assistance or consultation with the team car. The only reason he's at the back, I think, is because he needs the team car. Now, what for, I don't know. But it's not ideal for Magnier to be at the back here right now.
It's a good shot, though, because you get to see just the effect that pace is having on the peloton. And how it does mean that there are a lot of riders here who will be under stress. And so when the race does light up in the final, we'll see a very big initial breakup of that peloton.
Probably quite good news, weirdly, at the moment, that Magnier, there's Roxburgh Castle there, that Magnier is at the back as well, because they won't be riding, well, they shouldn't be riding too hard at the front to put Magnier into difficulty. They might just, well, not ease up particularly, but they won't be going absolutely flat stick while one of their leaders is at the back.
Well, that's also
Normally.
often, yeah, there can be the perception when you're at the front as they approach Kelso now, is that you're just keeping a consistent pace. You forget about the whiplash that's going on behind. So it will be up to Magnier to, if required, just to radio ahead, just to ease off for a little bit to allow him to come back without having to put in too much effort, because every little bit counts if he wants to try and go for the win today.
Right, 500 metres to go to the sprint in Kelso Square, the finishing line next time around. Crossing over this lovely bridge into the beautiful little town of Kelso. The man who will assuredly pick up another 10 points hits the front. The yellow kit of the Portuguese team Sapco, any colour. It's not really any colour at all, it's just bright yellow. Here he comes, he'll pick up 10 points and he'll pick up 3 more bonus seconds. Callum Thornley, incidentally, will have picked up a total of 4 bonus seconds. Johansson will pick up 10 points and a total so far of 6 bonus seconds. And now he has to get to the last intermediate sprint at Melrose. Now, this is interesting now, because there is 1 bonus second available for 3rd place, as well as the points that go with that as well. And I wonder if anybody... here we go. So straight away, another team has moved to the front. And it is, well, Ethan Hayter is infiltrated on the wheel of Simon Clark, the Israel team. So it looks as if Ethan Vernon and Ethan Hayter are the 2 riders in particular who are going to be interested, although Ineos Grenadiers, well, they've got the presence there of Ethan Hayter, but I think he's going to be trying to sprint against Ethan Vernon for this final bonus.
Stevie Williams is up there. I think Stevie Williams is perhaps their man as well, because he is obviously more likely their GC rider, and he does have a very fast sprint on him, but against likes of Hayter could be difficult.
Jake Stewart, that is, looking around to see where his rider is. I don't think Jake Stewart was... I think he's looking around for Stevie Williams. And in the end, Ineos Grenadiers play another card altogether. And it looks like Ben Turner has hit the front. So, yeah, that's Ben Turner, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Ben Turner sprinting for... Well, he's going to take the final bonus second, I think. It's a puzzler. Turner, I think he needed Hayter on his... I think he was trying to lead out Hayter. There was a shake of the head as if something went wrong there, and certainly it's an odd move to try and get Ben Turner the bonus second.
Well, I tell you what, something very interesting, they now understand how technical this sprint is, because they came in here very organised and from 500 metres because of I think they didn't anticipate it to just be so left and right, and because it doesn't look like it could have that much damage, but you're right, it just seemed to fall to pieces, even for Israel Premier Tech, who looked like they were firmly in control. So they need to take that learning in regards to the finish.
Yeah, 2 lead-out men, Jake Stewart and Ben Turner, dropped effectively the men they were leading out.
So it goes to show, I think, any sprinters, they're going to need to be in the top 3 coming into those final 500 metres, because if they're further back, gaps open up. these two riders. Continuing on, be interesting to see if that little bit of action from the peloton ate further into that lead.
Well, there we go. There's Turner and Hayter. Ineos Grenadiers now persisting on the front by the looks of it. I wonder if a little gap opened up there and they're actually turning it into a move. Where are the Soudal Quick-Step jerseys? There's Stevie Williams. There's a little gap, so they're just keeping the pressure on just a little bit. But here come the boys in blue. Soudal Quick-Step closing the gap. They weren't interested, interestingly. They didn't have any riders. Magnier was off the back. Evenepoel and Alaphilippe weren't interested in the bonus second. So it was just, I think you're right, I think Stevie Williams was the man that Israel Premier Tech were trying to get that bonus second for, and definitely Ethan Hayter for Ineos Grenadiers, but not Soudal Quick-Step.
Yeah, that is telling that Soudal Quick-Step showed no interest in it whatsoever.
And not Tom Pidcock.
And not Pidcock either, yeah.
There's quite a lot to read into that, isn't there?
1:07, so even that little move, you can see it's just eating 20 seconds out of that time gap. A kilometre of acceleration took out that much time.
51.3 kilometres to go. Just over 12 kilometres, 13 kilometres, I should say, until the start of the penultimate categorised climb. So Callum Thornley now getting a little word of advice from John Moulds, former domestic pro. Welshman John Mould, one of the two British DSs for Trinity, Pete Kenyock, our ITV colleague at the Tour de France, being the other. Having a word with Callum Thornley, who, I mean, they'll be delighted with Thornley, won't they? He's a local rider. You know, these things matter. It's a little bit sentimental, perhaps, but, you know, he will have knowledge of these roads, so there's a good, sort of, if you like, logistical reason why it works as well, but also emotionally, he's showing himself off to home support here, and he's done a brilliant job of it. So their plan perfectly executed today as Evenepoel drifts back into the bunch.
That's interesting as well, that Remco Evenepoel, if he had a mechanical or a call of nature, chose to do it just before that sprint as well, so completely disinterested in it. Little glimpse there of the red jersey and orange helmet of Jonas Abrahamsson, David, who comes to this race for Uno X, their team leader. They've got a very young team here, actually, full of development riders, but they've got the Norwegian national champion, who's quite a fast finisher himself, Marcus Hulgaard, but they've also got Jonas Abrahamsson, and what a first half of the Tour de France that man had. I mean, he went even deeper into the Tour de France, even towards the end. We were seeing him try out, but yeah, the strength he had at the Tour de France, it's going to be really interesting to see what else he can do in other races, because he was on a mission there, and it was quite remarkable to witness. So 1 minute 19, they'll be determined, these two riders, not just to stay ahead, but to try and keep that gap above, so that they can keep their team cars with them, because obviously the moment that gap drops below a minute, they lose their team cars. Well, that was a really interesting intermediate sprint, wasn't it, at Kelso, with that one bonus second, and it's not the last either. But here we go, David. Here's Israel's Premier Tech's Jake Stewart looking around for, well, for Stevie Williams, we think. He can just catch a glimpse of those. Completely lost his wheel. So that one went wrong, and Jake Stewart has to drop back, and by that time it's too late. And here's Ben Turner, absolutely motoring. And I think he thinks that the white jersey of Ethan Hayter is on his wheel, because he looks round and expecting his man to come past him. And Hayter's, what, 6, 7, 8 bike lengths off the pace. Interesting, because a gap opened up around that corner onto the bridge at 500 metres to go. Hayter saw it open up, and two of his teammates go ahead, Connor Swift and Ben Turner, and decided just to leave them there. But then he just winded up again, but he was obviously hesitant because he wasn't on absolute kind of pure mission to score points there, because I think he just hesitated when he saw the gap open to his two teammates and thought, well, you guys take it. So a bit mixed messaging. Stevie Williams, on the other hand, definitely did lose the wheel of Jake Stewart and then was fighting, but just couldn't get back on terms. But it does go to show how important that corner with 500 metres to go is. Well, Ethan Hayter was just glimpsed there towards the front in perfectly good spirits. Tom Pidcock's being moved back up to the front, presumably after having stopped for a pee. Ethan Hayter, though,
Not too bothered by that having gone wrong, but it was a squandered opportunity perhaps to pick up one bonus second. 48 to go, 122 the gap. Well, order is restored. 10 kilometres to go until the Scots View climb starts again. Perhaps more interestingly than that, well, that in itself will be interesting, but we've got 20 kilometres to go until the final sprint at Melrose, where there's every chance we'll have another bonus second sprint. I wonder how that's going to play out. Who knows? Maybe everyone will go, just leave it alone this time. It went quite badly wrong for just about everybody last time.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think by that point it's going to be all in for the final sprint, if that's what's going to happen. Otherwise, there'll be some hesitation. The race could already be in pieces by that point.
Yeah.
There's going to be a...
It's also, thinking about it, the Melrose sprint is effectively the start of the last climb as well, isn't it? So they'll be in full throttle. We expect Soudal Quickstep to be hitting the foot of that climb absolutely flat stick. That's what we expect. It might well be that another team takes it up, or tries to. But at the moment, it looks like Soudal Quickstep are going to start now to wind it up. We're into the last hour and a bit of racing. Julien Alaphilippe makes his way up on the right-hand side of the peloton to take his place on the wheel of his train. In what could be one of his last well, certainly is going to be one of his last races ever for Soudal Quickstep, the team he's been with for a long time and enjoyed all this extraordinary success with. Ethan Hayter, incidentally, will be joining them next year. Not Alaphilippe, because he's moving on, but Ethan Hayter is moving to Quickstep.
Yeah, that's going to be it's a very interesting move from Ethan Hayter, because it's a very different style of racing. They expect a lot of each other. They're not just listening and doing what their director tells them. You can tell by the way they race. They're very much active, deciding amongst themselves of races on the road. They have a mutual respect. They're always together. Whereas Ethan Hayter, we often see him drifting apart from his team, doing his own thing, and probably more likely just to wait to be told to be up the front. That's not the sort of behaviour that Soudal Quickstep expects from their riders. So I think it's a good move for Ethan Hayter, because he will benefit from that type of racing and that expectation from his teammates.
It's no surprise to see Julien Alaphilippe move on, is it, David? But is it a little surprising the team he has chosen to go to, Tudor Pro Cycling?
A little bit. I mean, we don't know what's going on there. They've clearly got a big budget and they're
might be
expanding out. I think that's probably one of the reasons. But sometimes I think when you're in that point of the career, you need a very fresh challenge and to feel like you are part of the development of the team. So I think going into a team that's growing very quickly, I think perhaps that's an added motivation. He can shape it around him. He's not going into it to fit into a system. He can actually create that system himself within the team.
Yeah, an ambitious, very young side team, Tudor Pro Cycling. They've also signed Mark Hirschi from UAE Team Emirates, which is an interesting move itself.
It's very interesting because, I mean, obviously the Swiss teams are having Hirschi is important as a Swiss rider, but it's, I think, added Hirschi and Alaphilippe are very similar riders, so it's interesting to see that they're actually building that type of team who are primarily, I'd say, fantastic one-day racers, in particular hilly one-days. So I think it's clear what they're trying to achieve is this next step up is not trying to win Grand Tours, it's to go in and be dominant in one area of racing.
Well, the rider's battling a pretty substantial, pretty grippy headwind at the moment. Apparently it's 15 kilometres an hour right in their faces at the moment, but the whole race direction, being a circuit race, will switch. My understanding is that once they get over the Dingleton climb, the final climb of the day, they'll pick up a tailwind.
Oh, saddle free.
Oh, yeah.
It's a rare sight.
That is an unusual. I remember that happening to Jens Vogt on the Champs-Élysées.
Seat post is snapped.
A mild to moderate moment of discomfort there for Eric Ressel of Uno X, who completely lost his seat post and his saddle went with it as well, which is a very unusual malfunction for a bike. But he's got a spare bike, and it'll be a job for the mechanic to sort that one out. David, how did that come free?
No idea. It looks like it's snapped off. It's not going to fall out. So, yeah, freak accident.
Looks like a very sharp little blade of carbon fibre was just left there as well, which would have been a bit uncomfortable had he not realised his saddle had gone. Yeah, I remember when that did, when Jens Vogt lost his saddle on the Champs-Élysées circuit finish on the final stage of the Tour de France. I think he had to ride the entire last lap of the Champs-Élysées cobbles standing up.
He'd have loved it.
He'd have loved it. I produced one of my great interviewing moments ever as well, interviewing him shortly after he finished. He came over to stop and I did a live interview with him and said, "Jens, what happened?" And he said, "My saddle fell off," and I didn't have a follow-up question. I couldn't think of anything else to say. So he just rode off.
Brilliant. That's a very Champs-Élysées answer as well. When you just want it to be over with. So
What, the Tour de France or an interview with me? Probably both.
Probably both.
So 44.7 kilometres now, 1:29. I mean, they're going to get to the Melrose Sprint and they're going to get to the Scots View climb with that lead intact, I think. 38 kilometres to go. That's when they start to climb Scots View. Of course, it's a pretty unusual climb, isn't it? Callum Thornley, that was the one where he attacked with 500 metres to go first time around. It's a strange climb. It goes up, drops down, flattens off, gets a bit steeper, goes around a corner. There's all sorts going on, but he's seen it now, so he knows exactly what to expect.
Well, Callum Thornley, as you were mentioning before, is a case study in the power of home roads. He's gone out there today.
Well, it's the second time we've caught a glimpse of this edifice. I'm going to try and pronounce this, but I'm very happy to be stood corrected by local Smellham. Smellham Tower, dating back to the 1400s, the property of the Pringle family, who built that stronghold in the 1400s, 20 metres high and a real landmark here in the Borders. And these are home roads to Callum Thornley. Which makes it a little bit more perplexing, doesn't it, with the that potential misreading of the Scots View climb. It must be a climb that he knows. It must be,
That's
surely.
so true.
He's from Peebles.
But at the same time, I think often, even though you become almost dependent on the signs, you think, well, maybe the race organisation has decided the summit's there.
Well, that's true, isn't it? Because sometimes they are a bit scattergun and random where they actually decide the top of the climb is, especially with British climbs, which don't really have tops sometimes.
Yeah. But at least once he did realise a mistake, he will have known where the summit was.
Yes, that's true. Well, hats off Callum Thornley. I think he couldn't have hoped to get anything more out of the stage than what he's getting today. Get in a break, dominate it in terms of his stated objective, the King of the Mountains competition, and get it done, and now go again tomorrow, give himself a real chance of winning the King of the Mountains jersey, which would be, for a 21-year-old rider, a really notable achievement, actually.
Yeah, it would. And I think that is the big challenge, trying to double it up. But we often see it. I mean, it's almost counterintuitive that the riders go in these big breaks. You think the next day they won't be able to do it again. That somehow that motivation, that the headstrong ability and need to, allows them to double up and repeat. So Callum Thornley, but he's going to have his whole team around him tomorrow to help him, to support him get into the breakaway, because that will be their sole job. So it will be a very different beginning to the race for him than it was today, where it was probably any Trinity rider, all of you go for it, whereas tomorrow it's going to be, we only want Thornley in the breakaway, everybody race for him. Yeah,
it's quite high jeopardy in a funny way, isn't it? Because if he tries and fails to pick the right move, and another strong rider gets in a similar move tomorrow, they will actually take the jersey off his back and potentially pick up 30 King, and then we'll have two bona fide contenders fighting for the next few days after that for scraps, really, because there aren't that many climbs.
I think that, I mean, that's the joy of bike racing, is the races within races, and Trinity will be all in for that. So if they miss the break, the team will go in the front and chase it down. And if they get other riders in the break, they won't ride, because it is such an important objective for them that they will shape the whole race tomorrow.
Good point. Very good point. So not far to go now, not long to go until we get to Scott's View. So named because it is Sir Walter, well, it was Sir Walter Scott's favourite viewpoint in the Borders. If you were listening earlier, watching earlier, recounted the story of the origins of Scott's View name. It was a view that he so favoured, Sir Walter Scott, that whenever he passed over the top of that climb, he would invariably stop to take in the view from the top of that little hill that he loved so much. And so familiar were his horses with his habit of stopping there that without him even saying anything to them or giving them an instruction, they would just stop anyway, expecting their master to stop and look at the view. And when he passed away in the early 19th century, his funeral cortege actually drew to a halt there as well, as a mark of respect. So Scott's View gets its name from that moment when Sir Walter Scott used to stop and take in the view. So well into the final hour of racing now. 40.7 kilometres to go. They've been averaging 43.4 kilometres today, which is really going some on these heavy British roads on this undulating terrain, with the best part of 2,000 metres of short, sharp climbs, most of which are in their legs already.
I think particularly when you take into account that the battle for the breakaway wasn't prolonged, so normally the average speed is slightly tilted because they'll have had a first hour at some exceptionally high speed, but it's been pretty consistent high speed all day, because it took half an hour or so for the break to go, and then it's just kept on at that high pace relentlessly, apart from, I'd say, about 10 minutes maximum when the peloton lulled to allow the gap to go up to 3.5 minutes. And that is what's going to make this race so hard in the final, because it has been the perfect case of war of attrition from Soudal Quickstep, because they've had this breakaway held on a very short leash for the majority of the day.
So they've seen these roads before, second time around, second ascent of Scott's View, approaching fast now. And I would imagine that Johansson will do his level best to set a pace that will suit Callum Thornley here, because he needs to carry on working with him. Johansson's still got his stated objective of getting to Melrose. Very important for him, really important for him that he stays away, Johansson, as far as Melrose.
Oh, the peloton's picking up speed now. Moscon's taken over again for Soudal Quickstep. Other teams all lining up, so you can see that everybody is already worried that something might happen on Scott's View. So they're positioning their leaders. That's a positioning pace that's going on at the front, and they've had to put Moscon back on.
Yeah, well, here is a study of what's going on at the front of the race at the moment. You can see Bahrain Victorious have hit the front as well, marking Decathlon, AG2R Le Mondial. So suddenly, Soudal Quickstep looking round and realising that they have got company at the front, and everybody is fighting for space on the road, including Uno X, including the first appearance of Q36.5 as well. So it really is starting to have an impact. And partly that is because we're inside the last 40 kilometres, and we are well within Remco Evenepoel range as well now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. And I think for any breakaway, actually, these roads are perfect. You want it to be quite narrow, gradients constantly changing, left and right. I mean, you're out of sight very quickly on these roads, and there aren't that many teams who could organise a chase. So at the moment, everyone's on edge, because, as you say, it's within a realistic breakaway distance, especially for the likes of Remco Evenepoel.
Ineos Grenadiers with Tobias Foss and Tom Pidcock right towards the front. Soudal Quickstep still there, but they are occupying the other side of the road now and allowing Ineos Grenadiers for the first time really to take it up and ride their pace.
And Moscon is done, so all that work he did earlier now, he can't match, and that goes to show how much the pace has lifted now. But you're right, it's Tobias Foss for Ineos Grenadiers, who is setting a high tempo. Soudal Quickstep drifting back a little bit, having to rearrange their riders.
Yep. but now ranging up down the middle of the road alongside Ineos Grenadiers. Ethan Hayter very well placed, right up towards the front. Pidcock and Hayter, both very different types of riders, but both winners. And those two riders are on the wheel of Tobias Foss towards the front. It's the first time that Ineos Grenadiers have got really on the front foot so far in this opening stage of the Tour of Britain men. Here's the start of the climb. The penultimate climb of the opening stage. Scott's View for the second time. Callum Thornley bossed it last time, attacking twice and breaking the threat of Callum Ormiston. But just as he did last time, the Dane Johansson gets to the front. He's not going to threaten Callum Thornley even remotely for those points, but at the back of the race there is trouble for Rowan Baker of St Piran, and for Gianni Moscon, who's done a huge amount of work on the front. He is, I don't know quite what happened there, but both those riders off the back and remounting.
Yeah, Gianni Moscon, who perhaps had just drifted back, was relaxed, and perhaps in that drift back, so another rider just went into him.
Here we go. Might get a replay, get a sense of what's happening. Just a touch of wheels.
Yeah, it's just some tired riders. Moscon not impressed with that.
No.
Just ridden into the back of his bike. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's damaged.
Yeah, Rowan Baker, one of the young riders on St Piran's, the St Piran team.
Oof, there's an attack coming from Ineos Grenadiers. So we did ask before whether they were going to be proactive, and they are, and this is exactly what we want to see from them.
Well, it looks to me like that's Ben Turner,
yeah,
I think, who picked up that bonus second. He's launched an attack. That's what they need to do with their resources at their disposal, so that's a really good move. DSM rider has followed. I don't think it's Oscar Onley, and one rider from Bahrain Victorious as well. So a quartet of riders, or a quintet. Jonas Abrahamsen, I think, has got in the move of Uno X Mobility. Yeah, that's Abrahamsen.
That's Connor Swift.
Oh, it's Connor Swift.
Yeah. So this is a really, really good move from Ineos Grenadiers. It's what they had to do. Look, Soudal Quickstep was sent up, one of their other riders, not one of their leaders. So again, this is almost the kind of the number twos, number threes of the teams who have been set up to start to action the race, set it into motion.
Well, who's going to ride here? Because you've got Soudal Quickstep, Ineos Grenadiers, Uno X, Bahrain Victorious. You've got all four of the World Tour teams have got representation at the front.
Yeah, it is exactly. This just pulled out the perfect combination of riders.
There's
Look at
another
behind.
group. Yeah, but that's not the peloton, is it? That's another group of 12 or so.
Well, this goes to show as well how hard the day's been. If that's another group that's going and just caused that split, then it's Alaphilippe that's coming across.
Yeah, on the wheel of a Decathlon AG2R rider from their development team. That is unmistakably Julien Alaphilippe.
All over the place. Oh, look at the gaps opening up everywhere. So there is now, this is the chaos we talked about earlier that needed to be ignited, and Ineos Grenadiers have done it. They needed to take control of the race. Now, in taking control, they are wreaking havoc across the race, but that's the only way they can put Soudal Quickstep under pressure. And it's Alaphilippe now who is there. Remco Evenepoel is now coming across. So Remco Evenepoel has noticed that the gaps are opening. Nobody can control it. So he is now launching from the peloton.
So Martin Svercek will get on the front now and stay on the front, the Slovakian, and bury himself now. He's got Julien Alaphilippe on his wheel. Where is Evenepoel? Where is that golden helmet? Actually, Alaphilippe's not quite there. Little gap opening up again. He's looking round, Alaphilippe. Very conscious, I think, that Evenepoel might be counter-attacking and trying to get across to the front of this race.
Well, there's another group behind them, and Evenepoel was behind them. So Evenepoel is bridging across to that group that we just see now, and that's going to bring everybody out, because once Alaphilippe and Evenepoel have started racing, then everybody has to react immediately. Let's watch how quickly this time gap goes down. 1 minute now.
OK, at the front of the race, 500 metres to go for Callum Thornley. This is a formality for Thornley. It will put him into a very, very healthy position in the King of the Mountains competition. He'll pick up another 4 points imminently to move his total to 20 points. Connor Swift now piling it on.
Remco Evenepoel is now coming across. He's made it to that group, and now he's just coming straight by.
Stevie Williams as well is just ahead of Remco Evenepoel. Evenepoel closing to the Welshman from Israel Premier Tech. Front of the race, just confirmation. They're going to stay out, but will they still be out when they get to the Dingleton climb? It feels potentially very fragile now, this breakaway, because they are motoring behind and the attacks have started. 36 kilometres to go. Here is Callum Thornley moving to 20 points, and they will hope now, or at least Johansson will hope, that they're still out the front with 25.8 kilometres to go as they drop down to the sprint at Melrose.
Yeah, the strength of that move coming across those 10 kilometres to Kelso, and that line for Johannesson. It's going to be touch and go for him, because it depends. Once this is that group now forming, And this does have, I do believe there's Remco Evenepoel, last rider on the back, so he has
he's
bridged
made
across.
it. So Alaphilippe and Evenepoel at the front of the race now. So what does Connor Swift do here now? He attacks again. Sverchek following the move. I think it's Govakar of Bahrain Victorious.
Ben Turner for Ineos Grenadiers just making it across to this group as well. No sign of Pidcock.
Nope. Jonas Abrahamsen, watch out for him, he's in that move.
Onley's there now as well, I think.
Yeah, that's Ben Turner, you're right, from Ineos Grenadiers, who's made the junction, got across. It's an interesting group, this, but it does have the double Olympic champion Remco Evenepoel and the double former world champion Julian Alaphilippe in their ranks as well.
And
what a mix.
And they have a teammate up there. So Soudal Quickstep are doing this perfectly at the moment.
Yep.
They've got back control of the situation. It was Ineos Grenadiers and Connor Swift who did light it up, which was the right thing to do, but Soudal Quickstep have reacted and got exactly the riders they want up there.
Another group coming across though, so I don't think it's a done deal that that group will go clear. Such a powerful group, but it does look like the race behind is still very dynamic. At the back of the peloton though, all sorts of woe and suffering as riders, young riders, inexperienced riders are starting to feel the pressure that's being exerted at the front of the race. These two soldier on, they have to. Johansson needs to get to Melrose to the intermediate sprint to have a chance of taking the points jersey on the day. That's his big objective. He's picked up 20 points. If he gets to Melrose, he'll make it 30 points. And if he does that, he will almost certainly be the, well, he will be, I'm pretty sure, the jersey wearer of the points competition tomorrow. That is his objective. Inside 35 kilometres to go. Well, that's how quickly things can change. The bunch has come back together again. They'll be open to attacks. They will be open to attacks as Jonas Abrahamsen kicks on again. He's got Matt Holmes with him from the Great Britain team. Remco Evenepoel, two riders from DSM Firmenich. And the attacks will continue, I suspect, David, from here right the way over the Dingledon climb and beyond.
Yeah, it's interesting just how active and reactive Remco Evenepoel was there, almost urging somebody to go. Matt Holmes immediately on his wheel. But we see the peloton was regrouping, but the majority of the riders coming back will have just had to go so deep. So it's inevitable that it's going to rip to pieces again when they get to Dingleton. But at the moment, Jonas Abrahamsen once again racing only how he knows, which is just repeatedly attacking at the front.
Stevie Williams is still there. Julian Alaphilippe just feeding ominously, keeping himself fueled up. One rider from Bahrain Victorious, and he's on the attack, looking for space on the right-hand side of the road on this short, sharp descent. Seeking out the opportunities, but it calms down a little bit behind. It's fascinating to see how quickly that powerful group was shut down by the bunch, David, and who did the work. We didn't see it in all that chaos, but I was surprised it came back that simply.
I think it was just everybody just chasing. The moment you have riders like Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe go up the road, you know there's no hesitation. You don't wait for teammates, you've got to go yourself. So I think it was more a case of everybody just going flat out, knowing they had to close the gap in front of them. Now the thing is, there's not many teams that are going to have riders left to control now. Soudal Quickstep, who've done so much, they do have perhaps the greatest strength in numbers there, but they're going to have to use them carefully.
Well, the neutral service car has been that gap now, which means that the time gap has come down so much that their team cars have been removed, and Callum Thornley sits up now.
Yeah,
I was wondering whether he would. I mean, effectively, he knows he's not going to get to the Dingleton climb and pick up any further points. He's got 20 in the bag. He's got the jersey on the day. There's actually no point in carrying on, I don't think.
No, and I think he can't carry on there. So it's the right move. Soudal Quickstep coming back to the front, just trying to bring some order once again. They do now know, everybody knows that it will break up on Dingleton. So it's a case now of just keeping that pace high, keeping it under pressure so that they can set up the next big move. Question is, who is it going to come from? DSM very vigilant at the front. Israel Premier Tech there as well. Just having to look to see where Remco Evenepoel is. He's a bit further back now. So Soudal Quickstep not hesitating in the slightest to keep it rolling on the front.
Ben Swift showing himself towards the front. And still it's Sverchek of Soudal Quickstep Still they're setting the pace, still they're determining the way this race is shaped, but it was good to see Ineos Grenadiers trying to disrupt, trying to do something unexpected, which they most certainly did. Sport on the roads, sport in the rivers, it's all happening here on the borders today. And one man off the front still with 44 seconds as Abrahamson goes again. Big counter-attack from the man from Uno X. And on his wheel, one of the riders from Israel, I think it might be Stevie Williams. Hard to see, was it Simon Clark? Couldn't quite pick
Stevie
him.
Williams. Still unfamiliar with Joe Blackmore's style of riding, as we haven't seen him much on TV yet.
Oh, it's not inconceivable that is Blackmore. Wait to identify him, but Abrahamson's full of fight here, isn't he? Really characteristic ride from what we know of Jonas Abrahamson.
Yeah, and once again, it's Sudar Quickstep on the front of that peloton, just shutting everything down. They don't want to be caught out again, because they were caught out by that move from Ineos Grenadiers. And they had one chance at that, because from now on they're controlling it.
These are riders who've been spat out of the back. A rider from Q36.5, one of the young French team as well, from Groupama FDJ, that's Maxime Decomble. And here is Callum Thornley, who opted just to sit up and not try and follow his Danish breakaway companion to Melrose, where he's got nothing at stake. It's all in for the man from Sabgal Anikola to get to Melrose and take those final 10 points.
attack.
5 kilometres to go to the Melrose Sprint as another attack goes off the front, and it's Connor Swift once again from the front of the bunch for the Ineos Grenadiers, who tries to disrupt things. They sweep past Callum Thornley, who was in the original breakaway, and that move from Connor Swift provokes a reaction. DSM once again marking the move. Simon Clark going with him, the oldest man in the race, Simon Clark, from in the blue and white of Israel Premier Tech. It's so dynamic at the front, a really aggressive start to this race.
Yeah, and it's great to see Connor Swift, who is, this is the moment that Thornley decided, knew it was done for the day for him.
Yeah.
Left his partner in crime to go and chase that final points on his own.
Julius Johansson wants to get to the intermediate sprint, the last of them at Melrose in a few kilometres. He's got 30 seconds to play with, but it's not a foregone conclusion even then that he's going to get there. Got a good chance though, and if he does, he will wear the points jersey tomorrow, and he'll be a real player in the points competition, especially if he can back it up and get in breakaways repeatedly, but he'll have to go day after day after day. That's one story. The King of the Mountain story for today is done. The stage win though, massively up for grabs.
Oof, the speed here. So behind Connor Swift, who is just showing how strong he is, recently winning British Gravel Championships. Very different, but a good sign of just how well he's going. And he's obviously been given the role by Ineos Grenadiers today to be the disruptor. And disrupting he is.
Well, he's close now to seeing this one out. 25.8 kilometres to go. That's where the intermediate sprint at Melrose is. That time gap suggests it has calmed down a little bit in the peloton. But the problem is, as Van Rijssel-Roubaix hit the front in that very distinctive pink kit, the French Continental team, the problem is, David, that the Melrose Sprint is basically the start of the Dingleton Climb as well. So if one of the teams really starts to take this up, as Tobias Foss is doing now for Ineos Grenadiers, they could still run Johansson very close at the intermediate sprint. Yeah,
they could, but I think the speed they're going, I think Johansson's safe at the moment, and you can see it's a little bit of order control being brought back ahead of that climb. Bahrain Victoria's coming up. They have Peo Bilbao, who could be one of the riders that could go with those moves.
Wout Poels was there as well, 4-time stage winner historically in the Tour of Britain. Veteran, moving to Astana next year, but still in the colours of the white colours of Bahrain Victorious. Yeah, you're right, aren't you? 30 seconds, 32 seconds, they're controlling it at the moment, but it's going to be enough, I think, for this man to claim a further 10 points. And incidentally, it's perhaps not totally insignificant, another 3 bonus seconds. But for that to be relevant, he's going to have to hang on at the Dingleton Climb, and I'm not sure he's going to, because they're going to light this up.
Ineos Grenadiers ever present to the front, Tobias Foss taking control again. Pidcock wasn't visible in that previous wave of attacks, but I wouldn't write him off being there when the race happens now in Dingleton.
Into the outskirts of Melrose now comes the Dane from the Portuguese team, making their debut at the Tour of Britain. Sabgal Anikala. He's strong, isn't he?
Really strong. Yeah.
Even the fact that he's still out there with this 30-second lead, this deep into this long stage, having invested what he has done into the day's racing, is hugely impressive. If he can get his reward of taking the lead in the points competition at the end of the day, then that would be quite something for that team.
So now it is only Bahrain Victorious and Nunes Grenadiers that are controlling the front. Soudal Quick-Step sitting a bit further back.
Now then, Bahrain Victorious do take it up. The two men you were talking about, well, that's Woutpool's in second place, and Bilbao just tucked in on his wheel, I think, or one further back down the line. The upright figure of Pello Bilbao, is he there? Yes, he is. He's fourth rider in the line. 26 seconds, 27.1 kilometres to go, 1.5 kilometres, a little bit less than that, to the intermediate sprint at Melrose, where he'll get there, and I would imagine he will just sit up. There's very little point in him persisting. 1 kilometre effectively remaining in his race today.
I think he's going to have to sit up after this effort. But it's been a brilliant ride from him and Thornley. Both got exactly what they wanted from today's stage. They're going to have to do it all over again tomorrow.
So Tobias Foss on the front once again. Tom Pidcock this time is well placed. Can't see the white jersey of the British national champion Ethan Hayter towards the front.
He is there.
Is he?
Just a little bit further back.
Okay, take your word for that. And Israel Premier Tech fighting on multiple fronts there in terms of which riders they can deploy on these climbs and how they can go about it. They've got Blackmore to work with. They've got Stevie Williams, who's been very aggressive so far today. Simon Clark doing his bit as well. If it does come back to some sort of a group sprint, they've still got Ethan Vernon and Jake Stewart, but they'd be vulnerable, I'd say, if this climb is really attacked, because it's not insignificant, this climb of Dingleton.
No, it's not, and I have a feeling that, well, if it wants to be broken up by certain teams, they want a break to go, then they're going to have to go from the bottom.
Well, hats off to this man. Johansson has done it, picks up 30 points in the points competition. Now, the winner of the stage will only get 25 points. So unless Callum Thornley were to win the stage, which isn't going to happen, then this man will be leading the points competition going into tomorrow. And on to the climb. A right-hander here takes them on to the start of the final categorised climb of the day, the climb to Dingleton. Jonas Abrahamsson on the front with two teammates, or one teammate. DSM swarming all over the front. We haven't, I don't think, yet seen Oscar Onley in action or on the offensive, unless I've missed it. Perhaps he's been waiting, saving himself for this climb, because it would suit a rider like Oscar Onley.
Yeah, and DSM are very present on the front here. They've taken Alaphilippe goes from the bottom.
Wow. Well, he has not waited long, has he? Well, he hasn't waited at all, Julien Alaphilippe. First of the big Soudal quick-step attacks. Off he goes, the great Frenchman. That is Onley, I think, who's following him this time.
Well, this is exactly what they have to do, Soudal Quick-Step. In order to make the climb so difficult, they couldn't just set a tempo. They had to go from the bottom. And you know what? There's nothing to lose here, because if Alaphilippe, it doesn't work out, they've got Remco Evenepoel behind who can counter.
Look how quickly they're getting across to the rider at the front of the race as well, as they, well, almost out of sight. It's Alaphilippe persisting with this tactic. I think it's Oscar Onley. Damien Howson has scrambled his way in the colours of Q36.5. And is that Joe Blackmore? I think it might be Joe Blackmore. Looks round, hasn't actually broken free yet, Julien Alaphilippe. But Holmes is having a good race.
Yeah, Matt Holmes is looking great. He's just coming across, bringing back the peloton, and there are a few places behind is Tom Pidcock. No sign of Remco Evenepoel. Alaphilippe goes again, so he just wants to keep the pressure on her. He doesn't want it to lull. He doesn't want people to get any respite.
That's Blackmore. That is young Joe Blackmore, the winner of the Tour de l'Avenir, and he is playing games with Julien Alaphilippe. He's looking effortless on the wheel of the Frenchman. Attack from Trinity Racing as well. They're not done yet. One of their riders with a Q36.5 rider on the wheels. And who else has gone with that move? Another DSM are diligent, aren't they? They're not really attacking much, but they're marking all the moves, making sure they're present. Matt Holmes bringing the rest of the group of climbers as this peloton starts to thin out on Dingleton back to the front of the race.
Yeah, it's stretched out to one long line now, but everybody is just hanging on. They know it's not a very long climb. You've just got to dig so deep here. Can't let the gap go. Matt Holmes taking control himself.
Very good ride from Matt Holmes. Without a team, of course, these days. He's a privateer. Oscar Onley on his wheel. Joe Blackmore still there. Or was that's Jake Stewart?
There's Jake Stewart.
Jake Stewart on the front. Well, that's actually indicative of how relatively benign this climb is at the moment. I mean, Alaphilippe tried to light it up, but that's still remarkably cohesive, that peloton. It's a big group still.
And that's one of the reasons I think Alaphilippe did light it up from the very bottom, because in order to make it more difficult, it needs to be going hard the whole way. Soudal Quickstep have no teammates left now. Two of those big riders to actually keep a really high pace going. See the lull, everybody's getting a moment. Tobias Fast saw that Van Rijssel-Roubaix rider coming and just got out to anticipate it. But there are a lot of riders there just sitting slightly behind, biding their time, waiting.
Well, what sort of a group is going to get to the finish line in Kelso? It's still a bigger group than many had anticipated halfway up this climb. It's a long climb, though, don't forget, by British standards, the Dingleton climb. 2.6 kilometres, an average of 6.1%. That's quite an effort. Wout Poels looks like he's about to attack.
Yeah, so it's 1.2 kilometres to the summit, so this is a strong move from Wout Poels. He is the type of rider that can make the difference, and perhaps this will bring out some of the other big names.
Loves this race, Wout Poels. 4 times he's won stages here, and the Dutchman goes clear. And Remco Evenepoel follows Wout Poels. As you said, David, an attack from a rider like Wout Poels teases out the very best.
Yeah. So
oh dear.
So Remco Evenepoel, if he gets the gap, no one can let him get a gap. So he's come across to Wout Poels, he's straight by him. So this was clearly the plan from Soudal Quickstep, was Alaphilippe just to put the pressure on at the bottom, keep the pace high, let Remco Evenepoel cover the moves and move himself over the top.
Well, hats off to Oscar Onley and Joe Blackmore, who have gone with Remco Evenepoel there, and relatively comfortably.
Yeah. Phenomenal ride from those two riders. It's also the problem that Remco Evenepoel has, is that he is the most marked man in this race.
Yep.
He wants to know where his teammates are, I think, because this is where he needs another counter-attack from one of his teammates. They need to keep the pressure on here.
Running out of road as well on this climb. Onley, Blackmore, Nick Schultz is the other rider from Israel, Premier Tex. They've got 3 riders up towards the front, on the wheel of Remco Evenepoel and Oscar Onley, including Stevie Williams, who's just on the inside there in that dark blue and white kit, Bahrain victorious. By the looks of it, with another rider there, about to, Burati it is, make an attack if he can, just sits back down in the saddle again. Zambanini, rather, I should say. The other one's one of their Italians.
I wonder if Evenepoel's just checking if Magnier's there still.
Tom Pidcock is very well placed, the best of the Ineos Grenadiers on the wheel of that clutch of Israel Premier Tech riders.
He's trying to get information. I think he wants to know who's in the group, who have they still got there. Alaphilippe for sure, but is there sprinter Magnier? Has he made it across in this group? Because if he has, Remco Evenepoel will keep the pace on, because that is a thin down peloton at the moment. But those gaps, they're still closable. If they slow up, then it's all going to come back together very quickly. Pidcock.
There is Tom Pidcock. Last of the Ineos Grenadiers, gets to the top of the climb, forces the pace, wants to keep this gap, this group clear, or even split it up again. His move is followed by Blackmore, who has been attentive without attacking. He's looked very, very strong, hasn't he?
He has, and very, very patient as well.
Yeah.
Just showing a very cool head here. You'd think in that situation against this riders, you'd want to show yourself, but no. That's showing wisdom beyond his years there.
Nonetheless, that's a big group that's got over the top of Dingleton as Remco Evenepoel goes again, this time following Joey Roscoff's move from Q36.5, the American now. If he looks round, looks back, he'll see Remco Evenepoel and Jake Stewart hitting the front. So Roscoff, Stewart and Evenepoel opening up a gap now.
Now this is the danger zone, because Remco Evenepoel, if he gets a gap on the flat, you are not getting him back.
Yeah.
He is the fastest bike rider in the world when it comes to these sort of roads.
This is some of the damage that's being done. So on the descents now, Remco Evenepoel, Jake Stewart and Joey Roscoff, those three riders have got a bit of a gap. Last time we caught a glimpse of the front of the bunch, it looked like an Israel Premier Tech rider was trying to close the gap, which is a questionable tactic. We'll have to wait and see, but Evenepoel trying to break things up. So Tom Pidcock trying to get across that gap to join Roscoff. Jake Stewart and Remco Evenepoel on this descent. Technical, steep, difficult descent. And Evenepoel is doing a really good job here.
Yeah, he's doing a huge ride, and everyone knows it. I think that's Tobias Foss who's trying to close the gap.
Yeah, it's not Pidcock.
He's trying to wave the motorbike away. The motorbike can't get out the way, the speed they're going. But Remco Evenepoel just piling the pressure on here.
He's enjoying this, isn't he, Evenepoel?
He is.
He's enjoying this bike race. This is exactly what we wanted to see with Remco Evenepoel's name in the start list. And again, that motorbike getting waved away by that rider from Ineos Grenadiers. 20.7 kilometres to go to the finish line in Kelso. Wet roads partially here as well. It's not impossible that there's been a little dusting of showers that were predicted here. Yeah, exactly. Sketchy road surface. And still there's a group of probably 40, 45 riders at the front.
But that move from Remco Evenepoel has made it sure that no one else is getting back on. It was, the gaps were relatively small over the top, but just making that move on the descent, he's assured that that peloton stays that size.
That looks like the last rider there in the Great Britain kit. That might well be the final selection. Tobias Foss hits the front. Here's the moment there. And this is in the second group. One of the riders from Sabgal Anikal has gone down. It's Jaime Castrillo Zapata who's gone down. Didn't look too bad. Hopefully he'll be back up and running soon. Trinity Racing with Bob Donaldson in the front group. Abrahamson going, Stevie Williams there, Tobias Foss. One other Ineos Grenadier, there's Ben Swift. It is Ben Swift. Well, he's got a fast finish from a selected group.
So Ineos Grenadiers taking control at the moment. I presume that means Ethan Hayter is still there, because he will be their best bet if it comes down to a sprint. Matt Holmes in the GB kit there, still present at the front.
Alaphilippe there. Now there's one other Soudal Quick-Step rider there on the radio, and I think it's Paul Magnier. Or is it? It might not be, actually, so hold that thought. It might well be Gil Gelders.
A lot of talking going on between Soudal Quick-Step riders there.
Well, they're trying to do what we're trying to do, effectively, aren't they? And figure out who's in this group.
They are. One thing's for sure, they have 4 riders in it, from what I can see. So that's a good showing, considering how much work they've done all day. There is Hayter, just on the right there. So, say it's about 40, 50 rider group maximum.
Well, hats off to Ethan Hayter for surfing the chaos there. Louis Sutton is there, the young rider from Great Britain. I think he might be one of their, possibly their only representative. Q36.5 have got Damien Howson and Rory Townsend, I think, is there. Yep, that's Rory Townsend, rider 85, the Irishman. And he's got a very fast finish on him, and if this group stays away to the line, watch out for him. Peo Bilbao is there, tucked in 5th place on the wheel of Matt Holmes. Q36.5 have actually got 4 riders in this group, at least. St Piran have representation with 1. And Ben Swift hits the front now. Ben Turner, I should say.
Yeah, and Ineos Grenadiers have 5 riders in this group, from what I've seen. So let's not forget, Tom Pidcock is good in this size of bunch sprint. We've seen him before at the Tour of Britain be up there. And so they have 2 cards to play, Ineos Grenadiers, when it comes to the final.
So that's the situation. 17.4 kilometres to go. Is this the final selection? We'll have to wait and see, but Kelso is approaching fast. Well, this could be the final selection on the run into Kelso. They are looking around, everybody's trying to establish exactly who is left in this group as Markus Højgaard, the Norwegian national champion from Uno X, hits the front under instruction from his teammate Jonas Abrahamsen. They've got one other rider in there, but I think they may be conscious of the fact that they haven't got quite the fast men to match some of the purer sprinters who are left in this final group, and they're trying to make things hard and maybe force another split. Soudal Quickstep with strength in depth in this group, as the Ineos Grenadiers are as well. All the big favourites, Remco Evenepoel, Tom Pidcock, Julien Alaphilippe, they're all in this group. Israel Premier Tech's clutch of talented climbers, they're all represented in this group as well, including the likes of Nick Schultz and Joe Blackmore, who's looked very impressive, Stevie Williams. Matt Holmes is there from Great Britain, as well as his young teammate Louis Sutton. So there's a whole mix of different riders here, and it's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out all the way to the line.
Well, that ride from Uno X at the front is opening slight gaps. Ben Turner on the wheel, trying to see which one of the Soudal Quickstep riders it is. And then behind gaps being closed again. Too close to the finish for anyone to let something happen here, to let something slip out. Matt Holmes again up there. Is he going to try and launch? Yes, he is.
Putting on a show, isn't he, Matt Holmes? Doing a really good job now. What a career he's had, an interesting career he has, making a name for himself in the world of gravel racing now. Matt Holmes. So Pello Bilbao following the moves, really good riding for Oscar Onley and Joe Blackmore. They're still there or thereabouts, dropping back a little bit further, waiting for the big attacks, trying to follow the moves. But the closer we get to the finish line in Kelso, the more this looks like we're going to have a sprint from this group.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be very chaotic all the way to the finish line, because there aren't the teams, I think, with the firepower, with the willpower to actually form a concerted, controlled lead-out chase here. So it's going to be pretty chaotic all the way to the finish line. And we saw in that intermediate sprint in Kelso previously how kind of treacherous that final 500 meters is.
15 kilometers to go, and there's a little lull in the action as we approach the finish line in Kelso. Tobias Foss on the front. Pello Bilbao, it stalls a little bit, just settles down. Uno X with at least 3 riders in this group. Pello Bilbao, has he got a teammate in this group? Bahrain Victorious don't really come here with a sprinter. Ethan Hayter, though, would be, from this group, one of the red-hot favourites if they take it to the line. He's alongside Tom Pidcock there, but surely they would ride for Hayter in terms of the stage victory today. Probably, of all the riders here, he's got the fastest finish.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a really interesting finish with those 500 metres. Be interesting to see what part Pidcock plays in that, because 500 metres to go, if you want to win the sprint, I think you're going to have to be in the top 3, top 4. Especially with a bunch like this, where there's not going to be any highly organised lead out. It's you're better to be at the front and then be able to just control what's coming from behind.
Well, they will have learned, I think, from the chaotic intermediate sprint in Kelso first time around, quite how difficult this run-in is. At least the riders who were involved in that will. I don't think Ben Turner's in this group, but obviously Ethan Hayter is, and he will know a lot more than he did last time when he comes to this finish line. He's got his teammate Tobias Foss setting the pace on the front. 2 riders from DSN, and I'm wondering whether Casper van Uden is in this group.
Ben Turner is still in there, as is Ben Swift. So Ineos Grenadiers, I think, almost have their entire team here.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Well, Paul's sitting at the back, one of the riders, one of the last attacks on the climb, but even with these big name riders, they couldn't make the difference.
Alongside him, Mativ Kovakar, Slovenian rider with his arm in the air. Well, it's been fascinating. 12.6 kilometers to go. 2:36.5. We haven't seen too much of them, but Mark Donovan and Damien Howson are both still there. They won't be, I don't think, figuring in the final. One, two, three riders at least from DSM, including Oscar Onley, who looked very, very good on the last couple of climbs.
So, discussion going on. Tobias Foss, Ben Turner, Ben Swift. There he is, Joe Blackmore.
Very, very, very impressive climb, wasn't it?
Oh, he looked completely in control.
Following Remco Evenepoel, following Julien Alaphilippe. Absolutely beautifully placed as Ben Turner comes up on the wheel now of Tobias Foss and Ineos Lau. Really assert themselves under the tutelage of the road captain Ben Swift, who slots in third place. Now, if it weren't for the presence of Ethan Hayter in around about 10th place in that line there, Ben Swift would be sprinting here, and he's not in bad shape as a sprinter from a reduced group this year either. But he will be surely leading out Ethan Hayter today. Well, we're still playing a slight guessing game as to exactly who is in this group, but it's suggesting to me, I'm not sure Paul Magnier has made the selection here. Don't think that's him on the wheel of Julien Alaphilippe. I might be wrong, but I think it's one of their two young riders, the young Belgian Giel Gelders. 10.8 kilometres to go then to the finish line in Kelso. It looks like this group is going to stay clear. They're being powered on now by the Norwegian Tobias Foss and Ben Turner. Ineos Grenadiers now at this phase in the race, in the final 10 kilometres or approaching the final 10 kilometres, they are taking over where Soudal Quickstep have been throughout today's proceeding as the team of the favourites now, the race favourites for the stage win. And the reason for that is the British national champion, Ethan Hayter, has the support of, I think, with the only exception being Connor Swift. I'm not sure he's there. I think the rest of the Ineos Grenadiers are all there to support him.
Yeah, Connor Swift, who did his job, which was to light the race up, make it more difficult, was then dropped, it appears, on Dingleton, but now it's down to the rest of the team to take matters into their own hands. They're not asking or expecting help from anybody else. They are putting all their trust in Ethan Hayter, that he can do this. So Tobias Foss doing the lion's share of the work now to allow them to have all the firepower they need for the finish sprint. It's going to be interesting to see Pidcock on the radio there. Pidcock, will he be setting Ethan Hayter up, or will he be doing his own sprint?
Yeah, it's quite a nuanced decision, that, isn't it, for the Ineos Grenadiers to make on the road. What sort of plan will they have had going into the race? The young man from Leeds there, Björn Kurt, drops to the back. There he is. Racing in France for an amateur team before he got picked up by the development squad of DSM Firmenich. Another British rider to go with Max Poole, Oscar Onley. His teammate in this race, Ollie Peace. DSM are absolutely packing their development squad and their World Tour team now with young British talent. Of course, two British DSs who work, Phil West and Matt Winston, in that World Tour team.
So Magnier is there for Soudal Quickstep. So they do have their sprinter.
.8 kilometres to go then. Most of the fast men are there. I have a question mark as to whether Casper van Ouden is there. Now the group is coming back. So we've got a whole bunch of other riders. We thought that might be the final selection. It isn't. That's at least another 20-25 riders who are coming back into the mix. And that might introduce a few more candidates for the stage win. And it's going to make this a big bunch coming onto the cobbles in the final straight.
This has just got a lot more chaotic. So I'm not sure whether Ineos Grenadiers were aware that that group was coming up, because they are just using Tobias Foss, trying to get the most out of him for as long as possible, which means he will have been setting a slightly more controlled pace, and that controlled pace has allowed that group to come back on.
Another rider I spotted who was in that front selection even before they were joined by all these other riders. Another rider I spotted who we haven't talked about a great deal, but we should, because he finished in a close second place last year in one of the bunch sprints, is Ethan Vernon, who's riding, well, last year he was riding for GB, this year he's riding for the Israel Premier Tech team.
Just caught a glimpse. Connor Swift, who was in that second group, is now fighting his way back up, so he can help Tobias Foss. That means that Ineos Grenadiers have a full complement of riders on the front.
I mean, this is 2/3 of the peloton, if not more. I think a far bigger group than anyone anticipated on this difficult opening stage, the longest stage of the Tour of Britain, has come to the line, or will come to the line together, as Ineos Grenadiers now, with the, as you were saying, David, the entirety of their team now hit the front and will stay on the front now right until the final kilometre. With that man in the white jersey, Ethan Vernon, with the red, white and blue bands around his waist, a former stage winner 3 years ago of a stage of the Tour of Britain into Warrington in that thrilling edition of the race that saw Julien Alaphilippe, Wout van Aert and Ethan Hayter do battle time and time again. Well, he's right in the mix here, and his team are giving him the full support as an attack goes off the front.
It's a decathlon rider, one of their development riders.
Yeah, well, I don't think they've got a fast man who would be expected to really get involved in the top placing, so it's a good move and a strong move as well, because they're not hanging around on the front.
Yeah, it is a very strong move. Just took that slight false flat uphill as a launch pad. The thing is, the effort he's going to have to make just to get that gap, it's going to make it very difficult for him to continue at that speed.
Not sure who it is, I'll be honest, one of the Decathlon AG2R development riders, but it's the same rider who we saw attacking repeatedly when the flag dropped and trying to get in a breakaway, so he is strong and going well. They picked up a tailwind here, which is helping his cause.
Ineos Grenadiers still very much in control. Now Tobias Foss and Connor Swift, who are doing this final phase. They'll just have to go as close as they can to the finish, to then hand over, because it's going to be so critical from 1 kilometre to 500 metres to go to make sure they're right at the front.
Well, Ineos Grenadiers are trying to shut this move down now. Difficulty this rider has is the longer he stays out there, the harder it gets, and there's still 6 long, difficult, rolling kilometres to try and stay off the front, but he's built up a 5-second lead, and looks like he might even still just about be growing it as he does battle with that one rider from Ineos Grenadiers who's setting the pace behind.
Yeah, it is a great move from him. Can't underestimate how difficult it is to do something like this at the speed they're going after the day's racing.
It's Baptiste Feistrofer who is the rider in question. That's a really good ride. Again, as I say, we saw him trying to attack. He's a 24-year-old, winner of a stage of the Tour of Brittany earlier on this year as well, which is not dissimilar terrain in part to this stage in the borders of Scotland, which has produced brilliant racing, to be honest. Been a real pleasure to watch. 5k to go then for Feistrofer.
And he's holding that gap, but at the same time Ineos Grenadiers are just having to be slightly cautious. They've got to time this to perfection. If they find themselves just burning out within 700 metres of the finish line, then they've messed it up. It's got to be delivering Tom Pidcock, Ethan Hayter into within the top 3, top 4 riders with 500 metres to go.
It's just held there at the moment. He's not able to grow that advantage. He's not really being pegged imminently back. It's just a stasis at the moment, but a standoff between the chase and the lone rider off the front, the lone Frenchman. Doing a great ride. He's been off the front now the best part of 2 kilometres. 4.4k to go.
Tobias Foss, who's still on the front, doing as much as he can for as long as he can before he hands over, I believe, to Connor Swift. Then it'll be Connor Swift's job to just ride until he burns out, and then it's down to the rest of the team to get their lead out, drilled down to perfection.
Difficult to judge because of the passing of the peloton, but I think that tailwind is blowing, and it is helping Feistrofer.
Yeah, it is, and Tobias Foss pulls off the front of the peloton there, so that goes to show he couldn't actually match him.
So fresh legs in inverted commas. Soudal Quickstep now taking things up, coming up alongside Connor Swift, and they're working with the same intention of shutting down this move from this very talented young Frenchman with this late attack. I think he will be caught, but he's making life very hard for those 2 big World Tour teams behind.
You're right, Soudal Quickstep have now taken over from Ineos Grenadiers. This is the danger for Ineos Grenadiers. They cannot lose that position now. They've got to fight for it. They're trying to hold that left-hand side of the road. They cannot let Soudal Quickstep come over the top of them.
Soudal Quickstep, though, at this point in the race, they're making the difference. Gil Gelders hits the front. He's got that golden helmet of Remco Evenepoel to hand over to when he's done. 3 kilometres to go, and Christopher is going to be caught, and he's going to be caught by a combination of Ineos Grenadiers still fighting for space on the road alongside the other team, the favourites, Soudal Quickstep.
Well, Remco Evenepoel will be able to do a 1.5 kilometre, 2 kilometre turn normally when he gets taken this. So Ineos Grenadiers, they have to make sure they're on that position. They don't lose that ground.
Oh, it's just terrifyingly fast, isn't it? Tailwind, slightly downhill, running into Kelso, absolute warp speed here. Remco Evenepoel looking round, Bahrain victorious with a couple of riders. No sprinter, I don't think, to match the likes of Hayter and Manier and Ethan Vernon. And Casper van Oorden, if he's there as well, watch out for him. Rory Townsend, don't rule him out, the Irishman from Q36.5.
So it's going to be Remco Evenepoel and Alaphilippe who are leading out Manier, who's there in 3rd position. So Remco Evenepoel now takes over from the young Belgian. And let's see what he can do. He's just holding a concerted pace. It's Connor Swift, it's Ben Turner now who's taken over Ineos Grenadiers. So on either side of the road, just matching each other completely now.
2 kilometres to go, and it's Swift alongside Remco Evenepoel, the world champion, the Olympic double gold medalist from Paris.
That's it. Ineos Grenadiers have been swamped. This is what couldn't happen for them at this point. Remco Evenepoel is now doing the sort of turn he can. It was Ben Turner who simply couldn't match it, and now they're getting dragged back into the peloton. Ben Turner has to try and hold that position where he is.
1.7 kilometres to go, and Soudal Quickstep's young Frenchman, who graduated from the ranks of Trinity Racing and has joined Quickstep this year, has the lead outs that dreams are made of. He's got Remco Evenepoel on the front with 1.4 kilometres to go, and Julien Alaphilippe on his wheel, ready to take over when the Belgian is done. But Connor Swift and Ben Turner now picking it up again from Ineos Grenadiers. Turner, who lost Ethan Hayter in the chaos of the intermediate sprint, looks checks, and Hayter is well placed on the wheel of Ben Swift.
Fantastic ride from Turner, managing to fight himself back into prime position there. They have now taken back over from Soudal Quickstep. That is exactly what they needed to do.
1 kilometre to go. Ineos Grenadiers re-establish a bit of order in those red jerseys as Ben Swift picks it up now on the left-hand side of the road. Switches, Alaphilippe takes over. Remco Evenepoel is done. Ethan Hayter on the wheel of the Frenchman. Looking round there, Nick Schultz trying to find out where Israel Premier Tech sprinter Ethan Vernon is, the young Brit. So Hayter, Vernon, Manier, all in the mix towards the front. The 3 favourites for the stage today.
This is that corner we were talking about in the intermediate sprint where we saw it. There you go, the gaps all open up. Alaphilippe is now leading it out. Jake Stewart is there, looking a bit further behind. Manier is still there. Where is Hayter?
Hayter, well, a bit detached again at precisely the same point that he got a bit lost last time out. Bob Donaldson's in the mix there from Trinity Racing. But here comes Paul Manier, the former Trinity graduate. 150 metres to go. They hit the cobbles into Kelso. The Frenchman hits the front, and he will not be stopped. Paul Manier takes the win from Soudal Quickstep and the lead in the Tour of Britain men. What a thriller that was. Chaos in the finale, and a far bigger group than expected coming to the finish line here in Kelso for the 4th time in the history of the Tour of Britain. Kelso hosts another bunch sprint finish, but it was chaos incarnate at times.
It was chaos, and Hayter just disappeared. He came round in about 5th or 6th position, I think, into that corner, but took the outside line, and then we haven't seen anything of him since then. Manier was perfect. Soudal Quickstep with Alaphilippe at his best there, coming into that corner, getting the right line. So Manier, though, when it came to the actual sprint, nobody could match him.
What a talent Manier is, and what disappointment for the Ineos Grenadiers. He played his part. Connor Swift, massively so. Soudal Quickstep have got that win, and they've done it brilliantly. Simon Clark rattling over the cobbles to come to the end of his stage 1 into Kelso. But yeah, that was the difference, I think, David, that we're seeing about the manner with which Quickstep deliver victory, how disciplined and well drilled they are.
And it's also
that made the difference.
It's also the fact you see their big leaders, Remco Evenepoel, Julien Alaphilippe, getting their hands dirty. They were in there, they were up there, they were doing the job of domestiques. They were setting everything up for Manier. And it was Remco Evenepoel and Alaphilippe who were the last 2 men for Manier, and that says so much about their team.
Right, and another 2nd place for Ethan Vernon there on the wheel, and look who finishes in 3rd place. It's Bob Donaldson. of Trinity Racing have had a very, very good day today. But Ethan Vernon, that'll be frustrating for him that he's had another second-place finish at the Tour of Britain.
Yeah, it will be. And it looked like Pidcock came in 4th. So he was up there, ended up being the best of the Ineos Grenadier riders. But it'll be interesting to hear what happened to Hayter, because it looks like he just got crossed up there in the final and just, as I said, just disappeared. So he must have got a line wrong, had to slam on his brakes, because he went from being in the top 5 to being out of sight. And this is where it is. So there is Hayter there on the right. There he goes. He's out, completely out. That's what happens. He goes completely the wrong line, and that's it. He's done.
How quickly he drops the places there. 20 places in an instant. And irretrievably far back.
And what's so surprising about that is that he was up there in the intermediate sprint. He knew what that corner was about and how critical it was. So being on the outside line, that was exactly where you shouldn't be.
Well, what a race. Bigger group than you imagined? We were talking about a reduced bunch sprint, weren't we?
Reduced bunch sprint, and that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
A little bit reduced, just kind of
really,
normally,
yeah.
It was like a normally reduced peloton. But the racing was very good at the end, but it goes to show how hard the terrain needs to be to make a difference, because the racing throughout the day was not easy. Soudal Quickstep kept that tempo on throughout the day, and the attrition and even the very active racing from Ineos Grenadiers. So there was Ben Turner, who did a fantastic job managing to retake the lead position from Soudal Quickstep. Ben Swift then taking over. There's Hayter still in prime position on Alaphilippe's wheel. Alaphilippe, as I said, getting his hands dirty, his elbows, he's banging around, just doesn't care. Look at him. He's actually smashing his way into that line now for a ride like Alaphilippe to be doing that. Looks behind, sees Magnier still there. Magnier's holding the wheel of Ethan Hayter. So look, Ethan Hayter is in perfect position at this point. But then here, just he gets squeezed out and it's done. It's really not too sure what happened there, to be honest with you, because everything up to that point had been perfect. And then it looked like, I think it was Jake Stewart who came through and just stole his line going through there, and that was him out. But Israel Premier Tick, again, perfect ride from them. But then when Magnier goes, he goes by both of those riders. So Israel Premier Tick, who's done a brilliant ride, but just couldn't match the raw power of Magnier when it came to the final sprint.
Yeah, Rory Townsend there also caught a glimpse of him up in the top 10. Great ride from Bob Donaldson. He's not an acknowledged sprinter, he's just fast, but he just read that final kilometre beautifully well, Bob Donaldson. As you say, Pidcock just crossing the line ahead of Casper van Ouden, the Dutch sprinter from DSM. And there's Townsend, former Irish national champion. What did he finish? Probably 6th or 7th or something like that, so firmly in the top 10. Well, the riders will be heading back to the backstage area of the podium, and hopefully we'll get a word with one or two of them fairly soon. Don't know what Paul Magnier's English is like, actually. Suspect it's pretty good.
On the Soudal Quickstep.
Yeah, you have to be speaking English there. 20 years of age, David.
Very good, isn't he?
He's a very good bike rider. One of 2 Quickstep riders who picked up from the ranks of Trinity Racing for 2024, the other one being the American Luke Lamperty. They both started, what was it, the Alula Tour, wasn't it, back in January. They both started brilliantly well.
So what, for Magnier, you don't want to disappoint when you've just had Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe.
I was thinking that.
Especially
So
Julian Alaphilippe.
yeah, who's in your
final.
lead-out train? Well, Remco Evenepoel and then Julian Alaphilippe. No pressure.
But I think that symbolised so much the spirit of that team. The fact you saw Alaphilippe, I said, getting your hands dirty, but he was literally getting his elbows in, banging riders. I mean, fighting for position there for Magnier. A lot of big leaders would be like, right, I'm not taking any risks now, I'm dropping out, you take care of this young man. But it was Alaphilippe just ruthless, wanting to deliver him.
I think just, don't you think with Alaphilippe, we've both been watching him for so long, it's just racing takes over and everything else just disappears.
Just can't help himself.
There's a bit of strategic thinking from Remco Evenepoel, isn't there? I might get out of the final kilometre, I don't need to be involved in that, whereas Alaphilippe's thinking the exact opposite. This is fun.
Give me the final K, give me the final K.
looking down for splits in the peloton, actually, as the results are starting to trickle in. And I think there was a split. So, well, we'll have to wait for the final results, but it'd be interesting to see where the likes of Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe indeed actually finished. Because Tom Pidcock was 4th, and looking at the results that I've got in front of me, unless I'm missing something, neither Julian Alaphilippe nor Remco Evenepoel were in the top 43. Here's the order over the line. There are 3 British riders on the wheel of the Frenchman, Paul Magnier, Vernon in 2nd place, Bob Donaldson in 3rd, Tom Pidcock in 4th. Good ride from Pidcock in the end. Casper van Ouden, Rory Townsend, Zambanini of Bahrain victorious, with his teammate Govakar 1 place behind him. Jake Stewart riding on, having led out Ethan Vernon, and Norman Vatra, the Estonian rider, in 10th place. Yeah, so I don't think Evenepoel or Alaphilippe are in the top 43. I'll just leave it at that, because that might be significant when we think about the general classification and the racing still to come. Joe Blackmore finished in the same time as the winner in 30th. Stevie Williams was 12th in that sprint, which in itself is pretty impressive. Peyu Bilbao also, and Oscar Onley, both in that front group. Wout Poels, but 1 or 2 absentees. Jonas Abrahamsen was 43rd in the same time as Paul Magnier, who of course picks up a 10-second time bonus. Now, if Paul Magnier had bothered himself with the intermediate sprints, as we were advising him to, he might be in the jersey, but he didn't, so...
Which is maybe why he won.
Which is maybe why he won. By the jersey, I mean the points jersey. He'll definitely be in the leaders jersey. The Tour of Britain, which has taken a bit of a redesign this year. The leaders jerseys have changed colours. We're going to see them for the first time, hopefully fairly soon. But just so you know, the leaders jersey is green to match the colours of the headline sponsor, I suspect. The King of the Mountains jersey is blue. The points competition leader, the points jersey is red. And the best young rider is white. Or grey, off-white, dirty white. Well, here's some of the action that went on. This is Gianni Moscon just picking himself up off the ground, having come to grief with Rowan Baker of St Piran. Moscon did a huge amount of work controlling the race for Soudal Quickstep. We're just looking at these images while we wait for riders on the podium and indeed interviews. We're going to get them as well. And this is where the race started to get really dynamic. The attacks coming thick and fast. All kicked off really by the Ineos Grenadiers.
This is what we wanted to see happen. Meanwhile, at the front, it was Thorny who's maintained these 2 riders who throughout the day ended up having a perfect alliance. But yeah, it was Connor Swift who fired everything up. And it was the right tactic from Ineos Grenadiers to try and create chaos.
Yeah, Jonas Abrahamsen getting in the mix as well. Remco Evenepoel also, Julian Alaphilippe trying to stretch things out and break it up, which they partially succeeded in doing. This man had a great day. Julius Johansson.
Connor Swift again. That was clearly his role.
This is Johansson securing the lead in the points competition by taking 30 points, clinching another 10 at the final sprint in Melrose, and then getting caught when Julian Alaphilippe attacked from the bottom of Dingleton. Look how Joe Blackmore and Oscar Onley, how easily they went with Julian Alaphilippe there. It's remarkable. Wout Poels launched a potentially very significant move and was hunted down by Remco Evenepoel, who this time, it was Evenepoel who was followed by that combination of Onley and Blackmore. Once again, Blackmore following the move of Pidcock over the top. He had a really good day today, Joe Blackmore.
Yeah, he looks fantastic, coming off his recent Tour de l'Avenir when I think it's clear that the form is still there. Remco Evenepoel, who did start to light things up, but I'm not sure there was absolute commitment from him at any point, knowing that he had Magnier behind, who was a better bet.
Yeah, he gave a very interesting interview yesterday to the media in which he said that he's been training since Paris, but it hasn't gone brilliantly. So it might be another reason why he's come here to race, actually. So maybe his form has just slightly dipped a little bit, which you'd expect since racing the Tour de France. And then that those extraordinary few days in Paris. Apparently, David, and you'll appreciate this, he celebrated with chips and mayonnaise, as was quite well publicised at the time, but it didn't finish there, because he also said in this interview he couldn't stop eating for the rest of the evening. Just literally couldn't stop eating. And he found himself with his girlfriend, or his wife indeed. They went to a kebab shop and then went and sat underneath the Eiffel Tower at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Brilliant.
With a kebab. He's human after all. Perfectly normal behaviour.
And here was Alaphilippe, exactly where he needs to be. Everybody wanted that position coming into the corner, and Alaphilippe nails it, and you can see all the gaps behind him. And there, Jake Stewart leading out, Ethan Vernon, and on the wheel, unfortunately for them, was Magnier, who launches before Ethan Vernon even had a chance to.
There's the winner, Paul Magnier, beating his chest. Now we're getting a little bit more information on the finishers. Remco Evenepoel has not lost any time today. He finished on the same time as the winner in 54th place. And Julien Alaphilippe actually has lost a bit of time. He's lost 12 seconds.
That's significant.
So that's that. So that's a little detail, but Alaphilippe is now 12 seconds down on GC. Evenepoel isn't. Tomorrow is a harder stage than today. Perhaps we'll get a chance to look at tomorrow's course before we're finished here, but it would be nice to see some riders on that empty-looking podium, I'll be honest.
Modern cycling and warm downs, I presume.
Yep.
Or cool downs.
Here's the general classification when you factor in all the time bonuses. Julius Johansson is 1 second off the lead of Paul Magnier, courtesy of the 9 seconds he picked up on the road. Of course, Magnier picks up 10 seconds for the win. Ethan Vernon picks up 6 seconds for second place. Bob Donaldson is in 4th, but only because of Julius Johansson's bonus seconds, if that makes sense. Tom Pidcock is in 5th place at 8 seconds down. Jonas Abrahamsson, watch out for him, he looked very good today, is in 6th. Ben Turner picked up a point there, and there we go, there's your top 10. Everyone else, big group at 10 seconds after that, including all the favourites, with the exception of Julien Alaphilippe. All right, well, the anthems are being cranked up now, which normally suggests that a human being will be paraded onto that empty stage. And I think we'll start with the stage winner, Paul Magnier. There is as well a daily combativity award, which is voted for by the public. Difficult to know who that would go to today. Johansson? Thornley? What about the young Frenchman, Baptiste Verstoffer?
True, maybe.
Too short-lived.
Kind of swift.
There's a few candidates, basically. Here we go then, Paul Magnier, 20 years of age, the Frenchman. First year with Soudal Quick-Step, first year as a professional, but already with 3 wins to his name, and he didn't hang around either. His very first race back in January the 25th. New team, he was 19 years of age on January the 25th. It was one of the one-day races in the island of Mallorca, and he finished in first place. He won. Only 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later I should say, he went to the Tour of Oman. It was not the Alula Tour as I thought it was, Tour of Oman, and finished in first place in a bunch sprint into Al Bustan. He also won other races that don't count as professional races this year. picking up 2 stages of the Giro Piccolo, the Baby Giro Next Gen, and a stage of the Peace Race as well. Just before this victory into Kelso, he finished in 2nd place in the Bretagne Classic, which is an extremely hard and extremely long race as well in Brittany. It's 260 kilometres long, that race, so he's got a lot of endurance about him as well. So Magnier picking up a 10-second time bonus. If you win stage 1, you take the lead in the general classification. That is the way it works in cycling. And Magnier will pull on the newly rebranded green leaders jersey of the Tour of Britain men. And, well, will he win it outright? You couldn't rule it out, because he has survived a very hilly stage today to take that victory. If he gets through tomorrow, then this man could very plausibly win this race outright. But it's not a given. He will come under attack for sure. Well, it's been the longest day of the Tour of Britain men for 2024. 181.9 kilometres, attacking pretty much from the off. Remco Evenepoel playing his part as well. The Scottish Borders providing a perfect backdrop for a fast, furious finish into Kelso, and a worthy winner in Paul Magnier.
So we turn our attention now to the best climber on the stage today, the presentation of the King of the Mountains leaders jersey. Please welcome to make this presentation, representing British cycling, Frank Slevin. Taking maximum points on all but one of the classifying climbs on today's stage. Your King of the Mountains leader for the team of Trinity Racing is Callum Foley. So lots of climb today, lots of points versus by Callum Foley of Trinity Racing, your King of the Mountains leader. Well, thanks to Frank Slevin from British Cycling for presenting that award. We turn our attention now to the leading best young rider presentation. Please welcome to this presentation, representing Scottish Cycling, Nick Reddy.
Yeah, they haven't got any, right?
Young rider, another member of that breakaway group, the last surviving member for the team of Sadal and Nicola. Your best young rider is Julius Johansson. Best young rider's jersey on the shoulders of Sadal and Nicola's Julius Johansson.
Welcome back to Kelso, where we have just seen the conclusion of the first stage of this year's Lloyds Bank Tour of Britain Men. And it was a rapid one, actually. Plenty of entertainment during the final few kilometres of today's stage, which of course started and finished in Kelso with a couple of loops thrown in for good money. Paul Magnier taking the win there, and Soudal, Quick-Step, really showing their class at the front of the race. Plenty of the riders trying to break away, snap the elastic. If we have a look at the last kilometre now, you can see it was the World Tour teams of Ineos and Soudal very much at the front there, trying to marshal things. And no one could get away, could they? I mean, just prior to that, we saw plenty of the riders up front trying to get away from the group, but with a tailwind, as Ned pointed out in commentary there, and a slight downhill finish here into Kelso. They were at warp speed, to take his words out of his mouth. They really were going quickly. And you can see as well that final corner there, how it really told for Magnier. He was sitting pretty across the apex, and just meant that all he had to do was open the taps and go for the win. A very impressive win, again, as they said in commentary, his third win in his first year as a professional. And you wouldn't think so, but there's a few cobbles here on the finish, and they are not the easiest to ride on. But if you're going north of 65 kilometers an hour, then you don't really notice that much. And I'm joined here at the finish by David Miller. Dave, we've just seen the finish there, and it was sort of picture perfect from Soudal, really, wasn't it?
Oh, it was textbook, as you kind of expect from them. They're amazing how they do it. They managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, because it looked like after riding all day they'd lost control. The Ineos Grenadiers were very much kind of, they were dominating. They spent the whole day on the kind of back. They rode a great race in Ineos Grenadiers, but when it came to that crunch moment, it was Julian Alaphilippe. He managed to kind of rediscover it, take it in, and Paul Magnier, his sprint was just so dominant.
Yeah, let's focus on how they did a really good job. You look on paper with Alaphilippe, who is a former winner of the Tour of Britain, of course, Remco Evenepoel, who, you know, by now needs no introduction, does he? He was just absolutely classy rider. On paper, they looked like they were going to dominate, and they did in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting at the end, because when it got animated on those final two climbs, Remco Evenepoel was there, but kind of on the back foot, it was Alaphilippe that was riding very aggressively. And although Remco Evenepoel did light it up a bit, you could tell that he was holding back slightly. He knew Magnier was there. He knew that they had a much better chance, almost a guaranteed chance of victory if they could do that perfectly. And so he was riding like that. So it's interesting what he'll do tomorrow. But when it came to the crunch, having Julian Alaphilippe and Remco Evenepoel working for their young sprinter, there are not many teams that have leaders that ride like that. And it very much is symbolic of the solidarity within that team.
I mean, two former world champions as well. I mean, Remco's still pretty young himself, right? But they've both got the rainbow bands on their sleeves, which is a giveaway. They've won that jersey in the past. I mean, that takes a healthy dose of humility to do that today.
I mean, I think it's humility, and it's also culture. I mean, they got the nickname the Wolf Pack a few years ago because, I'm not sure why they got that, maybe because they're all wolves, but they race like a pack. They're kind of one for all for one. It doesn't matter whether you're a 20-year-old neo-pro or a two-time world champion. You're going to race for each other, you're going to help each other. And can't really think of another team like that. It's very much the spirit of that team, it's the culture they have, and I think every team can take a leaf out of that book.
Talk to me about Alaphilippe, because look, I've always been a huge fan. I've loved the way he races. He seems to race by feel a lot of the time. He can't help himself, and today we saw a bit of that.
I mean, Ned and I were discussing afterwards, he's a racer. He's a natural-born racer. He can't hold himself back. Even Remco Evenepoel, he had that kind of bit of rationality to get out of there and look after himself in the final 2 kilometers. Alaphilippe, it was like you've just uncaged a wild animal. It's like he was in there smashing elbows, getting mixed up. I mean, he's just a phenomenal bike racer.
Callum Thornley on the stage here in Kelso to pick up the blue King of the Mountains jersey. Of course, he was out in the breakaway for much of the day, hoovering up those points. There was a battle of the two Callums at one point in time, but it was this man who got most of the points. Over 5 categorized climbs, because, David, as we were talking earlier on, it was 2 laps incorporating a couple of the climbs. I think they went over Dingleton twice, and they went over Scottsview twice as well, with Dunyan Hill in the middle. look, again, on paper, you think that's going to animate things a little bit, but it wasn't really hard enough for the breakaway to succeed, for any of the World Tour teams to really put some distance between them and the peloton.
Yes and no. I mean, I think, as I said, because of the nature of how the teams were made up, they all had sprinters left in that group with Ethan Hayter and Magnier. It meant that the stronger riders, they didn't really want to go for it, jeopardize their chances. Here we can see where the break went originally. And Johansson and Thornley just rode fantastically, and Thornley on home roads. I mean, the objective for Trinity was to get in the break and get the mountains jersey. And it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. And the way Thornley rode today was truly exceptional.
Yeah, quick word about Trinity, not just the current team as well, but of course Magnier has come through the Trinity ranks as well, as has Tom Pidcock, of course. I mean, they've been a really impressive development team.
Well, I mean, I think they've set the kind of template for what a development team should be. They've led the way. We now see that the majority of World Tour teams have their own development teams. I think here is the first time we're really seeing that with Lidl Trek, with Decathlon, with I can't remember the other one, but Department FTJ, DSM, who are effectively, their whole team is like a development team, their World Tour team. But yeah, Trinity Racing really have set the template, and I think what Andrew McQuaid's done with that has been fantastic, because not only, I mean, it's not just British nationals, it's all types of all nationalities. They go for the best young riders. It's become a very aspirational team to go to, and they have a good track record of doing what their objective is, which is creating World Tour races.
And they have a good DS, who in Pete Kenyon is someone I know you know well. And it's interesting, actually, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, David, but you can see the hallmark of a DS, especially if they used to race at a high standard themselves, on the way this team are racing. I mean, this is the kind of racing that Pete used to do in his heyday.
Pete Kenyon, I mean, I think he's truly found his calling as a director sportif. He's phenomenal. I mean, and I see up close just how passionate he is about it, how good he is at it, and he gets the best out of these riders. He's very pragmatic. He understands what they can and can't do. He's very close to them on a human level, which is important. He understands exactly what they're going through, what they need to hear, what they want to hear. I mean, I've got nothing but admiration for what he's doing, because I think he truly is exceptional at it.
Let's talk about the Ineos Grenadiers. Now, look, this is their home tour, of course. They always turn up. They always put out a really strong team, and that's no different this year. Ethan Hayter has been involved in the race in a big way in recent years. Tom Pidcock as well. Perhaps his opportunity to win it a couple of years ago was curtailed by the race being cut short because of the Queen dying. But they were there up the front today. Like you say, they were trying to impose themselves on the race. I was talking to someone here at the end and saying, why is Pidcock doing that now? You know, he's sort of up there at the front. He's kind of reminding the others that he's there. By the way, we're just going to... Yeah, this is the sprinters' podium today. This is Johannes picking up the sprinters' points today. I think there was a bit of an entente between him and the others in the break, that they would get the climbs and he would get the sprints today. But back to that question I was waffling on with David about Ineos. What do you make of their tactics today?
Just taken aback by his hair. What fabulous hair he has.
Fantastic hair, fantastic kit they're wearing as well, that team.
Great. I think they race really well, actually, because I was hoping beyond hope that they'd light the race up, that they'd be proactive rather than just race conservatively and follow and react to Soudal Quickstep. So witnessing Connor Swift light it up when he did, it was the right thing to do. They had to try, and they did try. And they were doing everything right in the final, but just when it came to the crunch, I think it was Ethan Hayter that took the wrong line. I don't know how that happened, because he'd already been through it once and got it slightly wrong, and he'd made the same mistake twice, which happens in bike racing. But it goes to show that, you know, you can do everything right all day, but when it comes to the crunch moment, you need to be there and you need to get it exactly right. And that's what Soudal Quickstep did, and that's the difference.
And we saw with Ethan Hayter that, look, tiredness played a part in the Olympics on the track in the team pursuit, and he ended up crossing the line sitting on the top tube. I mean, sometimes these things just happen. You're pushing to the absolute limit, and you know, they get fatigued like the rest of us. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting how they play out. I mean, Tom Pidcock ended up riding a great race, finishing fourth, which was, I'd be interested to know if he was given free rein for the final, because he was on Ethan Hayter's wheel coming in, so I have a feeling that he was left to his own devices to try and get really well placed to avoid gaps, and it worked. He's got time on Alaphilippe, which is useful, and Remco Evenepoel. So it's worked out well, and Pidcock, we've seen he's very good at fulfilling his objectives. I'm sure his objective is to win the GC here. So it's not been a bad day for Ineos Grenadiers by any regard, but at the same time, it was just a bit of misfortune when they did everything right that Ethan Hayter got that line wrong in the end. Can we just have a quick word about preparation for the race? Because Pidcock was racing in the mountain bike worlds in Andorra only on Sunday. I think he got bronze there. It was kind of a return on what happened in the Olympics. So you think, like, by normal standards, he's going to be a bit tired after doing that kind of thing. He's got a day off to get here, and then suddenly he's racing these roads.
Well, not really. I don't think so. Not for a rider of his qualities and his fitness. I mean, I think arguably perhaps the reason he was bronze at the World Championships was because he's had to be training for the road after the Olympics, whereas he'd had this specific mountain bike training after stopping the Tour de France for the Olympics and was totally primed for that. I think he's come here with the intention of being good and also good for the World Championships, the road. I believe he's doing that. And so, no, I mean, I think definitely pro riders, World Tour racers of his quality, their abilities to recover are just incredible.
We'll talk about Remco in a second, because I think he's had quite a breather. Well, not really, it wasn't that long ago, but quite a breather since Paris, and seemed to be looking quite fresh when he turned up here and spoke to us. But he was riding today in the end for Paul Magnier. Let's hear what he's had to say about today's stage win.
Paul, congratulations on winning stage 1 of the Tour of Britain. How does that feel?
It's feel incredible. We did really amazing team performance today. Yeah, we try, Lulu and Remco Evenepoel and Julian tried to go on the climb, but yeah, it was really hard to go only with 2 guys. So then in the end they worked for me for the branch spring. They did it very well. I was in perfect positioning, and then in the end I'm really happy to take the victory for the team today.
Just take us back through the last 500 meters or so, because it looked like it was a very difficult sprint, and on cobbles too.
Yeah, it was really fast the last 10 Ks, and then in the end it was really important to have really good position before the last corner, because then it was cobbles, and I start my sprint before the cobbles to have high speed as possible before to enter in the cobbles, and then I just try to keep the speed on the cobbles.
Yeah, it was just brute force that kept you going over the line. But going back a little bit further in the race, it came alive on the last climb, as many people had thought it would do, and it started to break up. How difficult was it to hold your position when that happened?
Yeah, we tried to make the race hard already from far to the finish, just by accelerating a bit on the climbs, and then in the end I was a bit on the limit in the climb, but it was still in a quite big group on the top, so I managed to survive, and then it was just try to rest as much as possible before the sprint, and then take the victory. It was really nice.
And of course, as you say, you had Remco and Julian, world-class riders working for you. What difference did that make?
For sure, it gives wings when such good riders like this work for you. Already before the whole team work to control the brake, and also Gilles control all the attacks, and also Remco and Julian in the end did a really, really good lead out, and I can really thank them.
And where does today's win come in your career so far?
For sure, every win count. This one was really good for me. I did a really nice race 1 week ago in Plouay, and now I can confirm that I'm in really good shape, and I hope it will continue during this race.
Yeah, I was going to say, and tomorrow, what are your plans?
Tomorrow will be really hard. I will try to focus on the last 3 stages, and tomorrow and the next 2 days I will try to help as long as possible Julian and Remco.
Well, congratulations again. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
That was Paul Magnier, and here he is in slow motion flying towards the finish in Kelso, and look, there's clear blue sky between him and the second place rider as well. Quick word, David, about how classy he is. He's a young guy. He was talking about his form being good there. There's been plenty of false dawns with French fast men over the years. I mean, could he be the real deal?
I mean, I think so. Judging by his track record already as his first year in the World Tour, I think already the fact he chose Soudal Quickstep as his team, because I'm sure he had the choice of the other French World Tour teams, says a lot about his personality and his drive, because I guess the easy option would have been going to a French World Tour team. Instead, he chose to go to Soudal Quickstep, where he knows how they race, the expectations and the style, what he'd be expected to do. And he chose that, and he's performing, and he's performed since his very first pro race this year, the World Tour. So I think he really is the real deal, and the way he won today was just another example of that.
And interesting, isn't it? We're talking about Soudal and that team where plenty of riders have done so well, but it's Julian Alaphilippe's last season there. I think he's, what, 36 now, I'm going to say?
Possibly.
I think he's around about that age. I think there's a couple of riders the wrong side of 35 on the race. But look, he's had an amazing innings with Soudal and won pretty much everything he wanted to win with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a prime example and probably a role model to a rider like Magnier, a French rider who could have gone to Francis Desjeux, Cofidis, Agi Désert, all those teams, but he chose to go to Soudal Quickstep as a very young rider, and it's been the perfect team for him. It suits his racing style, it suits his ambition, and Philippe, he is, in many ways, he's been the talisman for that team for many years now. He went from being this young kind of wonder kid, and he's turned into one of the greatest racers in the sport and of his generation, and across all types of terrain and all types of races. And seeing the way he's racing this year, you know, he seems to be bucking the trend of the decline and fall as you get that age. We're seeing more, not just glimmers, but moments of genius from him again. And the way he was racing today, the aggression, I mean, it's not easy to do what he did, like attacking from the bottom of that final climb and then being there with 500 meters to go, where every single rider, lead-out man, wanted to be first into that corner. He was there and he fought for that, and he not only had the kind of skills to be in that position, which took some banging around, but actually the power to do it. I mean, he's a rider who is in brilliant form and no doubt is possibly going to win another big race before he leaves that team.
It could be this one this week. It's interesting, actually, is it? Because, you know, early on, he was benefiting from the lead out of Bob Youngles. They were kind of inseparable, so he's probably learned from having that kind of thing done for him.
So many riders. Tony Martin.
Yeah.
One of the early days of Tour de France, was off the front all day with Tony Martin. I mean, he's seen so many riders come and go. But yeah, I mean, he's learned his trade in that team. And in many ways, that team has now modified to his style of racing as well. So it's been a full circle. So it'll be interesting. I think that's perhaps one of the attractions of
Soudal.
Tudor, where he's going.
Tudor,
next,
beg your pardon.
is that they want to bring his attitude to that team.
Yeah, Cancellara's team, of course. David, stay there. Thank you very much indeed for the time being. We're going to go to a quick break now, but plenty more to come as we continue to chew over this first stage of this year's Tour of Britain men here in Kelso. Don't go away. Well, that was out of vision. Can we get the balance right, please? Because I've got you very loud in my ear, and I really wanted to hear the interview, and that was very quiet. Not David. I mean the interview with Magnier, because I've only got it coming through in one ear. So, is that okay, Mike? Thank you. How long have we got off the back of this then? Hopefully not very long. 7 minutes total. We can do that. You're all over it.
Callum, the
Welcome back to Kelso, where we've seen the resumption of this year's first stage of the Tour of Britain. 5 more to go after this one as we wind our way south. David Miller is still with me, but first, before we chat about things, I'm going to introduce an interview with Callum Thornley, who won the King of the Mountains jersey today.
Callum, the winner of the King of the Mountains jersey after stage 1 of the Tour of Britain, how does that feel for you?
Oh, it's pretty special to do that on home roads. That was my plan at the start of the day, to get in the breakaway, and to make it happen, yeah, really special.
And you're now in a very commanding position as far as the jersey goes.
Yeah, the goal for the rest of the week will be to defend it. That'll mean some hard days out, and yeah, we'll see what we can do.
It looked like you'd made an agreement with your fellow breakaway rider, Julius Johansson. What was the chat between you?
Yeah, so early on he asked me what I wanted out of the stage, and I told him I'd like the KOM points. If he wanted that we could work together, and he could get the sprints, I could get the com points, and yeah, it's a good little duo.
I've got to ask you about that first time up Scott's View. What went on there?
Yeah, so, well, I actually saw the 500 metre to go sign and thought that was the top. And then realised, but I had it in the legs to come round my man again. And yeah, it was good seeing all the Scottish flags up there as well, actually.
So what's the plan for holding on to the jersey tomorrow?
It'll be another hard day in store. I think there's quite a lot of KOM points on offer, so the competition's still really open, so I'll just have to try and get in the breakaway again and get as many points as I can.
Well, congratulations and thanks again. Cheers.
Cheers.
There you go, as Callum said, riding on home roads, as was Oscar Onley as well, and he's received the applause of the very appreciative crowd here in the Borders in previous years. Yeah, I mean, Callum rode for Peebles CC, where he grew up, cranked CC as well, and started on mountain bike as well. And this is very much mountain bike country, but you'd imagine, David, that's what's given him good climbing legs as he went for that first KOM. And, well, look, he was kind of leading from the front, made it look easy, strong legs.
I mean, I think he's not actually a pure climber, but these type of climbs which aren't very long, they're more kind of classics terrain, which suits those big, powerful riders. And never underestimate the home roads advantage. It's a huge asset to have, not only for just the motivation, but the home knowledge. I mean, he knew those roads like the back of his hand. Yeah, he would have grown up riding on these, potentially racing on them, doing TTs. Around here. I mean, it's not the kind of race that other riders are going to recce in advance, is it? They're not going to come up to the Borders to have a quick look. No, especially yesterday when it was raining and cold. But it was amazing to watch, because it's one thing to have home roads, to be here, to have that motivation, but to do it is a whole other thing. And I think they race fantastically, Trinity and himself. And I think tomorrow's going to be really interesting, because he has to do the same again. And now he's going to have the backing of the whole team. You know, today it was whoever could get in the break, and it was a bit of a luck of the draw. But tomorrow he has to do it, and he's going to have the backing of the whole team to do it. I'm just flicking through because I want to see the race profile for tomorrow, which is Darlington to Redcar. In fact, I'm being told we've got it standing by, but before we get to it, we'll show you the route in a second. I just want to look at the profile, because it's shortened today by some 30 kilometres or so, but there is about another 400 metres of climbing condensed, and we've got 3 Category 1 climbs tomorrow, David, which, you know, Callum wants to keep that jersey on his back. They're going to have to get busy in the middle of that stage, because it's a proper sawtooth profile as well. I mean, looking at average 9% on Lithe Bank, the same on Ugglebarnby Moor as well. I mean, that, you know, can you punch your way up that if you're not an out-and-out climber? I mean, I think he can. It's still short enough, and he's clearly in excellent form, and he has the motivation to do it. I mean, there's a strong chance if he's in a break. It's 70 kilometres into the race for the first one, so it's already going to be a battle to get in it. And then once you're in there, a lot of the riders arguably won't be as motivated as him, because they'll be thinking about the stage win, potentially. So he's got to try and get in it and get the first one. And once he's got the first one, then in theory, he's not going to have much competition. But it's one thing saying, it's another thing doing it, because tomorrow is very different to today. Very different indeed. Let's have a closer look now at tomorrow's route map.
Stage 2 starts in Darlington and passes through the Tees Valley and the North York Moors before hitting the coast at Robin Hood's Bay. The 152-kilometre route will be one for the climbers, with 3 Cat 1 climbs coming in quick succession. The peloton will also tackle the iconic Saltburn Bank twice, the last ascent coming within the final 10k of the finish in Redcar.
So, David, not only is it relatively lumpy tomorrow, perhaps the most difficult one, maybe the day after as well in Yorkshire is going to be tricky too, but this close to the North Sea, they've got the wind to contend with, you'd imagine.
You think so? I mean, I don't think that's going to be top of their minds tomorrow. I think it is just the chaos the race potentially could be, because it is the hardest stage of the race, and I think potentially the GC is going to be done tomorrow when we see riders like Alaphilippe, Remco Evenepoel, Tom Pidcock, these great riders, and we saw Joe Blackmore today, who looked exceptional, Oscar Onley. There's a whole race that could open up tomorrow, and by the time they get to wind or have wind, I think already there's going to be strong riders up the road if they do race aggressively. So tomorrow I'm very excited about, because I think it's potentially going to be a great stage of racing.
If you were a DS tomorrow, if you were Ian Stannard, for example, with Ineos Grenadiers, how would you be planning out how you take the race tomorrow to the rest of the teams?
I mean, I think they have to be aggressive. They've seen how motivated Soudal Quickstep are. They didn't hesitate to take control of the race today. Unlikely they'll do the same tomorrow. They can't wait for Soudal Quickstep to act. They have to do like they did today, get on the front foot. And that likely means trying to get riders up the road tomorrow as well. So being aggressive from the off, which the World Tour teams today, they didn't need to be and weren't so aggressive. They left it to the smaller continental teams to light up the race at the beginning. But I think some of the World Tour teams tomorrow will want to disrupt it, not just hand it to Soudal Quickstep to control, because we've seen how strong they are. They can control the race. And if you just let them do it and let them play out their tactics, it's going to be very hard to match them. So I'd say for the likes of Ineos Grenadiers, DSM, they've really got to kind of think about this to go into tomorrow's stage, treat it like a one-day race and be very aggressive.
Look, we talked about Pidcock, we talked about what the DS might do. Final word on the road captain for Ineos Grenadiers, which is the extremely experienced Ben Swift, former national champion as well. The next couple of days are the kind of roads he knows all about racing and training on. He's going to be key for them.
He's going to be very key, but I think at the same time we saw Connor Swift today, who was racing exceptionally strong, and I think he's in many ways their key man, because he can be the disruptor. He can be there. He's strong enough. He's on great form at the moment. But Ben Swift is there as their kind of anchor to kind of lead them on the road. And as you say, he knows these roads. He knows the terrain. He knows the style of racing. So, yeah, I mean, he is a key man, and I think they're very lucky to have him.
Okay. David, thank you very much. Indeed, appreciate that. Live coverage of the second stage coming your way on ITV4 tomorrow. Tonight, highlights of today's racing at 8 o'clock. Join us then if you can. Bye for now.